Welcome to Quiet Scare, where horror doesn't scream, it whispers. Real documented experiences, selected with care, and adapted for quiet, sleep-friendly listening. Truth stays firm. The mood deepens. Please like and subscribe, and tap the bell for new episodes. No more than 3 ads in the first 15 minutes, then uninterrupted playback. Literary horror shaped from authentic accounts for sophisticated listeners. Sleep well and dream dark. My phone died an hour past dusk, right when the highway thinned into 2 lanes and the radio turned to static between stations. I remember noticing how the last light drained from the snowbanks beside the shoulder, leaving them the color of dirty sugar. My fuel gauge had been nagging for miles. When the service sign finally appeared, it wasn't lit so much as faintly glowing, like it was remembering electricity. The station sat alone in a wide flat pullout, surrounded by scrub and wind-stunted pines. No town lights, no houses. Just the dark and the steady hush of cars that didn't come. The canopy over the pumps creaked with each gust. A single fluorescent tube above the door buzzed like an insect. I parked by the far pump out of habit, the way you do when you're alone, and want space to see. The air smelled like cold rubber and old gasoline. I stepped out and the wind pushed at my jacket, testing the seams. The station windows were cluttered with sun-faded ads and handwritten notices. In the glass, my own reflection looked thin and anxious. Inside was warmer than I expected, but not cozy. More like the heat had been left on too long and dried everything out. The shelves were half-stocked with chips and jerky and dusty windshield fluid. A rack of local maps leaned on a spinning stand that squeaked when it turned. Behind the counter stood an attendant in a gray work shirt with a stitched name patch that might have once been red. He wasn't old, not young, just unplaceable. His face had the blank calm of someone who'd worked nights for years and learned not to be surprised. He didn't greet me right away. He watched me cross the store and set my wallet on the counter, as if he were waiting for me to arrive at the exact spot he'd pictured. When he did speak, he didn't ask what I needed. He said, conversationally, that the left rear tire on my car had a slow leak, and that I'd been topping it off more often lately to keep the sensor from chiming. He said it like a casual observation, like he'd seen me do it in the parking lot. I froze with my hand still on the wallet. Then he added that I'd been meaning to get it checked since early December, but something always came up. The sentence was gentle, almost sympathetic, like a friend who knew my habits. I looked down at my shoes. They were damp around the edges from the snow I'd stepped through at the pump. I looked back up at him. He didn't smile. He didn't frown. He only tilted his head a fraction, as if listening to a sound I couldn't hear. I said I just needed gas. He nodded once and reached under the counter. When he set something down, it was not a receipt book or a pen. It was a small stack of folded paper, my kind of paper, like the cheap letter-sized sheets I kept in my glove compartment for notes and routes. The top page had my handwriting on it, not similar handwriting. Mine. The words were a list I'd written 2 weeks earlier. Oil, wiper blades, call landlord, mail insurance form. I knew it because of the way I'd misspelled insurance, because my brain had been somewhere else when I wrote it. The attendant tapped the page once with one finger. He said he used to do a lot of driving, so he'd learned to notice what people carried with them. He said you could tell what mattered to someone by what they left loose in the car. I didn't remember leaving those papers loose. I remembered tucking them into the manual pocket. I asked how he got it. He didn't answer that directly. Instead, he said my mother still called me by the short version of my name, even though I'd asked her not to since high school. He said she left long messages when I didn't pick up, and she always started with the weather where she was, as if it might anchor me. He said she'd mentioned the flare-up in her knee again last Sunday, and I'd told her I'd call later, and I hadn't. The air in the store seemed to thin. I could feel my pulse in my ears. A heater vent clicked behind me. Somewhere in the back, a compressor kicked on and off. The rhythm steady, indifferent. I told him he had the wrong person. He looked past my shoulder toward the windows, out into the dark beyond the pumps. His eyes didn't focus on anything I could see. When he spoke again, He said my phone was dead because the charging cable in my console had a short near the plug. He said it worked if you held it at an angle. He added, like he was being helpful, that I'd stop buying new ones because the last two had broken quickly, and it annoyed you in a way you didn't talk about. My mouth went dry. My fingers tightened around the edge of the counter until the cheap laminate flexed. I asked him who he was. He finally gave me something like an introduction, though it wasn't a name. He said he paid attention. He said when you stood in one place long enough, travelers brought you their stories, whether they meant to or not. Then he did something small that made the whole encounter worse. He leaned forward, lowered his voice just slightly, and said, "My destination wasn't worth it." He said it as if we'd been discussing it for a while. I hadn't told him where I was going. He said the name of the place anyway. The exact place. Not the nearest city, not the county. The cabin site I'd booked online. An off-season rental on a lake road I could barely pronounce. He said the host's first name too, the one listed in the confirmation email. He even mentioned the detail I'd noticed earlier that day, that the listing photos all seemed a little too wide angle, as if they were trying to make one room look like two. My stomach tightened so hard it made me bend slightly at the waist. It wasn't fear yet. It was the body's stubborn refusal to accept something. He pulled a receipt from the printer and slid it toward me without looking down. At first I thought it was for gas, but I hadn't paid or even told him how much. On the back, in neat block letters, was a string of characters that didn't belong on a receipt. It looked like a mistake, a glitch, a marker from somewhere else. It made no sense, and somehow that made everything else feel more real. He said quietly that I should not go to the lake road tonight. I tried to force my brain into sensible shapes. I told myself he'd hacked my email. I told myself he'd seen my plate somewhere. I told myself there was a camera outside, a microphone, something that could make this a trick. I turned toward the windows. I looked for cameras in the corners of the ceiling. I looked for a second person, for movement in the aisles, for anything that would turn this into an explainable setup. The store was empty. The aisles were straight. The glass was clean enough to show only my own rigid posture, and the attendant standing behind me like a fixed point. My car sat alone at the pump, its roof dusted with wind-blown snow. Beyond it, the highway was a black ribbon with no headlights approaching in either direction. I asked him why. He didn't say there would be an accident. He didn't say there were criminals. He didn't say anything that would let me latch on to a simple danger. He only said that some roads didn't want witnesses. He said it like a tired fact, like a mechanic explaining why you can't drive on a cracked rim. I told him that was ridiculous. He nodded again, as if agreeing with me. Then he added one more detail, and it landed like a weight placed carefully on my chest. He said the scar on my left forearm came from a coffee pot I knocked over when I was 13. He said it healed badly because I kept picking at it. He said I did it when I felt like I couldn't control anything else. I hadn't thought about that scar in years. I hadn't told anyone that story since I was a kid. No social media post, no doctor's note, nothing. My throat made a sound I didn't recognize. I felt suddenly, vividly, that I was standing in a place where my life was an open folder on a desk. He watched me the way you watch someone decide whether to step into traffic. Outside, the wind rattled the canopy again. The fluorescent tube above the door flickered and steadied. The station's clock ticked, loud in the lull between heater cycles. I didn't argue anymore. I didn't threaten to call anyone, because my phone was dead and he knew it. I didn't demand his manager, because the notion of a manager here felt like a joke. I walked back to the cooler and grabbed the first thing my hand touched, a bottle of water, to give myself a reason to end the interaction like a normal person. My fingers were clumsy with it. I brought it to the counter and set it down. He rang it up. The screen reflected pale blue light on his face, as the printer spit out a real receipt this time. He said I could still go tomorrow if I wanted. He said the warning wasn't about the place existing. It was about arriving the way I was arriving now. Tired, alone, predictable. The word made my skin prickle. He slid the receipt toward me. My card already sat in the terminal as if I'd inserted it without realizing. The payment approved with a soft beep. I picked up the bottle and the receipt My hands were shaking. I kept my eyes on the counter surface so I wouldn't have to look at his face, and that's when I noticed something carved into the laminate near the corner, shallow and worn by time. It looked like someone had once scratched a name there, and then tried to erase it. Only the last few letters remained. Ghost Thin. Ferno Wine. I left without another word. The cold hit me like a slap. I walked faster than necessary to my car, half expecting the attendant to follow, half expecting to find someone waiting by my driver's door. There was no one, only the wind and my own breath, harsh and white. I sat behind the wheel and locked the doors. The interior smelled like stale coffee, and the faint sweetness of the air freshener I'd stopped noticing. The dashboard lit up when I turned the key, and the tire pressure warning blinked exactly as he'd said it would. I plugged in the charging cable. Nothing. I bent it, held it at an angle. My phone screen woke up. For a few seconds I stared at it, not even unlocking it, just watching the battery icon pulse as if it had been sleeping and someone had whispered its name. I backed out of the station slowly. My headlights swept across the pumps, across the empty highway, across the store windows. The attendant stood where he'd been, behind the counter. He didn't wave. He didn't lift a hand. He only watched, still and calm, like the station itself. I drove past the dark mouth of the road that would have taken me toward the lake. The sign for it flashed in my lights, 2 words and a number, and then vanished behind me. I kept going until the service station was a dim stain in my rearview mirror. Then even that was gone, swallowed by distance and darkness. The highway opened up and the radio found a station again. Soft music that felt too cheerful for the night. I didn't stop until I reached the next town with actual streetlights and a motel with a vacancy sign. I parked under a lamp and walked inside without unpacking anything, as if moving too much might make my plan solid again. In the room, I set the water bottle on the dresser and stared at the clear plastic until my eyes watered. I checked my email. My booking confirmation was still there. Nothing had changed. No warnings, no cancellations, just the same polite message telling me how to get the key from the lockbox. I tried to call my mother. The phone rang and rang, then went to voicemail. Her greeting started, like always, with the weather, where she was. I hung up without leaving a message. I lay on the motel bed, fully clothed, listening to the hum of the heater and the distant rush of cars on a different road. I told myself I was safe because I'd listened. I told myself it was probably a scam, a lucky guess, a con built on small observations and fear. But every time I closed my eyes, I saw the folded paper with my handwriting on it, and I felt again that clean, dry warmth of the station, like a hand placed over a mouth. In the morning, I went out to my car and checked the left rear tire. It was low. I drove to a real repair shop in daylight. The mechanic found a thin nail in the tread, buried just deep enough to leak slowly. He asked where I'd picked it up, and I told him I had no idea. I still don't. I never went to the lake road. I canceled the booking and ate the fee. I told myself it was a practical choice, a tired traveler making a sensible decision. That's the story I give people when they ask why I didn't take that trip. What I don't say is that sometimes late at night, my phone lights up with no alert sound, and the screen shows a charging icon even when nothing is plugged in. And in the bright rectangle of that light, I picture a lonely station under a creaking canopy, and a man behind a counter who paid attention, and a warning that felt less like advice and more like ownership. I was rinsing a coffee mug at the kitchen sink when I saw myself in the hallway mirror do something I didn't do. The mirror faces the corridor outside my galley kitchen. It catches a slice of the living room and the front door. It's one of those cheap, full-length panels my landlord bolted to the wall years ago, slightly warped along the bottom like it's been drinking up moisture from the carpet. In the glass, my right hand lifted off the mug and reached toward my throat. At the sink, my right hand stayed under the tap, thumb braced inside the cup, water running clear and loud. I froze, watching my reflection's fingers slide up my neck, as if searching for a pulse. The reflection's eyes stayed on mine, calm in a way I wasn't. Then it smiled, a small private curve at the corner of my mouth that I wasn't making, and the reflection's hand tightened. I jerked away from the sink so fast the mud clanged against the basin. My own hand shot to my throat, more instinct than thought. I felt nothing but damp skin and the old familiar bump of my Adam's apple. No pressure, no pain. The reflection still had its hand at my neck. Its shoulders rose like it was drawing a breath. I didn't take. It leaned closer to the glass, closing the distance between us without moving my real feet. I did the most ordinary thing I could think of, because ordinary things are a kind of prayer when you don't have better ones. I checked the window above the sink. It was locked. I checked the front door. Deadbolt thrown. Chain on. No draft. No one hiding behind furniture. The apartment was the same one bedroom I'd lived in for 3 years, night after night, with the same radiator ticks and the same fridge hum and the same stale lemon smell from my dish soap. When I looked back, the reflection had dropped its hand from its throat and was smoothing the front of its shirt like it had wrinkled itself on purpose. I walked into the hallway and stood in front of the mirror. I raised my arms. It raised its arms. I turned my head. It turned its head. The usual lagless mimicry, perfect and boring. Okay, I said out loud, and the word sounded too loud in the narrow corridor. My mouth in the mirror moved with mine. I tried to laugh it off. I went back to the sink and finished washing the mug. I set it in the drying rack. I wiped the counter. I did a few more pointless tasks, keeping myself busy the way you do when you're trying to keep a thought from settling. But every time I glanced down the hallway, I watched myself watching me. That was the first night it happened. It didn't feel like a haunting. It felt like a mistake my body had made, like a muscle twitch that got confused and decided it was in charge. I turned on every light in the apartment. Kitchen, hall, living room, bathroom. The overhead fixtures buzzed with their thin, cheap energy. I made the place bright as noon and sat on the couch with my back against the armrest, facing the hallway mirror like it was a TV I couldn't turn off. Nothing happened for a while. My eyes dried out from staring. My phone clock rolled past midnight. Snow brushed the balcony door in faint, lazy streaks, the kind of quiet weather that makes a building feel sealed in resin. Then, in the mirror, my reflection stood up. I didn't. My legs stayed folded on the couch. My hand stayed clasped between my knees. The couch cushion cradled my weight like it always did. In the glass, the other me rose smoothly and walked toward the mirror's edge, toward the front door that existed in both worlds. It moved with my same gait, but without any of my hesitation, like it already knew where it was going. It stopped beside the reflected door and bent down. At the real door, the chain rattled. I shot off the couch so hard my knee banged the coffee table. I was at the door in 2 steps, palm pressed flat against the deadbolt. The chain swung slightly as if someone had tapped it. In the mirror, my reflection's hand rested on the chain. The fingers were curled around it gently, almost tender. A hot sting flared across my palm. I yanked my hand back and stared. A thin red line had appeared, diagonal across the base of my thumb, like I'd scraped myself on a nail. The skin was unbroken but raised in a welt. I looked at the chain. It hadn't moved enough to cut me. It wasn't sharp. It was the same dull metal I'd touched 1,000 times. In the mirror, the other me turned its head and looked directly at my injured hand, as if checking its work. It lifted the chain again. My palm burned harder, the welt swelling in real time. I backed away from the door and held my hand up, trying to understand how pain could follow a motion I hadn't made. I didn't sleep. I spent the rest of the night with my bedroom door closed and a chair wedged beneath the knob, because it was the only way I could force a boundary into the apartment that wasn't made of glass. The next day, the welt faded to a bruise the color of old plum. I went to work with my hand in my coat pocket. I told myself I'd caught it on something and forgotten. I told myself I was overtired, that I'd stared at my own face too long in a warped mirror and let my brain do what brains do when they're bored and afraid. That evening, I took the mirror down. The bolts were stiff, and the frame was heavier than it looked. I wrestled it off the wall, carried it into the bedroom, and leaned it face down against the mattress. I covered it with a spare sheet and a blanket. I felt ridiculous and triumphant at the same time, like I'd just outsmarted a bad dream. I turned off the hallway light and stood in the dark, listening. My apartment settled around me. Pipes clicked, the fridge cycled, nothing else. I went to the couch and sat, breathing slower, letting my shoulders loosen. I kept the lights low that night. One lamp in the living room, and the dim glow of the stove clock. I even made myself eat. I watched half an episode of something I didn't care about. Then, around 1 a.m, the lamp flickered. It was a small hiccup in the light, the kind you blame on old wiring. It did it again, longer this time, and I looked down the hallway by reflex. The hallway should have been black. The mirror was in the bedroom, face down, covered. But at the end of the corridor where the mirror used to be, there was a standing rectangle of pale light, like an open door in an unlit room. I got up slowly. The air in the hallway felt colder than the living room air, as if the corridor had been saving a pocket of winter for me. I took 2 steps, 3, my bare feet silent on the carpet. The rectangle wasn't light, not exactly. It didn't spill onto the walls. It just existed, a vertical plane of visibility. Inside it, I could see the reflected hallway as if the mirror still hung there, and in that reflected hallway, my reflection stood waiting. The bedroom door behind me creaked, soft and brief, as if the sheet and blanket had shifted. I didn't turn around. I couldn't afford to take my eyes off the thing in front of me. In the glass that wasn't glass, the other me lifted its hand and tapped the surface from the inside. At the same moment, something tapped my sternum. Not a touch, a pressure, a firm fingertip pressing into my chest through my own skin. I stumbled back into the living room, gasping. The pressure followed, moving as the reflection's finger moved. I clutched my shirt and felt my heartbeat punching against my palm. Fast and dumb, the other me smiled again. It pressed harder. Pain flowered beneath my breastbone, sharp enough to make my eyes water. I backed into the couch, legs hitting the cushion, and sank down, trying to put distance between us. The reflected finger didn't have to reach far. It just pushed. A bruise appeared on my chest as if it were being painted from the inside out, darkening with every second of pressure. I watched it happen, horrified by the speed, by the certainty. My skin didn't break, but it swelled and warmed, and my breath came in thin, angry pulls. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut down the hallway. It should have ended in darkness. It should have hit blank wall and carpet. Instead, it struck the rectangle and made it glow brighter, like it enjoyed being seen. I didn't want it brighter. I wanted it gone. I turned the flashlight off. The rectangle stayed. No light source, no hallway fixture, no screen glow. The plane of reflection held steady in the dark, a clean window into a world that had my layout and my door and my body in it, only moved by someone else's will. I fumbled for the living room lamp and snapped it off too, plunging the apartment into deeper night. The rectangle stayed. In that floating mirror, my reflection stepped forward until its face was close enough that I could see details I'd never bothered to notice in my own. The tiny scar at my hairline, the faint redness around my nostrils from winter air, the tired crease between my brows that I'd earned and ignored. It lifted both hands, palms outward, as if to show me they were empty. Then it curled its fingers into fists. My own hands clenched in response, not by choice, but by command. My fingers folded tight until my nails bit into my palms. The pain was sharp and immediate. I tried to pry my hands open with my will alone, and nothing happened. In the rectangle, the other me tilted its head, listening to something I couldn't hear, pleased. It swung one fist into its own cheek. A crack of pain burst across my face, bright as a camera flash. My jaw snapped sideways. My eyes filled. I tasted copper and spat onto the carpet. In the mirror plane, my reflection rubbed its cheek with a thoughtful thumb, as if assessing the force. It watched me sag against the couch, watched my hands still locked into fists, watched the bruise on my chest deepen. I managed to force air into my lungs. I got one knee under me. My body felt both mine and not mine, like a borrowed coat that someone else was tugging from behind. I crawled to the kitchen, keeping low, keeping my eyes on the hallway. The rectangle didn't move. The reflection didn't follow. It didn't need to. In the kitchen drawer, I found a roll of duct tape. My hands resisted as if they belonged to a stubborn child, but I tore off strips with my teeth and wrapped them around my fingers, around my palms, binding my fists closed so they couldn't clench tighter. It was a stupid solution. It was the only one I had. I stared at the rectangle again and tried to think like a tired, practical person instead of a terrified one. Gateway, surface, access point. That was the only shape the situation had. If it was a door, I needed to block it. I grabbed the largest pot from the cabinet and filled it with water until it sloshed. The weight steadied me. I carried it into the living room, each step deliberate, and set it on the floor facing the hallway like an offering. The reflection's eyes flicked down to it. I understood then, in a cold, clean way, that it could see what I saw. It could learn from what I tried. I lifted the pot with both hands and hurled the water down the hallway. It hit the rectangle and didn't splash through. It slapped against an invisible plane, and for an instant the reflected hallway rippled as if the surface were liquid. The other me's face blurred, stretched, then snapped back into focus. The water ran down the air in sheets and pooled on my carpet impossibly, as if it had struck glass. In the mirror plane, the reflection flinched, not in fear, in irritation. It raised one hand slowly and with careful precision pinched the bridge of its nose. My own nose pinched in agony. Pressure built behind my eyes like a vice. Tears streamed hot and unasked. I fell to my knees in the wet carpet, gagging on the pain, trying to breathe through a face that wasn't obeying me. The reflection held the pinch, steady. It watched my collapse like a person watching a stain spread. I got one hand up, duct tape slick with water, and pressed it against my own nose as if I could reinforce it from the outside. My muscles trembled, my vision narrowed. Then I did the only thing that made sense in the moment. I crawled backward into the bathroom and slammed the door. The bathroom had no mirror. I'd taken it down months ago after it cracked along the edge. There was only blank painted wall above the sink, and the shower curtain with its cheap gray pattern. I sat with my back against the tub and listened. For a while, nothing happened. My nose eased. My hands loosened slightly, still taped. My cheek throbbed. I wiped my mouth with the back of my wrist and saw a smear of red. Not much, enough to make it real. In the silence, I could hear something else. The faintest sound of footsteps on carpet. Not in the hallway itself, but in the shape of my apartment, as if copied and inverted somewhere just beyond the door. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I kept my eyes on the blank wall, because it was the only surface that felt honest. The footsteps stopped. A soft tap came from the other side of the bathroom door, right where the handle would be. My taped hands curled, not from its pull this time, but from my own panic. I pressed my forehead to my knees and tried to make myself smaller than my body allowed. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Eventually the cold from the tiles seeped through my sweatpants. My breathing slowed in spite of me. The apartment went quiet in the way it does right before dawn, when even the pipes seemed to hold their breath. When I finally opened the bathroom door, the hallway was dark. No rectangle, no pale plane. I stepped out cautiously, expecting the mirror to have returned, expecting my reflection to be standing where it used to hang, waiting with that calm smile. There was only wet carpet and the smell of spilled tap water. I went into the bedroom and pulled back the sheet and blanket from the face-down mirror. My hand shook so badly the fabric snagged on the frame. The mirror was intact. It showed nothing but the underside of my bed and a sliver of baseboard because of how it was angled. But as I stared, my reflection formed anyway, rising out of the dark surface like a photo developing. It looked up at me from the floor, upside down, eyes open and patient. It lifted one finger and traced a slow line across its own throat. A matching line of cold pressure slid across my neck, gentle as a promise, and I understood that taking down the mirror had never been the point. because the surface wasn't the doorway so much as it was the invitation. I covered the mirror again, faster this time, stuffing the blanket tight around it, as if I could smother a thought. I backed out of the room and shut the door. I didn't lock it. Locks hadn't helped. I stayed in the living room until daylight pressed gray against the balcony door. The bruises on my chest and cheek looked worse in morning light. Ugly fingerprints of something I couldn't explain to anyone without sounding like a person who'd lost their mind. I called in sick. I sat on the couch with all the curtains open and waited for the apartment to feel like mine again. I kept my hands in my lap, taped and sweaty, because I didn't trust them. Around noon, when the sun was high enough that the hallway should have been bright, I glanced toward the bedroom door and saw my reflection standing in the thin gap beneath it, not as a shadow but as a clear upright image with eyes that held mine. It didn't move. It didn't need to. It was simply there, on the other side of whatever surface I hadn't even noticed yet. And as I watched, my own fingers began to tighten against the tape, slowly, patiently, like someone else was testing the knots. I marked the spot on my GPS because the map didn't make sense. A wedge of green on the satellite layer looked normal, but the contour lines around it tightened like a fist. I was out here at night on purpose, doing what I always do when the trails go quiet and the ranger stations close, checking the edges of places that people avoid for reasons they can't explain. The forest was dense enough to swallow my headlamp beam after 30 yards. Spruce and fir crowded together, their lower branches interlaced like ribs. Moisture hung in the air from a day's worth of melt and mist, and every surface felt slick. I moved slow, stepping over half-buried logs, brushing spiderwebs off my face, listening for the ordinary things that tell you you're not alone. Wind in needles, a branch settling, a distant creak. That's how I noticed it. The sounds didn't fade the way they do when you climb higher or enter thicker cover. They stopped, not one by one, all at once, like someone had shut a door behind my ears. No wind, no insects, no owl. Even my own movement sounded wrong. My boots were still hitting leaf litter, my jacket still brushing needles, but the noise wasn't reaching me. I could feel the impacts through my legs, yet my head was sealed off, as if my skull had become a room lined with padded walls. I halted on a small rise and swept my light in a slow arc. The beam caught droplets on moss, the silver belly of a birch snag, the dull shine of wet bark. Everything looked alive and normal, except for the absolute absence of sound. I've been in heavy snow where the world muffles itself. I've been in deep fog where distance collapses. This was different. This was a blankness, an intentional vacuum. And as soon as I crossed whatever boundary I'd stepped over, the air changed. It gained weight. I don't mean humidity or altitude, I mean pressure. Like standing under a low ceiling that keeps dropping. The forest pressed on my chest and sinuses. The strap of my pack bit into my shoulders. My headlamp felt heavier on my forehead. When I inhaled, the air slid in reluctantly, thick as warm oil. I turned around, expecting the sensation to ease when I backed out. It didn't. The silent zone, for lack of a better name, held me like a current. I walked 10 paces back the way I'd come, then 10 more, and the pressure stayed the same. I couldn't hear my breathing. I couldn't hear my own heartbeat. The only thing I could trust was the vibration of my steps and the tightness behind my eyes. I forced myself to stay practical. I'm an explorer, not a mystic. I look for boundaries, patterns, causes. I took out a roll of bright survey tape and tore off a strip. I tied it to a low branch at shoulder height, leaving a long tail that would move if there was any breeze at all. It hung perfectly still. I walked another 20 yards in, and the beam of my light found a natural clearing between closely spaced trunks. The ground was dark with needles and old cones. In the center sat a small clean patch of bare soil, like something had been swept. On that patch lay my first mistake, a moment of curiosity that overruled my caution. I set my metal water bottle on the bare soil. Right in the middle, I made myself look at it, really look, memorize its position relative to a root and a pale stone. Then I backed away to the edge of the clearing. keeping my headlamp trained on the spot. Nothing moved. Of course nothing moved. Whatever this was, it wasn't going to perform on command, so I did the thing you do when you want to prove your own nerves wrong. I turned my head to scan the tray line, just for a second, and then I turned back. The bottle was no longer in the center. It sat a foot to the left, now aligned with the pale stone. It wasn't toppled. It wasn't half buried. It was placed as neatly as if a hand had set it down with care. My mouth went dry, and I tasted pennies. I crouched and touched the bottle with my fingertips. Cold metal, wet with condensation. Nothing else unusual. No tracks in the soil. No drag marks. The bare patch looked untouched, except for where the bottle now sat. I tried to tell myself I'd misremembered, that the root and stone had tricked my sense of distance in the dark, but the conviction in my body didn't listen to that kind of reasoning. The pressure in the air increased, or maybe I was only noticing it more. Either way, my ribs felt pinned. I pulled out a small notebook and a pencil. The pencil's tip scratched paper in my hand, but I heard none of it. The silence was so complete it made my thoughts loud, sharp-edged. I wrote down what I'd seen, then drew a quick sketch of the clearing and the bottle's new position. Then, because I needed to test it again, I set down something else. My folding knife, closed, laid flat on the soil. I placed it beside the bottle. I stared hard enough to make my eyes water. I backed away again, farther this time, until the clearing sat at the far edge of my headlamp beam. I turned my head. I turned it back. The knife had moved. It now pointed toward me, the hinge end away, as if indicating a direction. Beside it, the bottle had been rotated so its logo faced up, centered on the bare patch again. Together they formed a crude arrow and anchor, a little arrangement that looked almost intentional. My skin tightened over my forearms. I could feel gooseflesh rise as if a cold draft had passed, but the survey tape still did not move. The forest didn't feel empty. It felt occupied. I stood and forced myself to breathe slowly. I wanted to yell anything, just to hear my own voice and break the vacuum, but something in me resisted. The silent zone felt like it would swallow sound the way deep water swallows light, and I didn't want to know what it would feel like to shout into a place that refuses to answer. I took a step back, and my boot sank slightly into the needle mat. The ground was soft, spongy with rot. I glanced down and saw a circle of small cones arranged around my boot print. I was sure they hadn't been there before. They looked fresh, lighter in color as if they'd been picked up from a drier place and set down. I backed out of the circle, careful not to scatter them, and scanned the clearing again. More cones lay in lines now, short, tidy rows that hadn't existed minutes earlier. They weren't random debris, they were marks. My headlamp beam shook. My hands were steady enough to shoot a compass bearing, but my body was starting to revolt in suppler ways. The pressure in the air wasn't just on my chest anymore. It was in my teeth, and the joints of my fingers, and the soft tissue behind my eyes. Every swallow felt like pushing through syrup. I decided to leave. I turned toward where I believed the boundary was. The GPS said it was behind me and downslope, but the screen's glow looked distant, like it was on the other side of thick glass. I took 3 steps and realized I couldn't feel the direction the way I normally can. The forest around me was too uniform, trunks repeating into darkness, and without sound there was no depth. No breeze to tell me what side was open, no creek to orient to, no insects to prove the world extended beyond my headlamp's reach. I chose a line between 2 larger firs and started moving fast, pushing through wet branches. The pressure increased with speed, like the air was resisting my motion. My lungs worked harder, my throat tightened. I could feel panic trying to fit itself over my face like a mask. Something struck my pack, not a blow I could hear, but a jolt I could feel. The whole load shifted on my shoulders. I stumbled and caught myself on a trunk, my palms slapping bark. The bark's texture was wrong under my skin, slicker than it should have been, almost greasy as if a thin film coated it. I shrugged the pack off and swung it around, shining my light over it. The straps were twisted in a way I hadn't left them. A dangling cord had been braided into a tight knot that would take minutes to untie. and along the top flap someone or something had laid small sticks in a chevron pattern. Each stick balanced perfectly across the fabric. It was manipulating what I owned. It was doing it when I wasn't looking, and it was doing it faster now. As if my decision to leave had changed the rules, I shoved the sticks off with one sweep and yanked the pack back onto my shoulders, not caring about the knot. I picked a direction and ran. My boots hammered the ground, my legs burning, and still there was no sound. The sensation of running in total silence was nauseating, like sprinting in a dream where your body won't make contact with reality. Ahead, my headlamp beam caught a line of cones laid across my path, shoulder width apart like a threshold. Beyond that line, the trunks looked darker, denser, as if the forest itself thickened into a wall. I stopped hard, breathing in thick air, and turned away from the cone line. That's when the pressure spiked so suddenly. I staggered, my vision narrowed. Spots burst at the edges of my sight. The silent zone felt like it was pushing back, correcting me, hurting me toward the line it had made. I forced myself to take one step sideways instead of forward. The pressure eased by the smallest amount. Another step and it eased again. It wasn't just in my head, it was reactive. I angled away, moving along the edge of the cone line rather than crossing it, and the forest opened slightly. The repeating trunks broke into a shallow drainage, a darker groove in the ground where water would run in spring. I followed it, half sliding, half scrambling, using the lay of the land instead of my sense of direction. 20 yards down, I felt it before I registered it, a thin vibration in the air. Then a sound, faint, distant as if traveling through a long pipe, my own breath. It came back in a rush, loud and ragged in my ears. Then the soft hiss of rain on needles. Then a far-off creak of a tree shifting. The world snapped back into place so abruptly, my knees nearly gave out. The pressure lifted like a hand removed from my chest. I stopped and turned my headlamp back upslope, toward where the silent zone should have been. The forest looked the same as it always had, dark, wet, indifferent, but at the edge of my beam, the survey tape I'd tied earlier was visible between branches. It was still hanging perfectly straight, no flutter, no sway, just a bright strip of plastic in a normal, noisy forest, marking the boundary of a place that didn't want to be heard. I didn't go back for my bottle or my knife. I didn't try to retrieve the tape. I walked out with my headlamp fixed on the trail markers and my ears hungry for every ordinary sound. Later, when I checked my pack under the dome light in my truck, the braided knot in the cord was still there, tight and deliberate, and the fabric where the sticks had rested was marked with pale, clean lines like something had pressed patterns into it. I drove until the tree line thinned, and the radio static sounded comforting. But even now, when the house is quiet and a fan shuts off in the night, there's a moment where the silence feels too complete, and my chest tightens as if the air is gaining weight again, and I see neat little rows of cones in my mind, arranged while I wasn't looking. The first time I saw the brick building, I didn't think I'd see it again. I was driving west through rural Pennsylvania at night, the kind of road that feels like it was drawn with a pencil and then forgotten. 2 lanes, no shoulder, trees pressing in so close my headlights made the trunks flash like fence posts. I had been on the road too long, chasing daylight that had already slipped behind the hills, and I wanted nothing more than to reach my motel before midnight. My phone was mounted to the dash, running navigation. The route looked simple. Stay on the state road, follow it straight until it met the highway. No turns, no tricky exchanges. Just keep going. It was cold enough that the glass wanted to fog if I breathed too hard. The heater blew lukewarm air that smelled faintly of old dust. Every few miles a reflective sign would pop out of the dark with a number and an arrow, then vanish in my mirrors. No other cars, no porch lights, just the steady sweep of my beams and the soft hiss of tires on patchy asphalt. I passed the brick building around 11:17. It sat back from the road on a rise, 3 stories tall, dark windows, a squat square profile like a school or an old factory office. The bricks were a dull red that caught my headlights and held them for a second. A broken signpost leaned near the drive, and a chain-link fence sagged as if it had given up decades ago. It had the kind of presence abandoned places have. Not dramatic, just stubborn. I glanced at it, then back to the road. A minute later, the navigation voice cut out mid-sentence. The blue line on the screen flickered, then snapped to a different position. A little triangle floating off to the side of the road, drifting in a field. My speed readout blinked between 54 and 0, then jumped to 118 for half a heartbeat. I tapped the screen thinking it had frozen. The map zoomed out on its own, then in, then out again, like someone pinching and spreading invisible fingers. No signal. The top bar finally decided to admit. That wasn't unusual out there. I'd lost service plenty of times, and the app usually coasted on cached data until it found towers again. I kept going, trusting the road more than the phone. Straight line. Nothing to think about. 5 minutes later, I saw the brick building again. At first it didn't register. It was just a shape on the left. The same rise, the same fence. Then my stomach tightened as if I'd missed a turn and looped back. Except I hadn't turned. There hadn't even been a side road wide enough to mistake. Just forest and darkness and the occasional mailbox. I slowed a little, craning forward like that would change what my eyes were seeing. The building's windows were still dark. The signpost still leaned. The chain-link fence still sagged in exactly the same way. It wasn't a brick building. It was the brick building. I checked the odometer. I hadn't reset the trip meter, but I knew the last fuel stop was 30 miles back. The numbers were climbing steadily, like they should. My headlights rolled over the cracked edge line. My hands were steady on the wheel. I was not turning around. The map on my phone gave up entirely and became a blank grid with a pulsing dot that wouldn't settle. When I tried to bring up coordinates, the fields filled with zeros, then letters, then nothing at all. The compass icon spun like a toy top. I pulled over as much as I could, tires crunching on gravel. The forest swallowed the sound of my engine. For a few seconds I just sat and listened, expecting to hear another car, a distant dog, anything that proved the world was still behaving normally. Nothing answered. The night felt padded. I got out and walked a few steps toward the ditch. The cold hit me with clean force, clearing the stale car smell from my nose. The air had that sharp Pennsylvania bite, damp and leaf-heavy even in winter, and somewhere far back in the trees an owl called once and then quit. From outside, the road looked honest. It ran in both directions, disappearing into black between the trunks. The brick building was still there, dark and still. I stared at it long enough that my eyes started trying to invent movement in the shadows. I got back in, locked the doors out of habit, and started driving again. I told myself there were simple explanations. 2 similar buildings. A long curve that made it feel like I'd circled without noticing. A detour I'd missed because the signs were down. Fatigue. That one felt closest to true. I'd been traveling for days living off gas station coffee, and whatever I could eat one-handed. At night your brain reaches for patterns, because patterns are comforting. Maybe I had built this loop in my head. Then the building showed up a third time. I wasn't watching for it, which was almost worse. One moment I was scanning the edge line, and the next that red brick face was there. Exactly where it had been, like the road had folded itself and laid the same stretch down again. My mouth went dry. A prickling started at the base of my neck. The body's quiet way of saying you are not in charge anymore. I looked for proof. I looked for a different angle of the fence, a different scar on the asphalt, a different tree. But the details matched in ways they shouldn't. On the fence, a strip of pale plastic fluttered from a torn spot, catching my headlights like a small flag. On the building's second floor, one window had a jagged corner missing, a black bite mark in the glass. I remembered that missing corner because it had looked like a tiny broken tooth the first time. The 4th time, I started to feel the loop before I saw it. The air in the car changed. The radio hissed harder even though it was off. The navigation app reopened itself and displayed a route that was just a circle, the line drawn around nothing. When I pressed N, the screen went white, then returned to the same circle. I took the next side road I saw. A narrow cut to the right with no street sign, just two reflective markers like eyes. It wasn't on the map, but I didn't care. I turned onto it fast enough that the tires kicked gravel. The trees closed in tighter. The pavement broke into rough patches. I drove for what felt like a long time, following the road as it climbed and dipped through the woods. No brick building, no fence. My breathing eased. Then the side road fed me back onto the same state road in front of the brick building. There was no intersection, no gentle merge. It was like a splice. 1 second I was on the narrow cut through. The next my headlights washed over that leaning signpost and that sagging fence, and the brick face rose out of the dark like it had been waiting. I hit the brakes hard enough that the seatbelt bit my shoulder. For a moment, I sat with my foot shaking on the pedal, staring at the building, and the panic finally found a place to stand. I tried another option. The next time I saw a gravel driveway, I took it. It led into the trees past a collapsed gate and a line of rusted barrels. I drove until my headlights hit a dead end of brush and a tangle of fallen limbs. I backed up carefully, heart thudding in my throat, and turned around in the narrow space by rocking the car forward and back. When I reached the road again, it was the same road, and the brick building was there, slightly off to my left, as if I'd never left its orbit. My phone began to buzz without notifications, a low angry vibration that made the plastic mount hum. The screen showed time moving backward by minutes, then forward in jumps. I tried calling anyone. The call failed before it rang. Even the emergency option wouldn't connect. The device felt less like a tool and more like a liar. I drove faster. The trees blurred into a dark wall. My headlights tunneled through the night and gave me only what they touched. I expected, irrationally, that speed would tear me free of whatever geometry I was trapped in. I passed a creek, a sharp dip in the road with guardrails that flashed silver. I passed a cluster of mailboxes. I passed a fallen branch half on the shoulder. I passed all the things you pass when you are moving forward. The brick building appeared again, and this time I screamed. Alone in my car, the sound swallowed by upholstery and glass. I tried to mark it. On the next pass, I rolled down my window and tossed out a receipt from a gas station, the long paper fluttering like a pale ribbon into the ditch. On the following pass, I leaned out and threw a plastic bottle. Each time I expected to see my own trash waiting for me, proof that I was crossing the same ground. I never did. The ditch was clean, the shoulder was clean, the fence sagged and the plastic strip fluttered, and the broken window looked like a missing tooth, and there was no sign I had been there before except my memory, and the ache in my hands from gripping the wheel too hard. I pulled over again, this time farther down from the building where the shoulder widened just enough. I shut the engine off. Silence poured in so fast it made my ears ring. My breath sounded too loud. I stared at the dark road ahead, trying to make my mind do something useful besides panic. A thought arrived, simple and ugly. Maybe this isn't a road problem. Maybe it's an area, a radius, a boundary you can cross in every direction except the one that lets you leave. I couldn't prove it, but the feeling of it settled over everything, heavy as the night air. I started the car and drove again, slower now, listening. Not for ghosts or voices or anything dramatic, just for the normal world. A distant engine, a dog, wind in the branches, something that would tell me I was still on a map that made sense. When the building came again, I didn't slam the brakes. I rolled past it at a crawl, eyes on the fence, the signpost, the broken window. I watched the shadows around the doorway. Nothing moved. The place was static, indifferent, like a landmark in a diorama. I kept going anyway, because stopping felt like giving it what it wanted. The road stretched out in front of me, black and empty, and for a few minutes it almost convinced me I had broken free. My phone's map steadied long enough to show a dot on a blank background, with no road names, no towns, no grid. The dot trembled as if it were cold. Then, far ahead, my headlights caught a rise, and the faint red of brick. I don't know how many times I went around after that. I lost my sense of hours. The clock on the dash became meaningless when the phone disagreed, and my own body started to feel untethered. At some point, fatigue blurred the edges of fear into something like numbness. I realized that if the loop was real, panic wasn't going to punch a hole through it. On one pass, I noticed something I hadn't before, a narrow strip of asphalt continuing past the building's drive. Not quite a side road, more like an access lane, almost hidden by weeds. I had ignored it because it looked like it led straight into the fenced property. That night, everything looked like it led nowhere, and still I was driving. I turned onto it. The lane narrowed immediately, cracked and littered with twigs. My headlights swept over the fence at close range, the metal links shining like wet scales. The building loomed higher, close enough that I could see the texture of the bricks, the dark stains where water had run for years. I expected the lane to dead end at a padlock or a barricade. Instead, it curved behind the building. For the first time, the brick face disappeared from view. Trees opened up beyond the back corner, and the lane dipped down toward a low area where fog clung to the ground like breath. My phone went black. Not dead, not off, just black, as if the screen had become a piece of dark glass. I kept driving. The lane grew rougher. I felt every stone through the tires. The fog thickened until it filled the beams, turning my headlights into two pale cones in milk. My hands were sweating inside my sleeves. I told myself not to look in the rearview mirror, but I did anyway. The building was gone, not hidden by fog. Gone. The lane met another road, wider, with fresh paint on the lines, and a reflective sign that actually had a name on it. I didn't recognize the name, but it was a real sign, clean and upright. I turned onto the new road and drove until I saw a distant wash of sodium lights, and then, finally, the familiar shape of a highway on-ramp. I didn't stop until I reached a rest area with other cars, where the light hummed overhead and the air smelled like diesel and coffee. I sat there with my engine idling, watching people walk in and out of the building, as if the world had never bent. My phone restarted on its own, and placed me in a spot that made no sense compared to the route I had been following. There was no gap in the map where the loop should have been, no missing town, no warning. I still travel. I still drive at night sometimes. But when a road feels too empty and the trees press too close, I keep my eyes moving, scanning for the first hint of red brick, and I don't trust any line on a screen the way I used to. In my notebook, I wrote one line at the top, before I even parked. I didn't know why I did it. Maybe because the town felt like a place where you needed proof you'd been there, even if the proof meant nothing to anyone else. I arrived on a bright Monday with low clouds snagging on the water tower, and a smear of wet snow along the curbs. The town map on my phone loaded in pieces, like it was embarrassed to show me too much at once. I had come for a pattern. 3 disappearances over 14 months, all within the same 2-mile radius, all officially unresolved, all with families who stopped answering calls after the first week. I'm a researcher by trade, which sounds cleaner than it is. Most of what I do is ask questions nobody enjoys, and then write down the ways they avoid answering. The main street looked like any other, a library with a mural, a diner with cracked vinyl booths, a small park with a war memorial, and a flag that snapped in the wind. People moved around with the cautious efficiency of winter, heads down, hands in pockets, grocery bags swinging. Nothing about them screamed conspiracy. If anything, they looked tired. Inside the public library, the air was warm and smelled faintly of copier toner and old bindings. I asked to see local papers on microfilm and any public notices related to missing persons. The librarian's smile stayed on her face, while her eyes shifted to the side, not toward me but past me, as if there was a rule posted on the wall behind my shoulder. She guided me to the machine without speaking, tapping a finger once on the laminated instruction sheet and then walking away with a speed that was almost polite. When I scrolled to the months I'd flagged, the newspaper pages loaded with events that were too normal. Holiday parades, a bake sale, a high school playoff run. The disappearances were there, but the articles were thin, oddly phrased. and each ended with the same sentence about no known danger to the public. I printed one article. The name in the headline was wrong, not misspelled wrong. The date, the photo, the street where the person was last seen, all matched the notes I'd pulled from state databases before I drove in. But the name was someone else entirely. A neat substitution that made the story slide off my research like oil. I printed a second article from a different week. That name was wrong too. I looked up at the rows of computers. A man at the far end was watching me over his monitor. Not openly, but with the practiced glance of someone checking a clock. When I met his eyes, he lowered his gaze and began typing, shoulders hunched as if my attention had made him feel exposed. At a terminal near the window, I searched the county clerk's online index. One of the missing people had owned a small business. Their business registration should have been there. The search returned nothing. I widened the filters, removed the year, tried just the street address. Still nothing. It was like the entry had never existed. I went outside, stood under the library awning, and called a number I had for a regional records office. My reception flickered between one bar and none. The call dropped twice. On the third attempt, it connected long enough for me to hear ringing and then a hollow click. In the diner, the coffee was hot and tasted like it had been on the burner too long. The lunch crowd came in waves. I chose a booth where I could see the door and asked the server casually if she'd lived here long. She nodded. I asked if she remembered the missing person from the article. Only the last name, testing whether the wrong name would stick in her memory too. The change in the room wasn't dramatic. No one turned, no one stared. It was worse than that. Two conversations nearby thinned out and then stopped. A couple at the counter paid quickly. A man in a work jacket stood, left half his sandwich and walked out into the sleet without pulling his hood up. The server's face didn't change, but she stopped holding my gaze. She wiped a spot on the table that was already clean and said, in a voice that held no information, that people moved away sometimes. Then she slid my check onto the table even though I hadn't asked for it. I tried the park next, the kind with a gazebo and a bulletin board. The board was a collage of normal life, lost cat, piano lessons, a notice about a blood drive. I took a photo of it for my records, then noticed something I hadn't seen at first. There were faint rectangles where flyers had been removed, not torn down, peeled carefully. In the center of one rectangle, a staple still clung to the cork like a small bent tooth. A woman walking a dog passed near me. I asked if she knew where the town offices were, and she pointed without speaking. Her dog pulled at the leash, but her grip stayed tight. When I thanked her, she gave a quick small nod and crossed the street mid-block to avoid me. Town offices sat behind the fire station. The lobby had plastic chairs, a rack of forms, a framed photo of the mayor smiling too brightly. I asked for public access to missing persons reports, incident numbers, anything that matched the dates I had. The clerk, a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache, listened to my request with the blank patience of someone waiting for a storm to pass. He printed a single page, slid it across the counter and tapped it with one finger. The page listed the 3 cases, but the details had been sanded down. Locations were generalized. Times were rounded. The names were the same wrong ones I'd seen in the microfilm. Consistent, coordinated. In the margin, someone had handwritten a note in tidy block letters. Duplicate entry. EC archive. Can I see the archive? I asked. The clerk stood up, walked to a back door, opened it, and spoke to someone I couldn't see. He didn't say my question out loud. He didn't say anything I could hear at all. Then he came back, sat down, and slid the page closer to me like he wanted it gone. His hands were steady. His voice, when he finally used it, was controlled and soft. The archive was not available to the public. I left the building with the sense that I'd been gently pushed out without anyone ever touching me. That afternoon, I drove to the addresses connected to the missing people, last known locations, workplaces, places they'd been seen. Each site was ordinary in a way that felt rehearsed. A storefront with new paint and no sign of the old business. A rental house with fresh numbers on the mailbox. A stretch of road where the shoulder had been recently graveled. as if someone had smoothed over tire marks that had never existed. At one intersection, there was a small convenience store with a glass door that chimed when customers entered. I bought a bottle of water and asked the man behind the counter if he knew the previous owner. His eyes flicked toward the security camera above the register. He set my change down carefully, one coin at a time, and then he turned his body slightly sideways, presenting me with his shoulder instead of his face. The meaning was clear without words. The conversation was over. When I stayed a moment too long, he walked to the back room and I heard the latch click. Outside, my car's windshield had been marked. Not vandalized, no scratches, no paint, just a single wet handprint, perfectly centered on the driver's side, fingers spread wide as if someone had pressed their palm there to feel the cold glass. The print slowly slid downward in the sleet until it disappeared. I checked my door handles. I checked under the car. I told myself it could have been any passerby, any kid. I heard my own thoughts making excuses before I even finished forming them. By early evening, my phone had stopped showing the town name in the location bar. It only said no service, even when I stood in the middle of Main Street under a streetlight. The lights came on one by one, casting pools of pale yellow on wet asphalt. The town grew quieter, not because people were asleep, but because they withdrew. Curtains drew, doors shut. Cars that had been parked along the curb were gone, leaving empty spaces that looked like missing teeth. I went back to the library before it closed, hoping the computers would still let me access the county index. The doors were locked 10 minutes early. The lights inside were off. But as I stood there, my breath fogging the glass, I saw a glow in one back corner, blue-white like a monitor left on. Someone was still inside. I knocked once. Not hard. I waited. The glow moved, then disappeared. Footsteps crossed the carpet silently. The shadow of a person passed behind the frosted panel of the staff door, paused, and then retreated. No locks clicked, no voices. The building stayed shut and dark, as if it had never been open at all. In my car, I opened the folder where I'd saved my documents and photos. Some of the files wouldn't load. A few showed as blank thumbnails. The printed articles on the passenger seat were still there, but when I looked closer, the ink seemed lighter than it had been that morning, as if the paper was slowly forgetting what it had been asked to hold. I drove to the edge of town, to a turnout near a field where a row of bare trees bent in the wind. I wanted distance, signal, perspective. I wanted the clean relief of leaving. At the last traffic light, a patrol car sat idling. The officer didn't pull out. He didn't wave me down. He didn't do anything that would count as an official interaction. He just watched from behind his windshield, the dashboard lights painting his face green and hollow. I felt the weight of his attention like a hand between my shoulder blades. Not pushing, not stopping, guiding. The moment I crossed the town line, my phone buzzed with notifications. Emails arrived in a rush. A voicemail from the regional office popped up, time-stamped an hour earlier, even though my phone had been dead silent then. I played it, and heard only quiet breathing and the faint squeak of a chair. Back at my motel in the next county over, I spread my notes on the bed. I lined up the wrong names from the library articles with the wrong names from the town clerk's page. They matched perfectly. Someone had rewritten the town's memory in ink in databases and the practiced muscles of people's faces. It wasn't one person. It couldn't be. It was too smooth, too thorough, too quietly shared. I wrote a summary report anyway. I sent copies to 2 colleagues and a journalist I trusted. By morning, one colleague replied with a single line. The attachments were corrupted. The journalist's email bounced back with an error message telling me the address didn't exist. When I checked my own sent folder, the emails weren't there. My report file opened on my laptop, but the names I'd typed had changed. Not scrambled, not deleted, replaced, like the newspaper headlines. The cursor blinked at the end of a paragraph that now insisted no one was missing, that I'd misread the data, that I should correct my notes for accuracy. I stared at the screen until my eyes watered. Then I closed the laptop and looked at my hands on the blanket, the creases in my knuckles, the thin line of paper dust on my thumb from the microfilm printouts. Proof of contact, proof of friction, The town had a policy of total silence, but it wasn't only spoken silence. It was administrative, digital, social, a silence maintained with exits and empty looks, and doors locked 10 minutes early. The secret didn't need threats. It had something easier, a whole community trained to deny, and to make denial feel like the only polite way to live. I never found out what happened to the missing people. I can't even say that sentence without feeling the ground shift under it, as if the language itself is on their side. All I have left is a handful of fading printouts, and the memory of a wet handprint sliding down my windshield in the sleet, disappearing as if it had never been there. I put my shoulder into the basement door, because the latch wouldn't take a key anymore. The brass had gone soft with age, the kind of tired metal that looks sturdy until you ask it to do anything real. The frame gave with a dry complaint, and a puff of air rolled out that didn't belong to the house above. Cooler, stale, and faintly sweet, like paper left too long in a drawer. Daylight followed me down the concrete steps in a thin slant, and I remember thinking, with a plain kind of annoyance, that I'd finally found where the old smell was coming from. I live in the south wing of a converted row of miners' cottages, the kind built to last just long enough for a company to get its money back. Most of the old cells under these places were bricked up when the neighborhood got plumbing. Mine had always been sealed, according to the landlord's shrug, and I'd taken that as a challenge the way I take most things. I'm not a cop, not a historian. I do insurance investigations, water losses, structural claims, the slow, unglamorous work of proving what happened. I've seen what time does to wood and nails and wiring. I know the difference between neglect and sabotage. That's why what I found under my own floor still doesn't fit in my head. The passage behind the door wasn't a proper basement. It was a corridor cut into packed earth, faced with rough stone that had been mortared and then forgotten. Someone had installed a bulb on a wire at some point, but it hung dead and dusty. The only light was what I carried in, and what the sun lent me from the top of the stairs. I stepped carefully, one hand on the wall, feeling the grit come off on my fingertips. The air got heavier the farther I went, as if the corridor led not just below ground, but away from current time. At the end was a second door, thicker, framed in iron, the sort of thing you'd put on a cold storage room. It had no knob. A bar ran across it, and the bar was pinned in place with a cotter that had been hammered flat. Someone had wanted it to stay shut. The iron showed a bloom of orange, but it wasn't rotten through. I worked the cotter with the tip of a screwdriver until it lifted enough to grab. It squealed when it moved. The sound carried strangely, not echoing, just stretching, like a rubber band pulled too far. When the bar finally came free, I expected a rush of air, a slap of dust. Instead, the door opened like it had been oiled yesterday. It swung inward without weight, and my flashlight beam slid into a room that should not have been there. From the corridor, the space looked like a square storage room, maybe 8 feet by 8, the kind of footprint you can guess by how a house sits. But the light didn't find a back wall where it should have. It kept going, crossing old furniture, climbing shelves, and stopping on another door far in, a door that had no right to exist under my property line. The smell changed as soon as I stepped over the threshold. Not mold, not rot, dryness, old dryness, like the inside of a piano that hasn't been opened in 100 years. The floorboards were laid tight, tongue in groove, but they had bowed and splintered, as if they'd weathered seasons of heat and cold. A chair lay on its side, the legs splayed, the wood flaked to soft layers. Paper had been everywhere once. Now it was mostly a gray drift along the corners, broken down to what looked like lint and ash. When I brushed a fingertip over a sheet on a table, it collapsed without resistance, turning to powder that clung to my skin. The table itself was wrong. Not the style, simple, square, but the way it had aged. I've lifted soaked claim files out of flooded cabinets, watched glue fail and veneers peel. This was beyond that. The table's surface had checked into a map of cracks so fine they seemed drawn in pencil, and the edges were rounded as if they'd been handled for generations. The chair upholstery, what remained of it, was no longer fabric. It was a brittle skin that split when my light warmed it. I crouched and picked up a piece of paper from a thicker pile near the wall. It was heavier than it should have been, like parchment, and when I tried to flex it, it broke clean in two. The break left a dark line, as if the fibers had been replaced by something else. My mouth felt dry. My brain tried to file the observation under humidity and poor ventilation, but my eyes kept dragging across the room, counting all the ways it didn't match the idea of a room locked for decades. On the left wall, a set of shelves held glass jars. Most were empty, their corks crumbled and fallen inside. A few still had something like seeds in them, shriveled black beads. The labels were handwritten, but the ink had faded to the color of old rain. Some jars had collapsed inward, the glass stressed and webbed with fine cracks. It's hard to describe glass aging like that in a sealed room. It looked tired. I took out my tape measure. Habit. I anchored one end at the threshold and walked it straight to the nearest wall. The distance came up a little over 12 feet. That made no sense given the outside footprint. I checked again, pulling the tape tight, making sure it wasn't snagging. 12 feet. I turned 90 degrees and measured across. 11.5. I stood there and did the mental map of my house above. Kitchen, stairwell, my office, the shared wall with the adjacent unit. There wasn't space for this. There wasn't space for half of this. I walked farther in, because the only way to make a lie sit still is to touch it from every angle. My flashlight beam swept over a second table, a cot, a trunk. The cot's blanket had the same dry collapse as the paper thread, turning to dust that fell in slow sprinkling when the air moved. The trunk's metal fittings were green with corrosion so advanced it looked fossilized. The hinges had sunk into the wood as if the wood had softened around them over centuries and then hardened again. The far door stood in a wall that my tape measure said was more than 20 feet from the corridor threshold. There was no way I could go upstairs and stand in my living room and step it out. There was a garden path and then my neighbor's foundation. The idea of this room pushed against that reality like a thumb under a bruise. I found a chalk line on the floor near the cot, snapped once across the boards. At first I thought it was just discoloration. Then my light caught the particles and I realized it was chalk, ground into the grain. Someone had used the space like a workroom. On the second table, under a layer of gray dust, were shapes that might have been tools. Dark shadows where metal had once rested, now gone or eaten away. That's when I saw the notebook. It was a thin ledger, black cover, tucked partly under the table's lip. The cover was warped but intact enough to lift. When I brought it into the beam, the spine shed a small cascade of powder. I held it like it might bite. The first pages crumbled when I tried to separate them. Under the ruined top layer, a few sheets still held ink, though the lines had bled and turned faint. I could make out dates at the top of one page, written in a neat hand. The year was wrong. Not a decade wrong. Not even a century wrong. It was written as if it was ordinary to be living in a time I'd only ever seen in museum placards. My pulse climbed with a dumb physical insistence, the way it does when a claim goes from annoying to something I'll have to explain to someone with a title. I sat back on my heels and stared at that ink until it stopped being letters and became just marks. There was a line in the margin, a tiny note that looked like an internal reference, the kind of thing you'd write to yourself if you were building a file. It made me think of my own casework, my own habit of tagging photos and keeping logs. I did something that feels embarrassing now, but it was the only way I could keep my hand steady. I wrote in my phone's notes. I told myself it was a marker, a way to keep this from slipping into dream logic later. I checked the far door. It had a simple latch, no lock. The wood was thicker than the first door, darker, and it carried the same impossible age. Grain raised, surface worn, smooth in spots as if hands had passed there again and again. I pressed my ear against it. I heard nothing, but the silence had depth, like a room with heavy drapes. I should have left. That's the line people want in a story like this. I should have left, and I didn't. The truth is more ordinary. I thought about my ceiling upstairs. I thought about the shared wall. I thought about permits and hidden crawl spaces. and the way old neighborhoods swallow their mistakes. I thought briefly about squatters. Then I lifted the latch. The door opened onto a short hallway lit by my flashlight, and the hallway opened onto another room. That second room was brighter. Not in light, but in color. There were tiles on the floor, pale and patterned, and on one wall a mirror still hung, its surface foxed but reflective. A sink sat beneath it, porcelain stained with a ring where water had once stood. If the first room had felt like the inside of an antique book, this one felt like a place someone had lived in and stepped away from for an afternoon. But the air was the same old dryness, and the decay was the same exaggerated time. I stepped in. The tiles were slick with dust. My foot slid and I caught myself on the sink. The porcelain gave a small crack under my palm, and that crack ran farther than it should have, spidering out fast, as if the material had been waiting for a reason to fail. In the mirror, my face looked thin and pale in the beam. Behind me, the dark doorway back to the first room seemed farther away than it had a moment ago. I turned. I took one step back. The doorway was not where it should have been. It was still there, but it was set deeper into the wall. The frame recessed as if the plaster had thickened around it. My flashlight beam didn't reach the corridor beyond it. It swallowed the light like a throat. I didn't run. I didn't shout. I backed up slowly, palm out, the way you do when you're testing whether a dog will bite. The air felt denser with each inch, not colder, just heavier. My ears filled with a pressure that made swallowing hard. I tried to hold the shape of my house in my head, the stairs, the basement door, the kitchen above, but it slid around like a map drawn on damp paper. I forced myself forward. One careful step, then another. The tiles didn't creak. The sink didn't drip. Nothing in that room acknowledged me. The doorway, as I approached, seemed to accept the idea of being a doorway again. The frame becoming shallower, the edges more familiar. I crossed through into the first room, and the air changed at once, back to paper and wood and dust. I didn't linger. I walked fast to the threshold, the flashlight beam bouncing across the collapsed cot, and the dead jars, and the pale drift of paper. The tape measure lay slack where I'd dropped it, the metal hook glinting. I grabbed it and didn't bother retracting it. I just carried it like a leash. At the iron-framed door, I threw myself through and yanked it shut behind me. The corridor felt suddenly narrow, honest like a normal underground passage. I shoved the bar back in place and hammered the cotter flat with the handle of my screwdriver until my hand stung. Upstairs, the daylight in my kitchen looked too clean. I stood at the top of the stairs and listened to the house settle. Water pipes clicked softly. A car passed outside. Everything worked the way it was supposed to. Later, with the sun still up, I went out back and measured the foundation line against the garden fence. I paced the length of the wing. I checked the property map online. I compared the measurements to the tape that still had dust on it. There was no extra space. There was no hidden annex. There was no practical way for a room that large to exist under my floor, and certainly no way for it to contain the kind of decay that looked like time had been poured into it and left to soak. I didn't call anyone. I didn't report it. I've made too many reports in my life to mistake what happens when you put something impossible into a system designed to grind it into paper. I set a heavy cabinet in front of the basement door. I told myself it was temporary. Sometimes, in the middle of the day, I catch a faint sweetness in the air near the stairwell, like paper in an old drawer. It's never strong, it's always gone when I try to find it. And once, when the house was quiet, and the sun was bright enough to make the dust in my living room look like snow, I heard a thin squeal under the floorboards, metal against metal, drawn out like a rubber band pulled too far, as if something down there had decided to test the bar again. I was rinsing a mug at the sink when the lights went out so cleanly it felt like someone had pinched the house between two fingers. The radio stopped mid-weather report. The fridge hummed down into silence. For a second I stood there with my hands in soapy water, listening for the usual rural night sounds to fill in the gap. The far dogs, the highway a few miles off, the steady insect noise. But the sudden absence of artificial light made my own breathing too loud. My place sits on a straight residential street where every porch light is a small landmark. You can tell who's awake, who's watching TV, who forgot to switch their lamp off. That night, all of it vanished at once. No porch bulbs, no living room glow behind curtains. The little amber dot of my neighbor's motion light across the way went dead too. It wasn't a storm. The air was still. The sky was clear enough that the stars looked sharp, like they'd been scrubbed. I dried my hands on my jeans and went to the front window out of habit, like checking the road would explain the outage. I expected to see the usual. A dark street, maybe one distant house still lit if their breaker hadn't tripped. Instead, I saw nothing at first, because my eyes hadn't adjusted. The glass turned the room into a black mirror. I leaned closer and cupped my hands against the pane. That's when I noticed the figure. It was standing on the sidewalk across from my yard, a few feet off the edge of my gravel driveway, where the streetlight normally throws a cone of yellow. With the light gone, it was only a shape made by starlight and the faint silver of the road. It stood perfectly still, not even the slight sway you'd expect from someone shifting their weight. It wasn't near a car. It wasn't walking a dog. It wasn't holding a phone up to their face. My first thought was that it was a neighbor out checking their breaker, and I felt a brief, stupid relief. Then my eyes adjusted more, and the relief slid out from under me. It was too tall. I don't mean tall guy in a hoodie tall. I mean the top of it rose above the line where the telephone wires cut across the street. The proportions were wrong, like someone had taken a person and stretched them without widening anything. Its arms hung down long and straight, and the legs looked narrow as fence posts. It had a head, but it didn't have the roundness of hair or a hat. It was more like a taper, an idea of a head, at the top of an impossibly thin column. I couldn't make out a face. I couldn't even be sure it was facing me until I realized something else. It was positioned directly in line with my front window, as if it had chosen that exact spot. The hair rose on my arms, and I did what I always do when something feels off. I tried to give it a reasonable name, a trick of darkness, a mailbox post, a shadow from a tree, but it was on the sidewalk where there is nothing that tall, nothing that thin, and the shape was clean, deliberate, uninterrupted by branches or signs. I backed away from the window, slow, keeping my eyes on it. My house felt suddenly too open, too full of glass. I reached for my phone and realized, with a small jolt of annoyance, that I was down to one bar, because the service out here always gets worse when the power cuts. I tried anyway. The screen lit my palm. No signal. I turned off the phone light immediately. The last thing I wanted was to announce exactly where I was inside my own house. In the dark, I could hear my own place settling, the tick of cooling metal from the stove, a faint drip from the faucet I hadn't closed all the way. Nothing else. No cars. No voices. It was like the whole street had become a held breath. I went back to the window without meaning to. I told myself I was checking if it had moved. It hadn't. It was still there, a vertical line against the faintly lighter background of the road. I stared until my eyes watered. I watched for any sign of clothing catching wind, any movement of shoulders, any shift. There was nothing. And then, from the right side of the street, a porch door opened somewhere. A rectangle of darkness shifted, and a small beam of a flashlight swept across a yard. It was Mr. Larkin 2 houses down. I knew his gait even in the dark. He walked onto his porch, the flashlight bobbing in his hand, and the beam swung toward the road. It landed on the figure. The light didn't illuminate it the way it should have. It didn't reveal fabric or skin. It just made the outline sharper, like drawing a thicker line around it. The beam held there, trembling. Mr. Larkin's posture changed. His shoulders went up. He took a step backward, and the flashlight beam dropped. His porch door shut hard enough that I heard it from inside my own house. That did more to me than the sight itself. If it had been a prank or a neighbor, he would have called out, he would have laughed. He would have walked down and asked what the problem was. Instead, he vanished. A few moments later, another light flickered on. Not a porch bulb, but a phone screen or small flashlight in a window across the street. Someone else was looking. It moved erratically, stopped, then snapped off. The street stayed dark. The figure waited. I don't know how long I stood there with my forehead nearly touching the cold glass. Time in a blackout stretches and folds. Minutes feel like an hour until something happens. And then an hour feels like seconds. Something did happen. The figure moved without walking. One moment, it was across the street. The next moment, it was closer. Standing at the edge of my yard, where my grass meets the gravel, there was no visible step, no swing of limbs, no crossing of distance. It was simply nearer, as if it had been placed there. The height became clearer against my fence. It was taller than the fence posts by a full stretch. My stomach went hollow. My front window suddenly felt like a mistake I'd paid for. I could see the outline of its arms now, still hanging, still too long. It remained perfectly still again, like it had never moved at all. I backed away and reached for the hallway light by reflex, a dead switch under my fingers. That reflex made me angry, like my own body was betraying me with useless habits. I forced myself to breathe through my nose, to keep quiet. I locked the front door, even though the lock was already turned. I checked it again. The metal was cold and firm. I went to the kitchen, grabbed the heavy flashlight I keep in a drawer, and held it without turning it on. The weight helped. It made me feel like I had something real in my hands. When I returned to the front window, the figure was closer still, standing at the foot of my porch steps. It had not made a sound. It was close enough that the glass reflected it faintly, a darker shadow within the darkness. Up close, its thinness was worse. It didn't have the gentle irregularity of a body under clothing. It was straight, like a pole that had learned to imitate a person. The head shape was wrong, too small for the height. If it had shoulders, they were narrow. If it had hands, they were lost in the black at the ends of arms, that fell far lower than any humans would, and it was angled toward my window, not toward my door, toward the glass, toward me. My throat tightened. I didn't shout, I didn't call out, I didn't move, because every part of me felt like movement would make it move again. Then the tapping began. It wasn't the random ping of a moth. It wasn't the scattered rattle of a branch. It was a sequence. Deliberate, rhythmic, repetitive. The same pattern repeated over and over against the window pane, like knuckles on glass. Tap, 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 tap. A pause, then again. Tap, 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 tap. The sound vibrated through the frame into the wall. It felt intimate in the worst way, like a stranger's fingers on my skin. The glass between us was suddenly not protection, just a thin, clear membrane. I lifted the flashlight, my hand shaking, and flicked it on. The beam hit the window and bounced back, blinding me with glare for a heartbeat. I angled it down and then up, catching the space outside in a slanted cone. The light showed nothing. No face, no eyes, no texture. It should have thrown a shadow on the porch railing, on the steps, on the ground. It didn't. The figure's outline did not bloom into detail. It stayed a shape, a dark absence that swallowed the light, and the tapping continued at the same patient tempo. I shut the flashlight off, more afraid of announcing myself than of seeing. The tapping didn't stop. Across the street, someone's car alarm chirped once and died, like a weak animal. A door opened farther down. A voice rose, muffled, urgent, and then cut off. I imagined curtains parting, phone screens glowing and being snapped dark again. I imagined people crouched in their kitchens the way I was, holding useless objects and wondering if they were the only ones seeing it. The tapping shifted slightly, moving along the glass, still in that same pattern, as if it was testing the window, learning where I stood behind it. Tap, 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 tap. I pressed my back to the wall beside the window, trying to make myself smaller, trying to take my breath out of the air. The house felt too quiet. The street felt emptied. The dark felt thick enough to touch. The tapping stopped. For a long moment, there was nothing but the distant, nervous movement of other people in their houses. Then, close to my ear through the glass, there was a single slow scrape like a fingertip dragged lightly along the pane. I did not look. I stayed with my cheek against the wall, my eyes fixed on the corner of the room. waiting for the sound of a footstep, a door handle, anything that belonged to normal life. Behind my closed eyelids, I could still see the shape of it, upright and patient, occupying the space that belonged to my porch. When the power finally returned, it didn't come back smoothly. The lights flickered, stuttered, then surged bright enough to make my eyes ache. The fridge kicked on with a harsh grind. Somewhere down the street, porch lights snapped alive one after another, like a row of eyes opening. I turned my head toward the window because I couldn't stop myself. The porch was empty. No footprints in the frost-thin dew on the steps. No movement on the sidewalk. Just my own reflection in the harsh, normal rectangle of my lit living room. The next morning, my neighbor Mrs. Dyer met me at the mailbox without saying hello. Her face looked pinched, like she'd been holding something in her mouth all night. She asked if my power had gone out too. I told her it had. She stared past me at my porch as if she expected it to still be there in daylight. Down the street, Mr. Larkin's porch door had a new crack in the frame, like it had been slammed too hard. People lingered outside longer than usual. Nobody called it anything. Nobody described it in full, but the way they looked at each other, quick and searching, told me I wasn't the only one who had stood in the dark and watched something stand perfectly still and then come closer when the lights failed. That night, even with every lamp on in my house, I kept seeing my front window as a thin place, a surface that could be touched from the other side. I pulled the curtains tight. I checked the lock twice. I left the flashlight on the table where my hand could find it without looking. And when the street went quiet, I listened for a sound I can't forget. The patient pattern that proved it knew exactly where I was inside my own home. The first time I noticed it, I was carrying a basket of warm laundry down the hall and trying not to drop a sock trail behind me. The house was quiet in that midday way, when the heater clicks on and off, and you can hear the refrigerator shifting into a new hum. My dog Milo trotted ahead like he always did, nails tapping, nose working the air as if the hallway itself had a scent map only he could read. He reached the doorway to the spare room and stopped so hard his shoulders jolted. His ears went flat. The fur along his back lifted in a jagged line. I'd only ever seen at the vet when another dog got too close. He stared into the room into nothing I could see, and began to tremble. Milo. I set the laundry down and took a step toward him. He didn't look at me. He leaned away from the doorway as if the air on that threshold had teeth. Then he backed up, slow and stiff, until his rump bumped my shin. A low sound came from him, not quite a growl, more like a warning that had nowhere to go. When I tried to coax him forward with a hand on his collar, he braced. All his weight sank into his paws, and he refused to move, eyes fixed on the empty corner beside the closet. It was a normal room. Beige carpet, a folding table I used for wrapping presents, a bookshelf with old paperbacks, the curtains drawn halfway because the afternoon sun bleached the spines. No noise, no smell I could detect, no reason for that kind of fear. I did what people do when they're embarrassed by their own unease. I laughed once under my breath and told myself he'd heard something in the wall. A mouse, pipes settling. I tugged the curtains open, checking the window lock, then walked the perimeter like I was inspecting a hotel room. Nothing. Milo stayed in the hall, pressed to my calf, staring past me. The next day, he wouldn't even come down the hall. He planted himself at the kitchen entrance and watched me walk away with the tense patience of a dog, waiting for thunder. When I called him, he made a small whining sound and turned his head, refusing to look at the corridor that led to the spare room. Over the next week, it became a pattern. If I so much as brushed the spare room's doorframe with a vacuum, Milo would flee to the living room and wedge himself behind the couch where the dust bunnies lived. At night, he started sleeping in our bedroom again, something he hadn't done since he was a puppy. If I got up to use the bathroom, he followed, body low, scanning the dark hallway and then steering me back toward the bedroom with gentle pressure against my knee. I tried to be practical. I checked the smoke detectors. I looked for mold. I pulled the vent cover and shined a flashlight down the ducts. The air smelled like dust and metal, nothing more. I set traps for mice and caught nothing but my own impatience. I had the furnace serviced early. The technician told me everything looked fine and left muddy boot prints on my welcome mat. Milo didn't care about any of it. He cared about that room. One afternoon, I decided to stop guessing and start measuring. I dug an old infrared thermometer out of the junk drawer, the kind you point at a surface to see if a pan is hot or the freezer is cold enough. I bought it during a brief phase when I thought I would become the kind of person who calibrated their cooking. It still worked. I tested it on my coffee mug. It read what it should. Then I stood in the hallway and pointed it at the spare room's carpet. The temperature dropped on the display as if the numbers were stepping down a staircase. Hallway carpet, 71. Inside the doorway, 65. The far corner by the closet, 58. I frowned and took a slow step in, feeling ridiculous. The thermometer held out like a tiny weapon. The air on my face felt the same, but my forearms prickled. I aimed at the wall, the baseboard, the closet door. Everything in that corner read colder than it should, as if a patch of winter had been pasted there. I checked the vent. The vent air was warm, normal. I checked the window glass. It wasn't colder than the rest of the house. I moved the bookshelf away from the wall, expecting to find a draft, a gap, something. The reading stayed stubbornly low in the same rectangle of space on the floor and up the corner of the wall. Milo watched from the hallway, silent, head low. He refused to cross the threshold. His paws crept forward an inch at a time until his nails touched the wood strip under the door, and then he recoiled as if it burned. He didn't bark, he didn't growl. He just stared with the concentrated fear of an animal that knows exactly where not to step. I emailed myself photos of the thermometer display because I wanted proof I wasn't imagining it. I even wrote down the times and readings in a notebook, the way you do when you're trying to convince yourself it's science and not superstition. I later printed that page out and kept it folded in the back of the notebook like a receipt I couldn't throw away. The cold spot didn't stay constant. In the mornings, it was mild, only a few degrees below the rest of the room. In the late afternoon, it deepened. At night, especially after the house went still and the lights were off, it became something else. I would stand in the doorway and watch the numbers fall, my breath quiet, the screen glowing pale green, 55, 52. Once, at 2:13 a.m., it hit 47. I began to dread the spare room without wanting to admit it. I stopped using it for anything that required me to linger. Wrapping paper and scissors moved to the dining table. The folding table stayed closed. If I needed a book from the shelf, I'd step in quickly, grab it and step back out, like the room was a porch in a rainstorm. The worst part was how narrow the cold felt. It wasn't the whole room, it wasn't even half. It was a localized patch, as if something in that corner was absorbing heat on contact. I tried to debunk it. I shut the vent and left it closed for a day. No change. I opened the curtains and let sunlight pour in. The carpet warmed under the sunbeam, but the corner reading stayed low, like the sunlight avoided it by accident. I brought a small oscillating fan in and aimed it at the corner, hoping to stir the air, break whatever pocket was forming. The fan pushed warm air across the carpet, and yet the thermometer still read cold in that same place, even as the air moved. The next day, Milo refused to enter the hallway at all, and I found him in the bathroom with his head pressed against the tub, trembling as if the fan had somehow made things worse. My neighbor came over one evening when I mentioned it casually during a fence line conversation. He was a retired electrician and the kind of person who enjoyed solving problems more than making small talk. I told him I thought there might be a draft in the wall. He brought a flashlight and a no-nonsense attitude into my house like a tool belt. He didn't bring any special equipment, just his eyes and hands. He checked the outlet near the closet. He checked the baseboard, the window casing. He put his palm flat against the wall and stood there, waiting for something to reveal itself. "I don't feel anything," he said finally. And it wasn't dismissive. It was puzzled. I showed him the thermometer readings. He stepped into the room without hesitation. And for a moment, I felt relief, like the presence of another person could dilute whatever had settled there. He aimed the thermometer at the corner and watched the numbers. "That's odd," he said, quieter. He crouched and ran his hand through the carpet fibers. "You got plumbing behind this wall?" "No," I said. "Bathroom's on the other side, but not here." He stood and looked around as if the answer might be taped to the ceiling. Could be insulation missing. Could be a gap to the attic space. "It doesn't change with the weather," I said. "It's colder at night even when the heater's running." He gave me a glance that flickered between concern and the desire not to be dramatic. He suggested I have a contractor check the insulation. He suggested a thermal camera. If I wanted to spend money on certainty, when he left, Milo wouldn't come out from behind the couch for an hour. When he finally did, he walked the perimeter of the living room like he was searching for a way out. Nose pressed to the carpet, ears flattened. He kept circling back to the hallway entrance, staring down it, then retreating. It was as if my neighbor had carried something out of that room on his clothes, or as if the room had noticed it had been observed. That night I woke to Milo standing rigid beside the bed, staring toward the cracked bedroom door. His breath came in quick, shallow pulls. I lay there listening, waiting for a creak, a footstep, the kind of sound that would give me permission to be afraid for a sensible reason. The house was silent. No wind, no pipes, no settling. Milo's stare didn't waver. I got up, more angry than scared, because anger is easier. I walked to the hallway and turned on the light. The spare room door was open. I knew I'd left it shut. I didn't go in. I stood at the threshold, the light from the hallway spilling into the room. The corner by the closet looked the same as it always had. Empty carpet, blank wall, soft shadow. I raised the thermometer. The display blinked alive, and the numbers began to slide downward as if pulled by gravity. 70, 62, 54, 49. Somewhere behind me, Milo made a sound I'd never heard from him before. A thin, pleading whine that rose and broke, as if his throat couldn't hold it. He stayed in the bedroom doorway, refusing to come closer. The hair along his spine stood up so sharply it looked painful. For a few seconds, standing there with that greenlit screen in my hand, I had the clearest sensation that the air in that corner was not empty, not filled with a shape, not occupied by a figure, just not empty, like a space where something had been pressed so long the world remembered the indentation. I shut the spare room door slowly, keeping my eyes on the crack as it narrowed. The moment it clicked into place, Milo turned and hurried back to the bed, climbing onto it without being invited, curling into a tight ball against my legs, as if he could physically anchor himself to me. The next day, I moved a heavy dresser in front of the spare room door. It wasn't a barricade so much as a statement, a way to make the door harder to open accidentally. I told myself it was temporary, until I could get someone out to check the insulation. Weeks passed, I never made the call. The cold spot didn't go away. Sometimes walking past that door, I would feel a brief sting on my knuckles like I'd brushed cold metal. Sometimes I would hear the soft click of the doorknob settling, and my skin would tighten even though I knew old houses made noises. Milo refused to go down that hall at all. If a toy rolled that way, he let it go. If a treat landed near the dresser, he acted like it wasn't there. The hallway became dead space, a strip of house we no longer used. I changed my routines without thinking. I stopped storing anything in the spare room. I stopped opening that door. When friends visited, I steered them away from that end of the house with casual excuses, like the room was messy. Once, someone asked why the dresser was in the hall. I blamed a flooring project I hadn't started. Over time, the spare room became less a room and more a sealed container, a place I pretended didn't exist. The house adjusted around it. So did I. So did Milo, in the only way he could, by redrawing the map of what was safe and never stepping across that invisible line again. Even now, months later when the heater kicks on and the rest of the rooms warm up, there are nights I wake and realize Milo has shifted in his sleep until he's blocking the bedroom door with his body. His ears twitch at things I can't hear. His nose lifts toward the hall. And in the quiet, I picture that spare room behind its barricade, holding its pocket of cold as patiently as a held breath. The first time I saw it, I was standing in my driveway with my trash bin tipped toward the curb, listening for the familiar late-night quiet our street usually settles into. The porch light threw a pale wedge across the asphalt. The rest of the road was black, the kind of black that makes you feel like you're the only lit window in a house full of sleeping rooms. Something moved through that darkness without throwing any light of its own. A car rolled past my place at a careful, almost respectful speed, engine ticking unevenly. It should have been a pair of headlights, a faint wash across mailboxes, the blink of a dashboard. Instead, there was only a low shape sliding along the road, a dull smear of paint catching my porch bulb for half a second. I heard a metallic rattle, like a loose exhaust hanger, and a scrape that made me think of a fender kissing a tire. No lights, not even a dim running lamp. And yet it stayed perfectly centered, as if it could see better than I could. I live in a town that still feels old-fashioned in the worst and best ways. People notice new curtains. People remember what your dad drove. If you're parked wrong at the grocery store, somebody's aunt will mention it before you've crossed the lot. That's why I watched the car until it vanished past the bend by the Johnson's hedges. It was wrong enough that my mind immediately tried to make it right. Kid with busted headlights, somebody coasting home to avoid a ticket, a drunk, something ordinary. Then it came back, not in reverse, not with a turn signal or any indication it had looped around. It simply appeared again from the direction it had just gone, rolling toward me with the same uneven engine note, the same scrape, the same blank face where light should have been. It moved like it belonged on our street, like it had every right to be there, but it also moved like it had no need to follow the rules that kept the rest of us safe. I stepped closer to the curb. I tried to see the driver through the windshield, but the glass reflected my porch bulb back at me. For a moment, the hood caught enough light that I saw a crease in the metal, a dent that ran from the edge toward the center as if it had hit something and been forced to keep going. The front grille was slightly off, one corner lower than the other. The whole car looked like it had been wounded and never properly repaired. As it passed, I did what anyone would do. I pulled my phone out and raised it, aiming for the rear plate. The screen stayed black. Not dead, not dim, just black, as if it refused to show me anything. My thumb hit the side button. Nothing. I tilted it, tapped it, swore under my breath. The car's rear end slipped by with a soft squeal of rubber, and when I looked up, it was already too far, blending into the dark as if the night absorbed it. My phone woke up the second the car disappeared past the hedges. The lock screen glowed like nothing had happened. 2 notifications, weather, a discount alert from a hardware store. Normal. I stood there longer than I needed to, trash bin still angled toward the curb, listening for the engine to return. It didn't. The street went back to being itself, the faint hum of highway far off, a dog turning in its sleep, a wind chime clinking once, and then holding still. The next day, I mentioned it to my neighbor Craig, while we both pretended to examine our mail like it was urgent. Car last night, I said, keeping my voice casual. No headlights. Sounded like it was falling apart. Craig's face did something small and tight before he smoothed it out. What kind? Older sedan. Dark. I couldn't tell. Dent in the hood. He looked down the street toward the Johnson's hedges as if the car might still be there in daylight, parked polite and harmless. You're the third person to say something, he finally answered. My sister saw it by the park. Same thing. No lights. Did she get a plate? Craig gave a short laugh that wasn't amused. She tried. Her camera app froze. Wouldn't open. She's not the type to make that up. That should have been the end of it. A neighborhood oddity we'd shake our heads at and file away. But the car didn't file away. It started showing up in the edges of our routines, like a shadow that learned the shape of our lives. It would coast past the elementary school parking lot after dark, slow enough that security lights should have caught it, and yet people described it as a moving gap in the glow. Someone walking their dog on Maple swore it rolled alongside them for half a block, just matching pace. No lights, no window down, no shout, only the irregular tick-tick of a struggling engine. A high school kid posted about it in our town group, a shaky clip of darkness and street lamps, captioned with a joke about ghosts. The clip cut off mid-pan, as if the phone had been yanked away. Comments piled up fast. Half the town laughed. The other half asked, quietly, if anyone had gotten a plate number yet. That's when the word watching started to float through conversations. Not said outright, but implied in the way people lowered their voices. You'd hear it at the diner when the late crowd came in. Somebody would mention it passing their house twice in 10 minutes. Always at the same speed. Always lingering at the same spot by their mailbox. It wasn't driving like a lost driver. It wasn't circling like a drunk. It was doing something that felt deliberate. My own encounters came close enough together that I stopped telling myself it was coincidence. A week after the first sighting, I woke at 2:13 a.m. to a sound I couldn't place. Not a knock, not a horn. A dry scrape, intermittent, like something dragging and then lifting, dragging and then lifting. I sat up, heart doing its own foolish work, and looked at the dim window across my room. The curtains were parted the width of a finger. I hadn't left them like that. I got up and went to the living room, staying out of the direct line of the front window the way people do when they think they might be watched. The street lamp at the corner washed the road in weak amber. At first I saw nothing, then the car slid into that light. It was stopped across from my house, perfectly aligned with my driveway, as if it had measured itself to my property. Its engine was running, but the sound came and went, a stutter that never fully died. The scrape I'd heard was coming from it, a low grating under the chassis that made my teeth itch. The car's body absorbed the street lamp instead of reflecting it. The windshield looked like a dark screen. I lifted my phone again, already knowing what would happen. This time the phone didn't go black. The camera opened. The screen showed my living room perfectly. The edge of my couch. The reflection of my own face hovering pale in the glass. It refused to focus beyond that. The street outside was a blur, a smear of light and darkness with no shapes. I pressed record anyway. The red dot blinked. The timer started. I moved closer to the window, careful not to silhouette myself fully. I tried to angle the phone so it could see outside. The timer stopped at 6 seconds. The app crashed and returned me to my home screen, as if it had politely decided I was done. Across the road, the car hadn't moved. It held its position with a patience that felt personal. I found myself wanting to wave, not because I thought it would wave back, but because some part of me wanted to prove there was a person in there who could be shamed into leaving. Instead, I stood still and watched it watch me. That's where the ambiguity did its worst work. There was no figure leaning forward, no cigarette ember, no glow of a screen, no movement behind the glass. The car sat like a closed eye. In the morning, I drove to the mechanic on the edge of town, a place that always smells like rubber and old coffee. I told myself I was there for an oil change. I asked casually if anyone had brought in a damaged sedan lately, something with a dragging undercarriage. The mechanic squinted at me over the counter. "You talking about that thing people keep asking about?" My mouth went dry. "So it's real," he shrugged. "Real enough for folks to talk, but nobody's brought it in, and I'll tell you something else." He leaned forward, voice dropping. "Last Saturday, I got a call from my cousin out by Redfield. He swore he saw it on the county road near the grain silos. Same dent, same scrape. Redfield's 30 miles from here." I stared at him. "It can't be," I said, because my mind grabbed the only rope it had. Distance, logic, time. He spread his hands. "You tell me." That night, the town felt tighter, like all our houses had inched closer together to share warmth. Porch lights came on that normally stayed off. Curtains stayed closed. People walked their dogs faster. I saw Craig's truck idle at the end of his driveway longer than necessary, as if he was waiting for something to pass before he dared pull out. I told myself I wouldn't look, that I'd go to bed early and keep my eyes away from windows. At 11:47 p.m., my power blinked off and on, just long enough for the microwave clock to go blank. The house settled into a deeper quiet. Somewhere down the street, a car alarm chirped once, and then fell silent. I went to the front window anyway. Curiosity is a weakness that dresses itself up as responsibility. The street lamp glow was still there, steady. The road was empty. Then, in the span of a breath, the damaged sedan was in front of my house again. It hadn't rolled into view. It was simply there, centered under the street lamp, as if it had been parked there all along, and I'd only just noticed it. Its engine made no sound at first. The scrape was gone. The car looked less like a thing in motion and more like a placeholder for motion, a shape that filled the space where something should happen. I opened my front door. Cold air poured in, sharp and clean. My porch light buzzed. The car's engine started with a sudden ugly cough. I stepped onto the porch. I didn't call out. I didn't have words that felt useful. I took my phone and held it up, not to record, but to use the flashlight. The beam hit the rear bumper and slid off like water. The paint seemed to drink it. The license plate should have been a rectangle of reflective metal. Instead, it was a dull, empty panel, the right size, the right place, with no numbers, no state name, nothing, just blank. The car's brake lights did not flare. No reverse light came on, and yet it began to move backward, slow and smooth as if it was gliding on a track. My stomach clenched. The movement was wrong. Cars signal their intentions in light, in sound, in the familiar language of mechanics. This one moved like it didn't need permission. It backed away from my house and then turned, not with tires pivoting, not with a steering arc, but with its whole body shifting, as if it rotated in place by a few degrees until it faced down Maple toward the park. The engine ticked unevenly again. The scrape returned, but softer, like a whisper. I took one step off the porch, then stopped, because the urge to follow was suddenly too strong, like a tug behind my ribs. That urge felt borrowed. It didn't feel like my own curiosity. It felt like someone had reached into me and found the part that hates not knowing. I stayed on the porch and watched. It rolled down the street without lights, passing under pools of street lamp glow that should have revealed it fully. Each time it entered the light, details sharpened, the dented hood, the misaligned grille, the slight shudder of the rear panel. Each time it left the light, it thinned, as if the dark wasn't just hiding it but erasing it. Halfway to the park, it slowed beside Craig's house. It lingered there, facing his living room window, the way a person might stop to read a sign. Craig's porch light snapped on. A curtain twitched. No one came outside. The car moved on. At the intersection by the park, where Maple meets the longer road that runs out toward the county line, it stopped beneath the flashing yellow of the caution light. For a moment, with that harsh blink cutting the darkness into slices, I thought I saw something in the windshield. Not a face, not hands, but a depth that didn't match the interior, like the glass opened into a space that went farther back than the car could contain. The caution light blinked again. The car was gone, not accelerated away, not turned the corner, gone as if the road had been cleared like a chalkboard. The next morning, people had their own versions. A woman on Elm said she'd seen it by the post office at 12:05. A man who works nights at the nursing home said it had been behind him on the county road at 12:20. No lights close enough that he could hear the scrape. That didn't make sense. The county road is miles out. The post office is in town. And yet the stories overlapped in a way that made my skin crawl, like we were all describing the same object passing through different places, without traveling between them. By the end of the week, the town's talk shifted from the car itself to what it meant. People used words like survey and checking. Someone joked about drones, then stopped joking when nobody laughed. Craig installed a camera above his garage. It recorded perfectly until the first night the sedan passed. Then the footage jumped from 158 to 211 with nothing in between, like the time had been bitten out. I stopped trying to capture it. I stopped stepping onto my porch when I heard the scrape. I stopped looking out my windows late at night, because every time I did, I had the same sensation that it had been waiting for me to look. And then, as suddenly as it started, it eased out of our lives. A night passed without anyone seeing it. Then another. Then a week. Porch lights clicked off again. Dogs walked at their usual pace. People went back to talking about weather and kids and who was selling their house. I told myself it was over. I wanted it to be over. 2 months later, on a cold night when the town was quiet enough to hear the distant freight train, I drove home from the late shift at the community center. As I turned onto my street, my headlights swept over the Johnson's hedges, the mailboxes, the familiar curve of asphalt, and parked under the street lamp in front of my house was the damaged sedan, dark and patient, angled exactly toward my driveway. No lights, no plate, no sign of a driver. My phone, sitting in the cup holder, went black without me touching it. I didn't pull in. I kept driving, slower than I should have, eyes fixed on my rearview mirror as my house slid away behind me. In the mirror, the sedan didn't follow. It stayed under the lamp as if it had only needed to be seen. I drove the long loop around town, past the closed diner, past the empty park, past the post office. I made myself circle until my hands stopped shaking. When I finally came back, the street lamp glowed on an empty road, but on my porch, someone had placed my trash bin carefully upright, lid closed as if it had been moved and returned with care. There was a faint smear along the plastic, a dark scuff mark that looked like oil or road grime. I leaned closer and saw it wasn't a smear at all, but 3 shallow grooves parallel like something had dragged against it. I stood there with my keys in my hand, staring at those marks, listening to the house settle behind the door, feeling the night press in from all sides. In the distance, an engine ticked unevenly for a moment, then went quiet on the inside of my front window, where the glass fogs slightly when the house is warm and the night is cold. There was a clear patch shaped like a rectangle, as if something had been held there from the outside and warmed the pane. The shape was the size of a license plate. I wiped a finger across it, and the fog returned, smearing into nothing. I don't know what it wanted. I don't know how it moved the way it moved, or why our little town with its tidy lawns and watchful neighbors was worth watching at all. I only know that ever since that night, I can't look at the dark stretch of road beyond the street lamp without expecting the scrape, the blank windshield, the sense of something measuring me from behind glass. And sometimes, when I wake up too suddenly, and the house is too still, I swear I can hear an engine idling outside with no lights to prove it's there. I realized I was being followed when the departure board blinked and refreshed, and the same reflection stayed behind mine no matter which way I leaned. I had one hand on the handle of my roller bag, the other wrapped around a paper cup that had already gone cold. Evening had the station in that particular mood, where everything felt hurried and half-lit, LED ads pulsing, floor polish shining like damp pavement, the air tasting faintly of brake dust and pretzels. I'd come in from the street 10 minutes earlier, shaken from the weather and the city noise, telling myself I just needed to get to the right platform and disappear into a train full of strangers. My ticket was in my pocket. My phone battery was low. I was tired in a way that made every decision feel slow. The man was easy to miss at first because he was dressed like everyone else, who didn't want to be seen. Dark coat, plain pants, no logos, no bag. He stood in the open space between the kiosks and the information desk, not looking at the screens, not looking at a phone, not scanning for anyone. He wasn't waiting. He was placed. When I noticed him, I told myself it was nothing. Someone between connections. Someone killing time. But when I moved, he moved. Not immediately. Not like a cartoon shadow. He waited just long enough to make it feel like coincidence, then drifted into my path the way a slow current finds the same channel. I crossed the concourse toward the escalators, weaving around families, a pair of teens laughing too loud, a woman on a business call dragging a small suitcase behind her like a reluctant pet. The man appeared on the landing above as I stepped off, already leaning on the rail as if he'd been there. His face wasn't memorable in the normal way. No scar, no sharp feature. But the longer I looked, the more my attention caught on small wrong details, like how his eyes never blinked at the same rhythm as the people around him. I went down a long corridor toward the bathrooms and the vending machines, aiming for a side passage that cut behind the retail stalls. The station's layout was a maze of shortcuts and dead ends. I'd used it before. If you knew where you were going, you could lose a crowd in seconds. Halfway down, I glanced into a dark window meant for an empty storefront, and saw him again. Not in front of me this time, but behind, at a distance that felt deliberate. He didn't hurry. He didn't lag. He kept the same measured pace as if he could predict exactly how fast I would walk. I stopped at a wall map and pretended to read it. My reflection in the glass cover was smeared with fingerprints, but I could still see him behind me. He stopped too, not close enough to be obviously with me, not far enough to be unrelated. His gaze wasn't fixed on the map, it was fixed on my shoulders, on the space I occupied. I moved again, cutting left toward the food court, then right down a set of stairs that led to a lower level of platforms. The stairs smelled like metal and rain-soaked clothing. My suitcase thumped on each step. The sound echoed. That echo did something to my nerves, as if the station itself had gotten quieter to listen. At the bottom, the air was cooler, and the lights were harsher. The platform stretched out in long concrete lines, punctuated by pillars with peeling paint. A train slid in on a distant track with a grinding squeal, and for a moment I felt relief. The kind that comes from movement you didn't have to initiate. I checked the signs. My train wasn't boarding yet. I had time. Time was the problem. I walked to the far end of the platform, away from the small cluster of people huddled near a column. I told myself I was just looking for a less crowded spot. I told myself I wanted a bench, but really I wanted to prove something, that if I changed my position enough, the man would either vanish or reveal himself as a simple coincidence. I sat, angled my body toward the tracks, and watched the flow of commuters in my peripheral vision. A minute passed. 2. A group moved down the stairs. A couple argued in tight, tired gestures. Someone dropped a paper bag and cursed softly. The station kept doing what stations do, absorbing and releasing people without ever acknowledging them. Then the man stepped into view at the top of the stairs, already scanning, and his head turned toward me with a certainty that made my skin go cold. He hadn't paused to look at the track numbers. He hadn't looked at the schedule. His eyes found me the way a magnet finds metal. I stood immediately, too quickly as if I'd been caught doing something wrong. My suitcase handle clicked as I yanked it upright. I moved toward the opposite end of the platform, passing a trash can and a vending machine that buzzed and rattled in its own private misery. I didn't look back until I reached a pillar marked with a battered sticker that read, "Stand behind yellow line." When I did look back, he was already walking, not running, not pushing through anyone. There was no urgency, there was only inevitability. I tried to get a better look at him as he approached. He was average height. His hair was short and too neat for someone without a bag or a destination. His shoes were clean enough to stand out against the station grime. On his left wrist was a band, black matte like a fitness tracker, but it sat too tight, cutting a pale ridge into his skin. No badge, no radio, no lanyard, nothing that said station staff or security. That should have been reassuring. It wasn't. I crossed to a different staircase and went up, taking the steps 2 at a time despite my suitcase. The station above felt louder now, the concourse filled with announcements that blurred into a single impatient voice. I headed toward a row of ticket machines and pretended I needed to reprint something. I leaned close enough to the screen to look busy, while my eyes flicked to the polished metal edge that acted like a mirror. He appeared near a column behind the machines. He wasn't close, but he was positioned to see me between the gaps. He hadn't come up the same staircase I had. That was what made my throat tighten. If he'd followed me, he should have been behind me. Instead, he had arrived elsewhere in the station, in a place that would have required him to choose a different route. Either he knew the shortcuts better than I did, or he wasn't using them in the way a normal person would. I stepped away from the machine and walked briskly toward the information desk, thinking that proximity to an employee would help. The desk was staffed by a young woman in a bright vest, her hair pulled back tight, her hands moving fast over a keyboard. Behind her was a wall of monitors showing security camera feeds in tiny squares. I didn't speak to her. My voice felt like it would betray me, make this too real. I stood near the desk as if waiting for someone, then drifted away again when I saw the man stop on the far side of the concourse. Watching around the edge of a pillar, my brain began collecting details the way it does when it senses danger. Inventory without permission. The way he never adjusted his coat. The way he didn't scratch, didn't yawn, didn't check the time. The way he kept the same distance. As if distance itself was part of his job, I went into a convenience shop and walked all the way to the back aisle, pretending to compare bottled water. The fluorescent lights hummed. The cashier was bored, leaning on the counter scrolling. I angled myself toward a glass refrigerator door and watched the reflection of the entrance. He didn't come inside. He stood just outside the shop, where he could see the doorway without being in the camera's obvious frame. People passed between us. He didn't react to them. He reacted to me, tracking the small movements of my shoulders, the shift of my weight. That's when the discovery landed in my chest like a dropped stone. He wasn't trying to approach me. He was trying to keep me contained, the way you keep an animal from bolting by staying close enough to steer it. I bought the water I didn't want, hands shaking enough that I nearly dropped my card. I told myself I needed to do something practical, something that would force the situation into a normal shape. Call a friend, find security, make eye contact with the man, and speak, loud enough that others would notice. But my phone was at 5%. I could feel it dying in my pocket like a fading pulse. I'd been traveling all day, moving through airports and taxis and crowded sidewalks. I hadn't slept well. I had no one in this city. I took a seat on a bench near the center of the concourse, back against the wall so I could see both sides. I positioned my suitcase between my legs and held my water like a prop. I watched the flow of people and waited, trying to look calm, trying to look like someone who belonged. He appeared on the opposite side near the entrance doors and stood with his hands at his sides. The automatic doors opened and closed behind him as people came in from the street, letting in brief gusts of cold air and the smell of wet concrete. He didn't react to the cold. He didn't react to the door bumping his shoulder when it misjudged its timing. He simply stayed. I couldn't think my way out of it, so I changed the problem. A departure announcement chimed overhead. My train boarding in 10 minutes on a different track than I'd expected. The crowd shifted as if pulled by a single rope. People started moving toward the far end of the station, funneling into a wide corridor that led to the platforms I hadn't used before. I stood and moved with them, letting the crowd swallow me. I kept my head down, my suitcase rolling over the seams in the tile. My heart beat too hard. I didn't look back, but I could feel him. The way you can feel a person staring before you confirm it. At the corridor entrance, the station narrowed, the ceiling dipped, the sound changed, becoming more contained, more echoing. Posters lined the walls, ads for insurance and streaming services, and a smiling face encouraging safe travel. The irony made my stomach twist. Halfway down the corridor, I darted into a side passage marked staff only, not because I thought I belonged there, but because the door was ajar and no one was watching it. The passage smelled of cleaning chemicals and damp cardboard. I pulled the door shut behind me softly, not clicking the latch, and stood in the dimness, breathing through my nose. For a few seconds, there was only the muffled roar of the concourse and the distant squeal of trains. I told myself I'd been paranoid. I told myself I was about to pop back out, laugh at myself, join the crowd, get on my train. Then a shadow passed under the crack at the bottom of the door, slow and deliberate, pausing as if listening. My mouth went dry. I backed away without thinking, my suitcase wheels whispering over the concrete. The passage split. One direction led deeper into storage rooms, the other toward a service stairwell. I chose the stairwell and descended, one hand sliding along the cold metal rail. The steps were narrow and steep. My suitcase bumped and threatened to topple. I could hear my own breathing, too loud. At the bottom, the stairwell opened into another corridor that ran parallel to the platforms, behind locked gates and maintenance doors. The lighting was sporadic, motion activated. Each section snapped on as I entered, then shut off behind me, leaving darkness like closed eyelids. I saw a sign for an emergency exit and followed it, pushing through a heavy door that led into a small vestibule with another door beyond it. I hit the bar and stepped out into an alley behind the station. The city air hit me like a slap, cold, wet, alive. Traffic hissed on the street nearby. A bus sighed at a stop. Neon reflected in puddles. For the first time in half an hour, I felt like I had space. I didn't stop. I walked fast, suitcase rattling over broken pavement, heading toward the brightest street I could see. I turned corners without a plan, just moving away from the station's geometry. I blended into a cluster of people waiting at a crosswalk and forced myself to breathe like them. Only when I reached the far side of the street did I look back. The station's rear exit was a dim rectangle in the brick wall. At first I saw nothing. Then the motion light in the vestibule flickered on, and the man stepped into the doorway as if he had been standing just inside, waiting for the sensor to notice him. He didn't come out. He didn't wave. He didn't call. He simply stood there, framed by the light, hands at his sides, watching me across the distance of the alley, and the street and the moving city. A car passed and briefly hit him, and when it cleared, he was still there, head angled slightly, as if confirming where I had gone. I turned away and kept walking until my lungs hurt, until the city blocks blurred into each other, until my phone died in my pocket and left me with nothing but the sound of my suitcase wheels and my own footsteps. That night, in a cheap room with a lock that felt too small, I wrote down everything I could remember: his clean shoes, the black band on his wrist, the way he arrived ahead of me without hurrying, because I needed the details to stay fixed, to prove to myself it happened. In the morning, I went back to the station in daylight, trying to reclaim it. The concourse looked ordinary. The kiosks were open. The information desk was staffed by a different person. I watched the security monitors from a distance, hoping to catch a glimpse of him in one of the tiny squares. I never did. But as my train pulled out, I saw him on the platform through the smeared glass, standing near a pillar with peeling paint, facing the tracks as if he'd been waiting for a train that wasn't there. The distance made him look like any other commuter. The movement of the train made him slide backward in my vision, until he was only a dark shape under the lights. I kept my eyes on that shape until the station curved away, and even after it vanished, I couldn't shake the feeling that the station's layout still held him somewhere inside it, moving through its corridors at a pace that always matched mine, keeping the same patient distance, practicing the route for the next time I had to pass through. The first time I saw it, I was kneeling on the basement slab with a flashlight in my teeth, scraping at a hairline crack that hadn't been there the week before. The house was a plain 2-story in Lost Creek, Pennsylvania, the kind with predictable corners and a roofline you can sketch from memory. I'd lived inside its measurements for 6 years. I knew where every stud should be. I knew where the foundation dipped a half-inch near the old coal chute. That's why the seam in the concrete bothered me so much. It ran too straight, too purposeful, like someone had drawn it with a ruler after the pour was cured. I tapped the crack with the flathead. The sound that came back wasn't the dull note of concrete. It was hollow, like a knuckle on a door. The basement always smelled like damp cardboard and cold metal. That night, it had something else underneath, a dry odor like paper left too long in sun. When I widened the seam enough to fit the screwdriver, a thin line of air bled out and raised goose flesh on my wrist. I told myself it was a void, a pocket, a bad patch from the original builders. Lost Creek has houses from 3 different decades stitched together by contractors who took shortcuts and left town. If you own property here, you learn to accept surprises. I pried. Something flexed, not snapped. The concrete edge lifted like a lid. There was a door under my basement floor. It wasn't a trapdoor for plumbing access. It was a real door, vertical, set into a frame that sat flush with the slab, as if the house had been built around it. The paint was the color of old bone. The knob was blackened brass, warm to the touch in the cold air. I stood there with the flashlight shaking in my hand and tried to reconcile it with the exterior of my home, the rectangle of siding, the narrow backyard, the way the lot backed up against the slope down to Lost Creek itself. There was nowhere for another room to exist, not without jutting out beyond the foundation, not without pushing into soil that was solid when the septic guys had dug, not without showing itself somewhere. I didn't open it right away. I put the slab piece back like a guilty secret and went upstairs, stepping lightly as if the floor might hear me. I walked the perimeter outside with a tape measure in the dark, the beam of my porch light catching frost on the grass. The east wall was the east wall. The basement sat beneath it like it always had. The numbers added up the way numbers always do. Still, when I went to bed, I could taste that dry paper smell in the back of my throat. In the morning, I opened it. The door swung inward with no squeal, no reluctance like it had been waiting for a hand to finish the motion. A narrow stair dropped down. Not far, maybe 8 steps. The air that rose out of it was noticeably warmer than the basement, and it carried that same sun-baked paper scent. At the bottom was a room. It was small, maybe 10 by 12, with bare plaster walls and a low ceiling. A single bulb hung from a cord and glowed, even though I hadn't touched a switch. The light was steady, a yellow wash that made the corners look soft. The floor was wood, not concrete. There was no furnace hum, no pipe rattle, none of the familiar house noises traveling down. My own breath sounded too loud. I walked the perimeter with my palm on the wall. The plaster was smooth, painted once and never again. No outlet plates, no vents, no sign that anyone had used it for storage. The only thing in the room was a narrow table against the far wall, and a metal chair tucked under it like a classroom. On the tabletop sat a county pamphlet that I didn't recognize, the kind they leave in libraries, emergency numbers, water safety, burn bans. In the lower corner, stamped like an inventory mark, was a strange string of symbols. It looked like a printer had glitched and then been permitted to keep the mistake. I stood there long enough for my body to start treating the room as normal, and that's when the wrongness slipped past my fear and into my thinking. The light had no visible power source. The warmth had no vent, and the house from the outside had no belly for this to sit in. I did what homeowners do when they're afraid of spending money. I tried to solve it myself. First, I tested the simplest thing: time. Not philosophically, practically. I brought a mug down from the kitchen, filled it with coffee that was still steaming, and set it on the table. I left it for an hour, sitting on the basement stairs with my phone timer running. I expected it to cool more slowly in the warmer room. When the alarm chimed, I went down and touched the mug. The ceramic was cold enough to sting. The coffee inside wasn't just cooled. It had gone stale, that sour note you get when it's been sitting all day. There was a faint film on the surface, as if it had evaporated and condensed and evaporated again. I repeated it with a slice of bread, sealed in a plastic bag. 2 hours later, the bread was hard, not stale, hard, dry hard, like it had spent a week on a counter. The plastic bag had grown cloudy from the inside, dotted with tiny droplets that clung like dew. That afternoon, I brought down a cheap wristwatch from a drawer, one of those giveaway ones from a bank, and set it beside my phone. I left them for 15 minutes and came back. My phone had advanced 15 minutes. The wristwatch had advanced nearly 2 hours. I didn't tell myself it was impossible. I told myself the watch was broken. I brought down another. Same result. I brought down a new battery. Same result. That was when the fear turned into something else. Something worse, because it came with curiosity. I set up small controlled tests. A newspaper from the porch. A banana. A steel nail. A photograph of my parents. Items with obvious markers of age. I left them inside, one at a time, and checked them at intervals. The newspaper yellowed along the folds in a single afternoon. The banana went from green to speckled to black in what should have been the length of a lunch break. The steel nail grew a coat of rust that flaked orange onto the tabletop. The photograph, printed glossy, began to curl at the corners as if it had been stored in a hot attic for years. The faces didn't change. It wasn't like the room could rewrite the past. It simply wore the present down faster than it should. I kept a notebook. I wrote times and conditions. I marked the basement temperature and the room temperature with a cheap digital thermometer. I used the same pen each time, and I started noticing that ink lines I'd written inside the room looked slightly faded when I brought the notebook back out, as if the paper had absorbed years of oxygen in minutes. It didn't feel like stepping into a different place. It felt like stepping into a different rate. After a week of this, I did what I should have done on day one. I called the borough office. Lost Creek is small enough that the borough office is also the tax office, the permitting desk, and the place you go to ask why the streetlight hasn't worked in 3 months. The woman who answered knew my name before I said it. Her voice was friendly in the practiced way of people who never quite invite you in. I told her I'd found an unregistered space in my basement. I tried to say it without sounding crazy. I asked if there were old plans on file. There was a pause. Papers moved on her end, the soft shuffle of someone turning pages. Then she said, too quickly, that the plans matched what I already had. She asked if I was sure I wasn't confusing it with the crawl space. There's a door, I said, under the slab. Another pause. Not confusion. Not interest. Just a controlled silence. Finally, she said there are no rooms under the slab, like she was reading it off a sign. I drove down there anyway. Notebook in the passenger seat like evidence. The borough office smelled like lemon cleaner and old carpet. The same woman was behind the counter. She looked up, met my eyes, and something tightened around her mouth as if she'd already decided the shape of the conversation. I asked to see my file. I asked about the foundation. I asked if anyone had ever reported unusual construction in my neighborhood. I said the words room, and basement, and door, and watched her refuse to hear them. She didn't argue. She didn't deny. She simply slid each word off the counter like it was water. When I pushed the notebook forward, she didn't touch it. Sometimes, she said, people get turned around in old houses. I left with my notebook still in my hand, and a new sensation under my skin. Not just that something was wrong in my home, but that other people had already made their peace with it, and that their peace required my silence. I tried someone else. The county inspector's office in the next town over. A contractor I'd used once for a porch repair. A neighbor I'd waved at for years and never really spoken to. The contractor came out, walked through my basement and stopped short where the seam in the slab ran. He stared at it long enough that I thought I'd finally found a sane witness. Then his gaze slid away like it hit an invisible barrier. "Your sump pump's loud," he said, even though it wasn't running. The county inspector called me back and told me my address didn't exist in their system, then corrected himself and said it did, then said he couldn't find an appointment slot for months. His voice changed when I mentioned Lost Creek. It wasn't fear, it was fatigue, as if he'd heard the town's name and immediately regretted being helpful. My neighbor, an older man who kept his lawn clipped with scissors, listened politely while I described the door. He nodded as if I was talking about termites. When I finished, he said, "You don't want to dig up what's already settled." And then he went inside without another word. The room didn't react to being spoken about. It didn't hum louder. The light didn't flicker. It stayed itself warm, steady, patient. That made it worse. It didn't need my belief. It didn't need my fear. It didn't need anything from me but time. I started sleeping badly. Not because I heard noises I didn't, but because I'd lie in bed and imagine the room under me quietly accelerating. The watch hands spinning, the paper drying, the wood aging, the unseen years piling up like dust. I began to avoid going down there. Then I began to go down there too often, as if checking on it could keep it from changing when I wasn't looking. The notebook became my anchor. If I could measure it, I could control it. If I could record it, I could prove it. One evening, after a freezing rain had glazed the driveway and the whole world outside sounded wrapped in plastic, I decided to leave something living in the room. Not an animal. Nothing that could suffer, just a potted plant, a spider plant I'd kept in the kitchen window for years. It was hardy. It survived my neglect. It seemed like the least cruel test I could do. I carried it down, set it on the table, and stepped back. The leaves trembled slightly, not from air movement, but from something subtler, like the plant was adjusting to a different gravity. The soil looked dark and wet. The room's warmth seemed to press on my face. I told myself I'd check it in 10 minutes. I sat on the basement stairs with my phone in my hand. The house above me ticked and creaked the way houses do when they cool at night. Somewhere outside, a car passed on the main road and the tires whispered on ice. When my timer went off, I went down into the room. The plant had grown. Not by much, but enough that my brain rejected it before accepting it. A new cluster of thin shoots had unfurled at the base, pale green and glossy like fresh skin. The older leaves had lengthened and arched further over the table edge. The soil had cracked in a spiderweb pattern, as if it had dried and been watered and dried again. I reached out and touched one of the new shoots. It felt warm. Something moved in my peripheral vision. Not a shape, not a person. Just a shift in the air near the chair, like heat rising off asphalt. My hand jerked back. I stared at the chair's metal legs, at the dustless floor beneath them, at the wall behind. Nothing was there. My heart hammered anyway, because the room had just done something I couldn't explain with broken watches. It had demonstrated appetite. It could spend time on a living thing and show me the result like a grin. I backed toward the stairs. My foot found the first step. The light overhead remained steady. The air remained warm. The paper smell remained dry and clean. Then, from upstairs, a sound. Not the creak of a floorboard, not a pipe. A knock firm, measured, coming from the front door of my house. I froze halfway up the stairs, listening. The knock came again, and then a third time, each one spaced evenly like someone with a checklist. I closed the basement door behind me without thinking, setting the slab piece back over the seam as if I could bury what I'd found. I crossed the basement quickly, climbed the stairs, and moved through the kitchen to the front hallway. Through the peephole, I saw two figures on my porch. One wore a dark coat and a knit cap. The other held a clipboard. I didn't open the door. I stood there with my hand on the deadbolt, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. The knocking stopped. I heard the soft scratch of pen on paper. Then the man with the clipboard looked directly at my peephole, as if he knew exactly where I was. He didn't smile. He didn't frown. He simply lifted the clipboard slightly, like he was showing me he had something official, something that could make my life harder if I refused. My phone buzzed in my pocket with a notification I hadn't set. No caller ID. No text preview. Just a blank alert box that flashed and disappeared as soon as I looked at it. When I raised my eyes again, the porch was empty. No footsteps fading. No car starting. Just the quiet of the rain-iced world. After that, my isolation wasn't social in the usual way. People still waved in town. The cashier still asked if I wanted a bag. The borough office still answered the phone. The denial was more precise than shunning. It was an agreement everyone seemed to have signed without ink. I kept testing the room anyway, because stopping felt like surrender, and because I couldn't bear the idea that it might be changing below me without my knowledge. But the room began to resist being measured. Watches stopped entirely if I left them too long. Batteries drained in minutes. Paper records I brought inside came back out brittle, edges flaking as if handled by many hands. My notebook pages began to yellow unevenly, like they'd been left in a smoker's house, even though I don't smoke. One night, I went down to retrieve the spider plant. I told myself I'd put it back in the kitchen window and pretend I'd never noticed the difference. I told myself I'd seal the scene permanently. I told myself I'd sell the house. When I opened the basement slab and swung the hidden door inward, the warm air rolled up like breath. The room looked the same at first. The table, the chair, the steady bulb. The spider plant was still on the tabletop, but it wasn't a spider plant anymore. It had become a dense tangle of pale, ribboning leaves that looped over themselves and spilled onto the floor. New growth had braided through the chair legs, binding metal to wood. The pot had cracked, roots forcing their way through like fingers. The soil had disappeared beneath a mat of fine white fibers that spread across the table and down the wall in delicate branching lines. It wasn't monstrous in a movie sense. It was worse. It was ordinary life accelerated into excess, into takeover. I stood on the top step and felt the room's warmth on my face. And I understood the simplest truth. Anything I brought in would be spent, not killed, not destroyed. Used up the way candles are used up, not by malice but by function. The room didn't hate me. It didn't want me. It simply existed as a place where time fell faster, and anything inside would fall with it. Behind me, the basement was cold and damp and familiar. Above me, my house settled and sighed and pretended it had only the rooms it showed the world. I backed away and closed the hidden door. The knob was warm in my hand. When it clicked shut, the sound was soft, satisfied. I didn't seal it with concrete. I didn't call the borough again. I didn't tell anyone, because I finally understood that in Lost Creek, the strangest part wasn't the room. It was how neatly everyone had learned to live on top of it, to build their routines over a gap in reality, and never let their faces show the effort. Now, when I go into my basement, I avoid stepping on the seam even though it's covered. I keep my storage shelves far from it. I keep my tools arranged like a small ritual of normalcy. Some nights when the house is quiet and the weather outside is heavy with snow, I stand at the bottom of the stairs and listen. I don't hear knocks anymore. I don't hear voices. I don't even hear the hum of that impossible bulb. But sometimes if I hold my breath long enough, I catch that dry, sun-baked paper smell seeping up from the concrete, and I picture the room below me patiently spending years like loose change, waiting for the next thing I drop into its pocket. The first time I saw it, I was hauling 2 jugs of water out to my truck like I'd done 100 times before. Careful where I put my boots because the ground in Centralia doesn't always stay put. The morning was gray in that flat Pennsylvania way, and the road was empty enough that my footsteps sounded loud. Steam drifted from a crack in the shoulder, the kind that makes your eyes sting if you lean in. I remember thinking the air tasted like pennies. Then the smoke shifted, and there was a person standing in it. Not a person. A shape that held itself like one. It stood just beyond the fissure where the old asphalt had buckled and split, in a shallow dip where the heat rose in slow waves. Ash clung to it in thick layers, the way soot coats a chimney. Its head was rounded and pale gray, not smooth like skin but packed and crusted, as if someone had pressed wet cinders together and let them harden. It didn't move. It didn't sway. It just watched the road. I stopped with my hands on the jugs, fingers tightening until the plastic handles creaked. In Centralia, you learn to respect what you can't see. Heat under your soles, gas under the grass, the way a calm-looking patch of earth can be hollow as a drum. The figure made that instinct flare up all at once. A gust came through and pushed the smoke aside. For a second, the shape sharpened, defined by what it wasn't. The absence of drifting ash where its torso held solid, the clean outline of shoulders. Then the smoke slid back over it, and it looked like it had been drawn in charcoal and erased halfway. I didn't call out. There wasn't anything to say that wouldn't come back to me as foolish later. I set the jugs down and backed up 1 step, then another, eyes never leaving the place where the smoke thickened around that still shape. When I reached my truck, I got in without slamming the door. The cab smelled like stale coffee and dust. I sat there with the key in my hand, staring through the windshield. The figure didn't advance. It didn't raise an arm. It didn't do anything you could call threatening. It stayed planted near the crack as if it had been built into the ground itself. Eventually, the heat shimmered and the smoke grew denser, and I could no longer pick it out. I waited for the relief that should have come with losing sight of it. Instead, the absence felt worse, like turning your back on a stranger in your own kitchen. That day, I told myself it was a trick of light and nerves. Centralia does that. The abandoned streets and the quiet lots where houses used to sit. The patches of steam that appear even when the sky is cold. The smell of burned rock trapped in your clothes. Your mind reaches for shapes and stories to fill the empty spaces. I drove out toward Ashland and kept my windows cracked despite the stink. Like fresh air could scrape the image from my head. But once you see something like that, you start scanning the smoke without meaning to. Your eyes do it on their own, searching for a silhouette. I grew up here, back when Centralia still had a school, and the church bells didn't echo off vacant lots. My father worked shifts underground before the fire changed everything, before the streets buckled and the relocation notices showed up like bad weather. People who never lived here treat the town like a punchline or a tourist stop. They drive in, park by the graffiti highway, take pictures in front of steam vents. Then they leave. The locals who stayed, what few of us there are in the scatter of nearby towns, Learn to watch the ground and mind our business. A week after that first sighting, I saw the figure again at dusk. I was parked on the side road with my headlights off, engine idling low, because I had a habit of coming back when the light went soft and the air cooled. The cracks look different then. The steam rises in ribbons, and the shadows lie in the dips like pooled oil. I told myself I was checking on the vents, the way people who've lived around danger pretend it's maintenance and not compulsion. The figure stood on the far side of a long fissure that ran like a scar across the pavement. The smoke was thinner and I could see more of it. Rough arms hanging straight down, hands formed into blunt shapes with no clear fingers. It wasn't tall, maybe my height. Its surface looked layered, like years of chimney sweepings pressed into a human outline. What made my skin prickle wasn't the look of it. It was the way the air behaved around it. The steam curled and split as it rose, as if it hit an invisible wall and had to choose a direction. Ash drifting in the breeze slid along its shoulders and didn't pass through. It had weight in the world, at least enough to push back against what the fire exhaled. It faced the road exactly where you'd expect a person to stand if they were watching for cars. A sedan rolled in from the south, headlights pale against the soot-stained dusk. It slowed when it hit the worst of the broken pavement, tires crunching gravel where asphalt used to be. The driver leaned forward, probably trying to see the graffiti or the vent. I held my breath, waiting for the moment the headlights would paint the figure clear. They did. For a heartbeat, the beams lit it up and gave it depth. The car slowed even more. Then it rolled on, careful and steady, and the driver never got out. The figure remained still as a signpost. It didn't reach for the car. It didn't flinch from the light. It simply watched it pass, and then it watched the dark swallow the taillights. I sat in my idling truck with my hands tight on the steering wheel. I wanted to convince myself it was a sculpture someone had built for a prank, a pile of ash thrown into a man shape. But you can't build something like that and leave it standing near a vent without it collapsing or scattering. The heat and the damp and the constant breath of the earth would tear it apart, unless the earth was building it. The first time I heard someone else mention it, it wasn't in a dramatic way. It was at a diner outside town, the kind of place where coffee never tastes fresh but you drink it anyway because it's warm. I was paying my check when I caught the tail end of a conversation from a booth behind me. A woman with a tired face and a coal dust tan line around her nails was telling a man about the snowman, like she was talking about a deer she'd seen by the road. She said it showed up near the vents when the fire kicked up. She said it stood there and watched, and if you drove past at the wrong hour, it looked like it was waiting for you to make a mistake. She didn't say ghost. She didn't say curse. She didn't even sound afraid. It was the way you talk about a bad intersection, something that doesn't move but can still change your route. When she left, I asked the waitress quietly, like I didn't want the word to carry, what people meant by snowman. The waitress wiped the counter with a rag that smelled like bleach and old grease. She didn't look surprised. She said folks had been seeing a soot figure for years. She said it wasn't always there. It appeared when the underground fire hit certain hot spells, when the vents breathed harder and the ground felt warmer through your shoes. She shrugged like it was weather. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to dismiss it. Instead, I nodded, because I had already seen it twice, and because the town teaches you that denial is a kind of superstition too. After that, I kept a notebook in my glove box. Nothing fancy, just dates and times and what the air smelled like. The vents have patterns if you pay attention. Some mornings the steam is light and sweet like wet stone. Some nights it reeks of sulfur and makes your throat raw. There are days when the heat feels stronger under the blackened patches of grass, and the fog over the fissures is thick enough to hide a person. On those days, the snowman was more likely to be there. I learned its favorite places without meaning to. A long crack near where a row of houses used to sit, now just uneven lawn and a few foundation stones. A shallow vent by the edge of the old cemetery road, where the trees stand thin and the birds don't linger. Once, in bright noon sunlight, I saw it near the remains of a porch step that led nowhere. Ash gathered around it like it had been kneeling there, and stood up too quickly. It never followed. It never approached. It never did anything you could call active. It just watched. Sometimes it faced the road like a sentry. Sometimes it faced the empty lots, staring at places where families had once hung laundry and set out lawn chairs. Once, after a heavy rain, I saw it standing at the edge of a puddle that steamed at the surface, and its reflection was wrong. Not in a supernatural way, but in a physical one. The ripples didn't distort it like they should have. The shape held steady in the water, as if the reflection was the real thing, and the figure above it was the smoke's idea. I started to understand why people called it a guardian. In a town that can burn you from underneath, maybe you want something that watches the dangerous places, so you don't have to admit you've been watching them yourself. The more I saw it, the less I trusted my own explanations. I tried to get proof. The first time I raised my phone, the camera showed only steam and glare. The second time, the screen captured a smear of gray where the figure should have been, like the lens couldn't find an edge to focus on. A friend of mine who used to survey land for the county laughed when I told him, and said heat haze can do strange things. He wasn't wrong. Heat can bend light and turn fence posts into wavering ghosts, but heat can't make ash split around a shoulder. One night in late fall, the fire smell was stronger than I'd ever noticed. The air down in the dips was hot enough that my eyes watered, and the steam vents pulsed in slow breaths. I drove in with my windows up and the heater off. Even so, warmth pressed against the glass like hands. I parked farther back than usual and walked toward the largest fissure with a flashlight in my fist. My beam cut through the smoke in a narrow cone. Ash drifted down like fine snow, settling on my sleeves and sticking there in dark specks. The snowman stood at the fissure, closer than I'd ever been to it. The flashlight beam hit its chest and didn't seem to brighten it much, like the soot drank the light. Up close, the surface looked cracked and layered. Plates of cinder fused together. The smell around it was sharper, like a stove that's been left on too long. I stopped at the edge of the broken pavement. The fissure hissed softly. Heat rolled up from it, steady and heavy, and the sound of it made my teeth ache. The snowman did not turn its head. It kept its attention fixed on the ground opening, as if it was listening. A gust pushed smoke aside, and for a moment I saw its face. There weren't eyes the way you and I have eyes. There were two darker hollows where eyes should have been, packed with soot so deep it looked wet. The hollows didn't reflect the flashlight. They held the light and swallowed it. Its mouth was a faint line, a shallow impression, not open, not smiling. Just a mark in the ash, like a thumb had pressed there. I had this sudden irrational thought that it wasn't watching me at all. That I was just a passerby in its line of sight. That it was waiting for something underneath to do something it had done before. The ground gave a small, ugly shudder. Not an earthquake. Not a dramatic split. Just a settling, like a rotten board taking weight. Pebbles clattered down into the fissure and vanished. The heat surged. The steam thickened. For a second the air roared as if the earth had drawn a breath through a straw. The snowman lifted one arm. Slowly. Not reaching. Not waving. Just raising it, palm angled toward the fissure like someone testing the warmth of an oven. Then it held the position. Still. Listening. Watching. My throat went dry. I took one step back. Then another. My flashlight beam wobbled, and the smoke filled in around the figure until it blurred at the edges again. I turned and walked to my truck as steadily as I could manage. The night felt too quiet around the hiss of the vents. When I shut the door, the sound of it seemed too loud, like it might have drawn attention. I sat with my hands in my lap and forced myself to breathe through my nose until the fire smell stopped clawing at the back of my throat. When I drove out, I didn't look in the mirror. Over the months after that, more people started talking about it openly, not as a haunting, not as a monster, but as part of the town's new geography. Teenagers filmed themselves driving past the vents, hoping to catch a glimpse. Older residents shook their heads and said the place was never right after the fire started, as if the town had been waiting all along for a shape to rise out of the ash and give it a face. A volunteer firefighter I know, retired now, told me in a low voice over a cup of coffee that the snowman had been seen after certain flare-ups when the vents were hottest and the ground readings were high. He didn't give me numbers. He didn't need to. He said it like he was describing the smell of smoke that clings to your hair after a brush fire. Something you recognize even if you can't measure it. He also said something else, almost offhand. He said some people thought it was the town looking back at you. I kept my notebook. I kept visiting. I kept my distance. Seasons changed the way Centralia looked, but not the way it felt. In winter, the snow melted in irregular patches, where the fire warmed the earth, leaving bare ground like bruises in the light. Steam rose even when the air was bitter, making ghostly columns that drifted across the empty roads. In summer, the heat was harder to separate from the heat underfoot, and the smoke hung low in the evening like a dirty ceiling. The snowman showed up in all of it. Dawn, noon, dusk, night. Sometimes it was clear enough to see without squinting. Sometimes it was just a suggestion, a thicker knot of gray in the steam that made your eyes slide away. There were weeks when I didn't see it at all, and I would tell myself that was good. Then a hot spell would come. The vents would breathe stronger, and it would be back in the same places as if it had never left. At some point, I stopped trying to prove it to anyone. Centralia is full of things outsiders don't believe until they stand on the cracked pavement and feel warmth rising through their souls. Belief doesn't change the heat. It doesn't change the smoke. It doesn't change the fact that the fire down there keeps eating, slow and patient through the scenes of the world. Last week, I drove in just after sunrise. Frost edged the weeds that grow through broken asphalt. The air was so cold it made my nose run, but the vent near the old church lot breathed steam like a kettle. I parked, stayed in my truck, and watched the smoke roll and fold over itself. The snowman stood where the fissure widened, half in steam, half in clean air. Ash dusted its shoulders like new snowfall. It faced the road motionless, as a pair of tourists walked carefully by with their phones held up. They didn't seem to notice it at first. Then they slowed. One of them pointed, not dramatically, just a small gesture. They angled their camera. They whispered to each other, words lost in the sealed cab of my truck. Then they backed away and returned to their car, glancing over their shoulders until the steam hid the figure again. I stayed until the sun rose higher, and the smoke thinned. The snowman did not fade with the morning. It held its place like a permanent marker on a map. No one wants to unfold. When I finally drove out, I looked back once at the broken road and the pale steam rising from the fissures. Through the shifting gray, the soot-built figure remained, silent and steady, watching the town that burned beneath it and the people who kept coming to see what was left. I was rinsing a coffee mug at my kitchen sink when every light in the house blinked once, twice, and then went dead like someone had pinched a fuse between two fingers. The refrigerator's hum stopped mid-note. The neighborhood outside my window lost its soft glow in the same instant. Porch bulbs and street lamps winking out together down Maple and over toward the little bank. It was too sudden to be weather. No wind, no rain, no thunder rolling up from the river, just a clean cut, like a switch thrown somewhere nobody could reach. I stood there with my hands dripping and listened for the usual after sounds of a power outage, the far-off chorus of car alarms, the yelp of backup generators, people stepping onto porches to talk. Instead, there was a kind of hush that made the walls feel thinner. My phone still had service, so I checked the local utility alert page. Nothing. I texted my neighbor Ron, the one who knows where every buried line and shutoff valve in town runs. The message delivered, but he didn't reply. We live in an old part of western Pennsylvania where the sidewalks buckle in winter, and the poles lean like tired men. Outages aren't rare, but they announce themselves with drama. Transformers popping blue, branches cracking, someone's dog losing its mind. This one didn't. It made me think of the stories my dad used to tell about the mill closing, how an entire shift could be called off with a single siren, and how the silence afterward felt wrong because it wasn't earned by any storm. I took a flashlight from the junk drawer and went to the front window. Without the streetlight, our block turned into a tunnel. Houses became pale rectangles barely there. The only visible points were the dim screens of a few phones, and farther away the red dot of a cigarette someone was smoking on a porch. I could smell wood smoke from a fireplace a few doors down. sharp and comforting. Then I saw movement between the Haskell's place and the empty lot. At first I thought it was Ron, because he'd mentioned earlier in the week that he'd been checking the old transformer cabinet near the lot. Just in case, he'd said. But this shape was too tall and too narrow. It crossed a patch of lawn without the usual bob of shoulders and hips. It was more like a single piece sliding from shadow to shadow. I leaned closer to the glass. My breath fogged it, and I wiped a circle clear with my knuckle. The figure paused at the edge of the Haskell's porch, right where their front step would be if you could see it. It turned its head slowly in the direction of their window, and I had the sense, not certainty, but a pressure in my chest, that it was looking straight through their curtains. I watched it for a long moment, hoping my eyes would adjust and reveal something normal. A hoodie, a lanky teen, somebody playing a stupid game in the blackout. But it didn't move like a kid. It didn't shift its weight. It didn't fidget. It stood there as still as the mailbox post, and the darkness seemed to fold around it rather than hide it. The Haskell's front window is the big one, the one their dog always barks at. I couldn't hear the dog. I couldn't hear anything from inside their house at all. The figure lifted an arm, long enough that I saw it as a line against the lighter paint of their porch rail, and touched the glass. A sound carried across the street. Tap, 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 tap. Pause, tap, tap. It wasn't random. It was deliberate, like someone trying to trigger a memory, like a code you were supposed to recognize. A few seconds later, from down the block, another set of taps answered, faint as knuckles on cardboard. Then another, farther off near the corner where the Harrisons live. The same rhythm repeated by different hands on different windows. It made my skin prickle because it meant the figure wasn't just in front of the Haskells. It was moving. It was doing it house to house, working a circuit in the darkness. I stepped away from the window and called Ron. The line rang and rang. When he finally answered, his voice was tight and low, like he was in a closet. "Don't go outside," he said before I could speak. "What is it?" I asked, and hated how loud my own voice sounded in my silent kitchen. "I don't know," he said, "but it's on my street too." It came up from behind my shed and tapped the back door. Same pattern. I'm looking at it through a crack. "Did you call?" "Everybody's calling. The dispatcher's telling folks to stay inside. They're saying it's probably a prank." It didn't feel like a prank. It felt like a test. I returned to the front window, keeping my flashlight off. The figure had left the Haskell's porch. I saw it cross the empty lot in 3 smooth steps that covered too much ground. It passed behind the crooked elm and reappeared near the miller's place, close enough that I could make out the pale oval of its face. My stomach turned, not from gore or any obvious horror, but from the wrongness of it. The face held a smile that didn't change as it moved. Not a grin that flashed teeth, just an upward pull as if someone had pressed their thumbs into the corners of its mouth and forgotten to stop. Even in the dark, the expression looked fixed, like a mask that had been molded that way. It angled its head toward the miller's window. The smile didn't shift. Its eyes caught a hint of my neighbor's candlelight and reflected it back in a way that reminded me of a deer in headlights. Except there was no softness to it. No animal panic, just a flat shine. A pale glassy look that didn't match a human eye. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, tap, pause, tap. Mrs. Miller must have been watching, because her curtain jerked. Just a little, then dropped. The figure didn't react. It only waited, hand resting lightly against the glass as if it could feel the house breathing. Somewhere close, a door opened. I heard footsteps on a porch, quick, then hesitant. A voice called out a name, and was answered by another voice hissing back to get inside. The door slammed. The sound seemed to ripple through the block, making the blackout feel suddenly crowded with unseen people. My phone buzzed with a text from the town's group chat. One of those unofficial threads that started during a flood years ago and never died. Messages scrolled in fast. Anyone else seeing it? Tall thing by Birch. Tapping on windows. My kid says it looked at them. Call 911. They told us to stay put. A photo came through. Grainy and dark. Taken from behind a curtain. It showed a thin silhouette and a pale face near a window. and even with the blur I recognized that rigid smile. I saved the photo to a folder on my phone with a nonsense label, so I wouldn't accidentally show it to anyone later. The label, for reasons I can't explain now, ended up looking like on my screen, as if my phone had glitched along with everything else. The figure moved on. It didn't rush. It didn't sneak. It simply traveled from property to property with the patience of someone walking a familiar route. The darkness gave it cover, but it didn't behave like it feared being seen. It behaved like it expected to be seen and wanted that. Across the street, the Haskell's upstairs window lit with a phone screen. A shape leaned toward it. The figure in the yard stopped and turned its head up. The smile stayed in place, and those reflective eyes caught the phone's glow and threw it back like two small coins. I crouched below my own window line, heart hammering, and tried to think like the person I usually am. The observant neighbor who notices which cars don't belong, who remembers which porch steps creak. I told myself it could be a person on stilts, a costume, a sick joke timed with a planned outage. But the outage hadn't been planned. No alert, no storm. And the town is small. Strangers stand out even in daylight. This thing moved like it had no joints that resisted, like a marionette whose strings were pulled with perfect smoothness. The tapping reached my house. It started not at the front window but at the side, at the small pane by the dining table where my wife keeps potted herbs in summer. I heard it through the wall, sharp and close. Tap, 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 pause. Tap, tap, pause. Tap. My mouth went dry. I didn't move. I didn't even swallow. I could picture the hand making those sounds, long fingers with knuckles too pronounced, resting on the glass between sequences as if waiting for me to answer. The tapping stopped. For a moment, I thought it had moved on, and relief rose too quickly, dizzying. Then the sound came again, this time on my kitchen window, right in front of where I'd been standing when the lights died. It was closer, louder, as if the figure had stepped up to my sink and leaned in. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, pause, tap. I couldn't stop myself. I rose just enough to see through the lower corner of the window. The face was inches from the glass. The thick smile pressed forward, flattening slightly as if it had no depth behind it. The skin looked too smooth, too uniform, like it had never known sun or wind. And the eyes, those eyes didn't blink. They weren't wide with emotion. They were open in the way a doll's eyes are open, reflecting what's in front of them without taking it in. Its gaze shifted, not to my face. I don't know if it could even see me in the dark, but to my reflection in the glass, the faint outline of my own features. It tilted its head as if comparing the two images. The tapping began again, but the rhythm changed, faster, impatient, a scraping percussion that set my teeth on edge. I backed away. My heel hit the cabinet, and a pan clattered inside. The figure's head snapped, a sharp movement like a hinge finally catching. The smile didn't move. I heard a sound from outside that I still can't put into a clean category. Not a voice, not an animal. More like the quick exhale you make when you press your mouth against something cold. A breath against my window. Then, without any dramatic lunge or threat, it stepped away. It passed by my porch, by my front steps, and I watched its pale face slide through the darkness between porch posts, like a moon behind bare branches. It crossed my yard and went toward the next house, and the tapping began again there, the original sequence returning like a signature, all over town. Other taps answered, window after window, a circuit, a claiming. The outage lasted 4 hours. That's what the utility later told us, chalking it up to infrastructure issues, as if that phrase could cover the way the whole town had been cut open at once. When the lights came back, it happened as suddenly as the loss. A bright flood on every street, porch bulbs popping on, refrigerators resuming their hum, as if they'd only paused to listen. People poured outside then, not before. They stood in clumps under harsh light, blinking, holding phones up like talismans. You could see the fear in the way they kept looking over shoulders, scanning the edges of yards, expecting that tall shape to be caught in the glow. There were no footprints in the frost where it had stood by my kitchen window, no smudges on the glass, no bent grass. The Haskell's dog finally barked, late and furious, as if waking from a drugged sleep. The police drove slow loops with spotlights and found nothing but shuttered faces staring back at them. In the days that followed, the town tried to shrink the night into something manageable. A coordinated prank, a drifter, mass hysteria. People blamed teenagers, blamed outsiders, blamed the aging grid. Ron showed me the marks on his back door, where something had tapped, but there were no prints, just the clean surface of glass. The pattern stayed in my head the way a tune does when you can't shake it. Tap, 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 pause, tap, tap, pause, tap. Sometimes in the early morning when the house is quiet and my own reflection is the only face in the dark window, I catch myself listening for it, terrified that my mind will supply the sound on its own. Last week, months after the outage, my power flickered for half a second at midnight. Not enough to reset the clocks, just enough to make the kitchen light blink. Once, like an eye, I didn't go to the window. I stayed seated at the table, hands flat on the wood, and watched my own face reflected in the glass. The longer I stared, the more my tired expression smoothed into something blank, something held too still. For a moment I imagined the corners of my mouth lifting without my permission, and I understood with a cold clarity why that thing wore its smile like it was required. Outside on Maple Street, the streetlight held steady, but in the dark strip between my house and the next, where the porch light doesn't quite reach, I thought I saw a tall shape pause, tilt its head and raise a hand towards someone else's window. At 2:17 a.m., my house always sounded louder than it did during the day. The furnace ticked as it cooled, the fridge clicked on and off, and the old window in the front room gave a faint plastic creak when the wind touched it. I was awake for the same boring reason I'd been awake most nights that winter. I'd fallen into the habit of checking my phone one last time, then one more time after that, then watching the numbers in the corner of the lock screen climb toward morning. That night, the wind pushed sleet against the siding in short bursts. The street outside my townhouse was empty, lit by orange lamps that made the wet pavement shine like varnish. Ontario winter light. Everything looked clean and scrubbed, even when you knew it wasn't. I set my phone down, turned toward the coffee table and saw my laptop lid still up from earlier. I hadn't meant to leave it open. The screen had dimmed to that bluish sleep glow, and for a second I thought I saw something on it. Movement that didn't match the lazy swirl of the screensaver. I leaned in. The cursor wasn't even on the desktop. A file window was open. That alone should have been enough to make me close the lid and go upstairs. But I'm the kind of person who assumes there's always a reasonable explanation. Some app updated. Some process ran. I'd bumped the trackpad with a sleeve. My brain reached for practical answers like a hand feeling for a light switch. The window was a plain directory view, the kind you only see when you dig into your own system files. A string of folders with names that looked generated. Letters, numbers, dashes. Most were empty. One wasn't. It sat there like it had been waiting, highlighted in that pale blue that meant it was selected. The folder name was a date, 2026-02. My stomach tightened. That was tonight. I clicked into it. Inside were video files, dozens of them, each with timestamps that spanned the last week, then the last month, then further back than I wanted to admit I was seeing. The fill names weren't descriptive, just numbers, but the preview thumbnails were clear enough to make my mouth go dry. They were my living room, not from my laptop camera, not from my phone. The angle was wrong. The footage came from up in the corner of the room, near the ceiling where the crown molding met the wall, a place I'd never put anything. I didn't remember sitting down. My knees found the edge of the couch and I sat like my legs had decided without me. I opened the newest file. The image came up in grainy color, a little too sharp around the edges like cheap surveillance. There was my own front room, the couch where I sat now, the coffee table with a mug ring on it, the throw blanket I always meant to fold. The camera angle made the space look slightly wider than it did in real life. as if it was using some kind of lens correction. The timestamp in the corner said 02/1652. In the video, I walked into frame carrying my phone. I yawned, rubbed my face, set the phone down, exactly what I'd done. The footage was close to real time, maybe a few seconds behind. I looked up at the corner of the room. Nothing. Beige paint, trim, a shadow that belonged to the lamp. On the screen, I turned toward the coffee table and noticed the open laptop, leaned over, my face growing larger in the frame, and then I froze. So did I. In the video, my eyes flicked toward the front window, the one that faced the street. The blinds were down, but the gaps between slats made thin lines of orange across the glass. I watched my recorded self stare at those lines. I watched myself swallow. In the real room, I felt the same instinct tug my head toward the window as if it was pulling on a string in my skull. I forced myself to stay still. The blinds were shut. The streetlight pattern was the same. Nothing moved outside. On the screen, something moved behind me. Not in the room itself. There was no shape stepping from behind the couch. No person standing in the hall. The movement happened in the black rectangle of my turned-off TV. A reflection. Faint, but unmistakable. A face. Covered. A blank mask. Pale and smooth. Where the TV should have been reflecting only my living room. I leaned so close to the laptop that my breath fogged the screen. In the footage, the mask hovered behind my shoulder at a height that suggested someone standing there. In my actual living room, the TV reflected the lamp, the couch arm, my own hunched posture. No mask. My hands had gone cold. I flexed my fingers and felt the skin tighten. I rewound a few seconds and played it again. In the TV's dark reflection, the mask appeared, steady as if it had always been there. It didn't bob like someone walking. It didn't shift with the movement of my recorded body. It was fixed to that reflection like a sticker on glass. And then, as my recorded self bent toward the laptop, the mask seemed to lean too, a fraction of an inch closer in the reflection only. The moment made a small involuntary sound tear out of my throat. Not a scream, more like the noise you make when you catch your sleeve on a door handle. I slammed the laptop shut. The screen went black. For a moment, the room was just my room again. Dim lamp, sleet tapping, quiet hum of the fridge. Then my phone lit up on the table. It didn't buzz with a notification. It didn't ring. The screen simply turned on, bright as if someone had tapped it. I hadn't. A message box sat open. Not in any app I recognized. Just a clean white field with gray text already typed. Look up. My throat tightened so hard it hurt. I didn't look up. I grabbed the phone, my fingers clumsy on the glass. There was no sender, no icon, no way to swipe away from it except the small back arrow at the top left, which didn't respond when I tapped it. I pressed the side button to lock the phone. The screen went dark. Then it lit up again immediately. Look up. This time underneath it, another line appeared, as if the person typing had patience enough to explain. It's working. I stood so fast the coffee table shuddered. The mug ring on it looked suddenly obscene, like evidence of how normal my life had been 10 minutes ago. Okay, I whispered, and heard how thin my own voice sounded. I didn't mean to speak out loud. Okay, it's a glitch. But as soon as I said it, I realized I didn't believe myself. I opened the laptop again, hands shaking. The folder was still there, the date still there. I opened a different file, one from earlier in the night. The timestamp read 01:58:14. The footage showed my living room empty. The lamp was off, only the streetlight lines and a faint glow from the kitchen. Nothing moved in the room. And in the dark reflection of the TV, two masks floated side by side. They looked identical. Smooth, pale, no visible mouth. But the eye shapes were different. One had narrow slits like someone squinting. The other had round holes that made the darkness behind them look deeper. I glanced at my actual TV. Just my room. No faces. On the screen, the two masks tilted toward each other, as if listening. That's when I heard the sound. At first I thought it was the pipes. The house always made noises, But this was not random. It came in a steady rhythm from somewhere outside, muffled by distance and walls, a mechanical sawing sound, not the screech of a handsaw or the quick chatter of a power saw on a job site. This was slower, more deliberate, a repeated draw and return, a long scrape, a pause, a shorter scrape, a pause, then the same pattern again. It was far enough away that it felt like it belonged to someone else's night. A neighbor cutting wood in a garage, a contractor with bad timing, something explainable, except it started to line up with what I saw. In the footage, as the sound came through my rear window, the masks in the TV reflection moved in sync with it. Subtle nods, like they could feel the rhythm too, like they had set it. I turned my head toward the front door. The deadbolt was on. The chain was latched. My coat hung over the chair by the entrance. Everything was as it should be. I told myself again that it was just a trick of angles, a hack, a prank. Someone got into my network, planted a folder, piped in a feed from some camera I didn't know about. That was at least a kind of logic. I could grasp it. I couldn't grasp the part where the masks existed only in digital reflections. I clicked forward through the footage. The living room stayed empty. The masks stayed in the TV reflection. Then, without warning, the camera viewpoint shifted. It wasn't a cut to a new file. It was the same timestamp continuing. But the angle slid as if the camera itself moved. The view panned right, slowly, dragging the room across the frame until it centered on the front door and the narrow sidelight window next to it. The blinds on that window were always half turned, letting a thin strip of streetlight in. On the screen, the strip of light was wider than it should have been. The sawing sound outside continued, steady, like something being tested. My phone lit up again on the table, bright, insistent. I didn't touch it, but my eyes were pulled down anyway. A new line in the same blank message field. We don't need you to look up. Below it, as if to prove a point, watch. The laptop footage showed the strip of light by the door begin to wobble, not from wind, but from something passing in front of it on the other side of the glass. A shape tall enough to cut the light into a clean moving block. The physical side light next to my door stayed the same. No shadow crossed it. The blinds didn't change. The strip of light was steady. On the screen, the shadow stopped. A mask appeared in the sidelight reflection, pressed close to the glass, its pale surface almost glowing against the darkness. It filled the narrow window as if it were right there. I stood frozen, staring between the real door and the footage. My heart hammered so loud I thought it might drown out the sawing, but the rhythm kept threading through it. I forced my legs to move. I stepped toward the door, slowly, like walking up to an animal that might bolt. My hand hovered near the deadbolt. If someone was outside, I could call the police. I could yell. I could turn on all the lights. I could do something. But my eyes kept snapping back to the laptop screen because it felt, in that moment, more real than the quiet hall in front of me. In the video, the mask leaned closer until the camera view fogged, as if warm breath hit the glass. In the real hall, the air was still. No fog, no breath. Then the camera panned again, past the door, down the short hallway that led to the stairs. It moved smoothly like it was on a track. It stopped at the foot of the stairs. My stomach dropped with a sudden certainty that made my teeth ache, because the camera was now looking up the stairs, at the landing, at the spot where my bedroom door would be, and I was standing in my living room, wide awake watching my own house from an angle that should not have existed, while a mechanical sawing sound scraped and paused somewhere beyond the walls. My phone screen changed without me touching it. The blank white field disappeared. A video player opened by itself. Live. The image was black at first. Then it adjusted, and I realized I was looking at the same hallway the laptop camera had panned to, except this view was lower, closer to the floor, as if the device was being held in someone's hand. The phone's live feed moved forward in a smooth glide, toward my stairs. I spun around. The actual hallway behind me was empty. The stairs were empty. The landing was dark. On the phone, the live feed climbed the first step, then the second. The viewpoint rose and dipped with each motion, the way a person's body does when they walk. The sawing sound outside shifted slightly in pitch, like pressure changing. The pattern stayed the same. On the phone screen, the live feed paused halfway up the stairs and angled left, toward the wall where a framed photo hung. Me and my sister on a summer dock, grinning at the camera. Nothing ominous about it. In the photo's glass, the phone feed caught a reflection. 2 masks, close enough that I could see faint scratches on the surface, like someone had sanded them and never finished. The round-eyed one and the narrow-eyed one. They were behind the viewpoint, behind whoever was holding the device, but reflected clear as day in the glass. In my actual hallway, the photo reflected nothing but darkness and the faint glow from my living room lamp. My lungs locked. I realized I was holding my breath and forced it out in a shaky exhale. I backed away from the door and the stairs, retreating into the center of the living room like there was safety in being away from the walls. My mind sprinted through options. Unplug the router, shut down the laptop, smash the phone, run outside, bang on a neighbor's door, anything. My hands moved before my thoughts settled. I grabbed the laptop and carried it to the kitchen counter. I yanked the power cord, then the internet cable. I shut it again for good measure and left it closed. I took the router from the shelf in the front closet and pulled the plug. The lights on it died one by one. The house went quieter than it had been all night, like I'd removed a layer of background hum I hadn't noticed. The sawing sound continued anyway. I went off the horrible view of the water wide. My phone was still in my hand. I pressed the power button until the shutdown slider appeared. Dragged it hard across the screen. The phone went black. For 3 seconds I stood there in the sudden dark of dead screens and dead LEDs, feeling ridiculous and terrified at the same time. Then the phone lit up again. Not the lock screen. The live feed. The same low-angle view. Now at the top of my stairs, pointed straight at my bedroom door. A new message overlaid on the feed in plain gray text, as if it were part of the video. Better, the bedroom door handle in the feed turned slowly downward. In the real house, somewhere above me, I heard the faintest shift of wood. Not footsteps, not a voice, just the sound of pressure changing on an old floorboard. The sawing rhythm outside stopped for the first time since it began. The silence after it was worse, like the world had leaned in. My phone buzzed once, a sharp vibration that made my grip slip. Another line of text appeared over the live feed. "Don't worry, you'll hear us." And then, faintly from upstairs, so faint it could have been imagination, except my whole body reacted to it. I heard the mechanical sawing start again. Closer now, inside the house, moving with the same long scrape pause, short scrape pause pattern, as if something unseen had found the right surface and begun to work. I didn't run upstairs. I didn't call out. I didn't bargain with whatever was in the feed and not in the air. I backed toward the front door with my eyes fixed on the staircase. My phone held out like it could warn me of what the room itself refused to show. The deadbolt felt slick under my fingers. The chain rattled softly when I flipped it free. I pulled the door open into the sleep-bright night. The street was still empty. The lamp still burned. The wet pavement still shone. Across the road, my neighbor's window reflected my doorway as a dark rectangle, my own silhouette framed in it. In that reflection, standing behind me in the open door, were 2 pale masks, perfectly still, watching from the place my hallway should have been. When I turned, the hall was empty. The sawing sound behind me continued, steady and patient, and my phone screen, still showing my bedroom door from a viewpoint that was not mine, displayed one last message as I stepped out into the cold. "We're in the loop." The first time it happened, I was already regretting taking the back way. It was past midnight on a ribbon of 2-lane asphalt north of Huntsville. The kind of road that feels unfinished, like somebody drew it across the bush and forgot to add the rest of the world. My headlights picked up wet rock cuts, black spruce, and the occasional reflective post. The sky was clear but moonless. The only weather you could feel was the cold seeping through the glass. I was halfway between towns with nothing urgent on the seat beside me, except a travel mug and a printed route. The sort of routine transit trip I'd done 100 times. I'd taken the shortcut to save time, to keep moving. That was the whole point. Motion, mileage, the familiar hum of a car doing what it's made to do. Then the engine died. Not a stutter, not a rough idle. It was as clean as a switch being flipped. The dash lit up in a sudden ugly Christmas of warning icons, and the steering wheel went heavy in my hands. In the half second before I understood it, my foot was still on the accelerator and nothing was happening. The car coasted on silence. I guided it onto the gravel shoulder, tires crunching, and came to a stop with the headlights throwing 2 pale lanes into a wall of trees. The heater fan whined down. The radio cut off mid-syllable. My breath sounded too loud inside the cab. I turned the key. Nothing. Not even the desperate churn of a starter. The dash blinked once and went dark, like the car had decided it didn't owe me an explanation. I sat there with both hands on the wheel, listening. Outside was a steady, deep quiet, not peaceful, just complete. The kind of silence where you notice your own heartbeat because the world has stopped making any effort to cover it up. Practical first. I popped the hood and stepped out into the cold. Gravel shifted under my boots. My phone's flashlight made a narrow tunnel of white, and everything beyond it became thicker darkness. The engine bay looked normal. Belts, hoses, the pale cap of the coolant reservoir. No smoke, no smell, nothing broken in a way a human could point at. I tried the battery terminals, wiggled cables, did all the things you do, because doing something feels better than admitting you're stuck. My breath fogged the light. The forest took it in and gave nothing back. Back in the driver's seat, I checked my phone. 1 bar of service, then none. I moved it around as if the air inside the cab might be different in one corner than another. The screen pulsed weakly with no service. I tried the ignition again. Still nothing. I watched the minute hand on the dash clock, frozen where it had died. The silence pressed against the windows, against my ears, and I became aware of something else. A faint, uneven tick, like a relay clicking somewhere it shouldn't, coming from the center console area. It wasn't rhythmic. It was hesitant, as if a machine was making up its mind. I grabbed a pen from the glove box, flipped over my printed route, and wrote down the last coordinates my phone had shown before it lost signal. I'd glanced at them earlier out of habit, watching the blue dot crawl across the map. 45.3207 Tergrier, N 79.2814 or W. I didn't know why I wrote them, only that I felt I might need proof that this moment had a location. After 10 minutes, my interior lights flickered once, without me touching anything. A brief sickly glow, then darkness again. When you're alone at night, your brain starts trying to finish patterns. It imagines headlights behind you. It turns the wind into footsteps. I told myself it was the battery, even though the battery hadn't given me the courtesy of a slow death. I told myself I'd left something on. I told myself 1,000 small lies that sounded like fixes. A set of headlights did appear eventually. Real ones. Rounding the bend and sweeping my stranded car in white. Relief hit hard enough to make me dizzy. I stepped out and waved, keeping myself visible on the shoulder. The approaching vehicle slowed. A pickup. It rolled to a stop 10 yards behind me, lights pouring past my legs. The driver didn't get out. I couldn't see his face through his windshield glare, but his window lowered a few inches and his voice came through, cautious, as if he'd already decided what he was going to do before he saw me. He asked if I was all right. I told him the engine had stalled, total loss, no crank. I heard him breathe out, not surprised at all. He told me to push the car if I could, even a few feet. He said he'd seen it before. He didn't offer a tow. He didn't offer a jump. He didn't even edge closer. He just repeated the same thing. Move it. Get it off that exact spot. Then his window went up. His truck rolled forward, slowly passing my car with a wide berth, and in the moment his headlights crossed my hood. I saw something on my windshield that hadn't been there before. A thin film of frost, Not on the outside, on the inside corner. As if the glass itself had breathed, the pickup's taillights disappeared into the bend. The road went empty again. I sat back in the driver's seat and stared at the dark dash, at the dead clock, at my own hands. I felt stupid for not pushing the car right away, for letting fear make me cautious. But I also felt a stubborn, itchy irritation. Machines don't care where they are. They don't get spooked by coordinates. I put my shoulder to the door frame, set the car in neutral, and pushed from outside. It moved grudgingly. Gravel popped beneath the tires. The car shifted forward a foot, maybe two, the shoulder sloping slightly. I pushed again, harder, legs shaking, and the car rolled another couple of feet. On the third shove, my key fob chirped, a small bright sound in the night. The interior light snapped on by itself. I froze with my hands on the door, staring at the sudden warm glow inside the cabin. For a second, I didn't want to get back in. It felt like someone else had turned the light on. Someone waiting. I climbed in anyway. My fingers were numb. I turned the key. The starter cranked like nothing had ever been wrong. The engine caught immediately, smooth and steady. The dash icons cleared. The clock reset itself to 12 in and started counting minutes again. I sat there with the engine idling, waiting for it to die again. It didn't. The heater kicked on. The radio came back with a burst of static before settling into a late-night station. I pulled away, keeping my speed careful, eyes locked on the rearview mirror like I expected the darkness to follow. Nothing did. The road stayed the road. Trees, rock, black water in the ditches. The world returned to its indifferent normal. By the time I hit the next town, my hands had stopped shaking. By morning and daylight, it all sounded like a simple electrical glitch dressed up by the night, except I still had those coordinates written on paper. 2 weeks later, I drove that same route again for the same reason. Transit, routine, the stubborn belief that one strange night didn't get to redraw my map. I told myself I'd been paranoid. I told myself it was the battery, and I'd had it tested, and the mechanic shrugged and said it was fine. I hit the stretch north of Huntsville just after 1 a.m. Same empty road, same dark bush. As my phone's map updated, the blue dot crept toward the spot I'd marked. The coordinates on my paper matched the digits on the screen. My stomach tightened, not with fear exactly, but with a kind of anticipatory dread you feel before an accident you can't prevent. At 453207, 79.2814W, the engine died. Clean, total, dash lights, then dark, steering heavy, silence. I didn't coast to a stop this time. I steered straight onto the shoulder and shoved the door open before the car had fully settled, like speed might beat whatever this was. I leaned in, clicked it into neutral, and pushed with both hands. The moment the tires rolled forward a couple of feet, the interior light came on again. The key fob chirped like a polite cough. The car waited, obedient, for me to turn the ignition. The starter cranked. The engine came back. I stood there on the road's edge, breathing hard, staring at the spot behind my rear tires as if it had a visible boundary. The shoulder looked no different. The trees were the same trees. The air smelled like cold pine and damp earth. There was nothing to mark it except my memory and the little note in my pocket that now felt like an accusation. I drove on, and the rest of the night was normal. After that, it stopped being my private problem. I started asking questions in a careful way, casual, like I didn't expect anything. At a Tim Hortons outside town, I mentioned a weird stall on a back road. The older guy behind me in line didn't even turn his head. He just said dead zone like it was a pothole everyone knew about. He named the general area without me giving him coordinates. I heard it again at a gas station from a woman in a courier van who'd had it happen at night and thought somebody had hacked her vehicle. I heard it from a retired couple in an RV who'd lost power steering right at the bend and barely managed to muscle onto the gravel. None of them knew each other. Their vehicles weren't the same make, the same age, the same anything. The only constant was the place and the time. Night, that stretch of isolated Ontario road. The stall that wasn't a stall so much as an off switch. The story that grew around it was practical, not dramatic. People didn't talk about ghosts. They talked about that spot the way you talk about black ice. Someone claimed a survey crew had marked the area years back because compasses wandered. Someone else said it was an old fault line. The explanation shifted depending on who you asked, but the advice stayed the same: if it happens, don't panic. Roll forward, get off the exact point. Eventually, I tested it the way you test a loose tooth with your tongue. Unable to stop, I went out one more time on purpose, alone, with a full tank and a charged phone, and a paper map, as if preparation could make it scientific. I drove until the road narrowed into darkness, and the blue dot crawled toward those numbers. When I reached them, I didn't wait for the engine to die. I slowed until I was almost stopped, right at the coordinate. I held my breath and watched the dash clock tick. At the exact spot, the clock froze. Not the whole car, not yet, just the digital numbers, locked mid-minute. The radio hissed as if the station had moved away. The headlights dimmed, a soft sag like tired eyes. Then the engine cut out in one clean breath, and every light on the dash went dark at once. In that instant, with the car dead and my hands on a wheel that suddenly felt too heavy, I understood what bothered me most about it. It wasn't the danger, it wasn't being stranded, it was the precision. Whatever it was, it knew exactly where it was. Not a stretch of road, not a general area. A point you could write down to 4 decimal places. A place that behaved like a switch built into the world. And it didn't just stop engines, it stopped time inside the machines that tried to measure it. I pushed the car forward, shoes sliding on gravel, muscles burning. The interior light snapped on like an answer. The engine returned like it had been waiting. Back home, I kept the paper with the coordinates, folding it into my wallet. I told myself it was proof, a way to keep the story anchored. But I started checking my route maps at night, without thinking, avoiding that point the way you avoid a bad memory. Last month I was in a diner farther north, and I overheard a teenager telling his friend about his dad's truck dying on that one road, and coming back when they rolled it a few feet. He laughed like it was a local prank the world played on newcomers. His friend nodded like it was old news. I didn't correct them. I didn't lean over and give them the exact numbers. I didn't say what I'd seen the last time. The way the clock froze before anything else failed, as if the car had reached the edge of a small, invisible pocket where rules changed. I just paid my bill and drove home while the sun was still up, watching the miles slide under me, listening to the engine hum, grateful for every mundane second that kept moving forward, because now I know there's at least one place on an isolated Ontario road where motion is optional, where machines forget their purpose, and where a community quietly agrees not to stop exactly there. Because once you've felt a dead zone take your vehicle apart without touching it, you start to wonder what else it could make go quiet if you gave it the chance to hold you long enough to stay. The first thing I noticed was the silence inside the house. Not the usual quiet you get in the country, where the furnace clicks and the fridge hums, but a flatter kind of stillness, like someone had stuffed cotton into the rooms. I was standing at the kitchen sink, rinsing a mug, when every light in the place snapped on at once. Not one at a time, not a flicker and a stumble. Everything. The under cabinet strips, the pendant over the table, the hallway sconces, the basement stair bulb I always forget to turn off, even the porch light outside, and the flood over the driveway, the one that usually stays dark unless a raccoon wanders past the sensor. I froze with my hands in the cold water. For half a second I thought the power had come back after one of those rural blips, but it hadn't gone out. The radio on the counter was still playing its low late-night talk. The oven clock hadn't reset. Nothing else changed except the light, bright and blunt, filling the windows like I'd turned the house inside out. I yanked my hands free and went room to room the way you do when something you don't understand happens in your own home. It wasn't panic at first, just that practical annoyance you get with a broken thing. I checked the switches. Most were down, a few were in the middle, the cheap kind that can settle wrong. None were up. In the mudroom, I opened the electrical panel and stared at the rows of breakers. Everyone was seated, No tripped switches, no burnt smell. My fingers hovered, then pulled the main off and on again, the way my father taught me when I was a kid, and the well pump got temperamental. The light stayed on. That was when the silence started to feel less like nothing, and more like something waiting. The radio kept talking, but it sounded far away, like it had been moved to another house and was bleeding through the snow. Outside, the night pressed against the glass. Rural Ontario in winter has a particular darkness, heavy and blue, and the snow makes it worse by reflecting whatever light you give it. With the whole house lit up, I could see the yard clearly, the line of spruce near the road, the sagging fence half buried, my wood pile under a tarp that looked like a sleeping animal. I told myself it had to be a wiring issue, some weird surge. A relay stuck. I live alone, and when you live alone, you get used to being your own witness. There's nobody else to confirm the shape of things. Nobody to say, yes, that happened. So you learn to talk yourself down with explanations. Still, my heart was banging hard enough that my throat felt tight. I went to the front door and leaned close to the sidelight glass, scanning the driveway. The snow had been falling since dinner, a steady soft curtain. My tire tracks from earlier were already fading, the edges rounding off like they'd been rubbed with an eraser. There were no headlights out on the road, no neighbors close enough to throw light through my trees, no reason for the motion sensor to be awake, let alone every lamp in the house. And then I saw her. She was in the yard, not by the road and not by the porch, but out past the lilac bush where the snow drifts deep. A woman-shaped figure, upright and still, facing the house. She wasn't near any path. She was standing where I never step in winter, because the snow can swallow a boot to the knee. At first, my mind tried to make her into something else. A fence post, a shadow thrown by the floodlight, a trick of the snowflakes moving through the beam. But the longer I looked, the clearer the outline became. Shoulders, a narrow waist, the suggestion of hair or a hood around the head. She didn't move. The glass between us felt too thin. My breath fogged the pain, and I wiped it with my sleeve to get a better look. Her face was turned my way, but there were no features I could make out, just a paler oval where the light hit and the rest swallowed by the night. I checked my own reflection, half expecting to see my fear staring back, but the yard was bright enough that she held the foreground. My hand went automatically to the deadbolt, then hesitated. Locking the door is what you do when danger is outside. My problem was that my house had just decided on its own to announce itself like a lighthouse. I stepped back, grabbed my phone off the counter, and stared at the screen. No service, not uncommon out here, but I still felt stupid for not having the landline plugged in. I opened the camera, zoomed in on the yard, and held the lens to the glass. The screen showed the woman as a smear of white against white, as if the phone refused to accept her shape. I snapped a few photos anyway, more out of spite than hope. I could have stayed inside. I could have shut the curtains and told myself the floodlight was playing tricks. I could have waited for the furnace to kick on and fill the rooms with normal sound. Instead, I put on my boots and my coat. It wasn't bravery. It was that stubborn need to make the world behave. If someone was in my yard, they needed to leave. If it was a neighbor in trouble, they needed help. If it was nothing, I needed to see it be nothing. I pulled on my gloves so hard the seams creaked. In the closet by the door, I found the old flashlight I keep for power outages and clicked it on. The beam looked ridiculous against the house lights pouring through the windows, but I held it anyway, as if it could draw a line between me and whatever waited out there. Before I opened the door, I looked through the glass again. She was still there. No shifting of weight, no swaying, not even the small movements people make when they're cold and trying to stay upright. Snowflakes fell through the light and vanished against her outline like they were being absorbed. I put my hand on the knob and felt the vibration of the house. Faint but present, the way you can sometimes feel the electrical life of a place when everything is running. I remember thinking, absurdly, that the house was awake when I opened the door. Cold air knifed in. The porch light above me was blazing, and the yard lay open, a bright bowl of snow under the flood. The world smelled clean, sharp, with that metallic edge winter gets when the temperature drops. I stepped onto the porch and looked straight at her. From outside, she seemed farther away than she had through the glass. The distance did a strange thing to her proportions. She was the right height for a woman, but too narrow, like someone had drawn her with a pencil and forgotten to shade in the depth. The light caught the top of her head and shoulders, turning them the color of old paper. I raised the flashlight and aimed it, though it barely mattered. She did not react. My own footsteps were loud on the porch boards. I went down the steps and into the snow. It was deeper than it looked, swallowing my boots and making a sucking sound when I lifted my feet. Each step was a small effort, and that effort made me angry. Anger is a useful tool in fear. It gives you something to hold. I kept my eyes on her the entire time. The closer I got, the more my brain insisted there should be some sign of her being there. A trail, scuffed snow, a stumble mark where she'd paused. The yard was a blank page under fresh fall. My own tracks were the only writing on it. I stopped 10 feet away. She was in a spot where the drift rose almost to her knees. If she had walked out there, she would have left a channel, a churned trench. But the snow around her legs was smooth and untouched, piled cleanly as if she had been placed there from above. I swung the flashlight beam down to the ground, tracing a circle. Nothing. No footprints leading up. No prints leading away. Not even the small dimples you get when powder settles after someone passes. I lifted the beam back to her. Her face was still featureless in the light. The shape of it made my stomach turn. Not because it was monstrous, but because it was so close to ordinary and still wrong. There was a suggestion of eyes, but it was like looking at a face through frost on glass. You can tell where the features should be, but they never resolve. I couldn't hear her breathing. I couldn't hear anything from her at all. The only sound was the faint hiss of falling snow, and my own blood moving in my ears. I tried to speak. My mouth opened. Nothing came out. The air felt too thick for words. That was the moment the lights inside the house all went out at once. Not a dimming, not a stagger. An instant switch like a hand had closed over the glow. The yard dropped into near darkness, except for my flashlight beam and the weak wash of the moon behind clouds. The porch light died. The flood died. The windows became black squares. The silence deepened until it felt like pressure against my eardrums. I flicked my flashlight off and on, suddenly terrified it would fail too. The beam returned, thin and fragile, and in that thin light the woman's outline looked sharper, as if the house had been doing me a favor by making her hard to see. I backed up one step, then another. She didn't follow. I turned my head toward the house, needing to see the door, to make sure it was still there, that the porch hadn't vanished along with the lights. The outline of the steps was barely visible, my own tracks leading back like a rope. When I looked back at her, she was in the same place, in the same posture, as though time had never moved for her at all. I walked backward to my tracks, and then turned and moved as fast as the deep snow allowed, stumbling once, catching myself with a gloved hand. The cold burned my palm through the fabric. I didn't look over my shoulder again until I hit the porch and hauled myself up. Inside, the house was dark but not dead. The radio was still on, talking in a calm voice about ordinary things. The oven clock still glowed. The furnace still clicked. Only the lights had gone, leaving me with the sense that something had been switched off in the wrong order. I locked the door and stood with my back against it, listening. My breath came in loud bursts. The mudroom smelled of wet wool and stale wood smoke. I waited for a knock, for the crunch of footsteps on the porch, for any sign that what I'd seen could interact with the world the way I did. Nothing came. After a while, I forced myself to go to the front window and pull the curtain back a few inches. The yard was a dim expanse of snow under moonlight. My tracks ran out from the porch and ended in a disturbed patch where I'd stopped. Beyond that, the drift was smooth. There was no woman standing there. In the morning, after a sleepless dawn of watching the windows and jumping at every furnace cycle, I went out with a shovel and a thermos of coffee and walked the same path. The snow had stopped sometime in the night, leaving a clean surface that should have preserved anything that happened after. My tracks were there, half softened, leading to the place I'd stood. I widened the area, scraping gently, looking for compressed snow, for anything that suggested weight. There were no footprints. Not behind where she'd been, not beside it, not anywhere in that drift except my own. I checked the motion sensor and the bulbs. I checked the panel again. I found no tripped breakers, no burnt wire, no explanation that fit the way every light had flared together and then died together. The photos on my phone showed nothing but a yard too bright, and my own reflection ghosted in the glass, as if the camera had chosen the safe answer and erased the rest. I wrote down the details that day, the way I used to log my generator hours. Practical and plain, because I didn't trust my memory not to soften it. I saved it in my notes as a kind of private incident report, and then I tried for weeks to live as if the house hadn't turned itself into a signal and called something out of the snow. But even now, when winter settles in and the nights go long, I catch myself avoiding that part of the yard. I keep the porch light off unless I'm outside, and sometimes, standing at the sink with my hands in cold water, I imagine every bulb in the house waking up at once, and I see a pale shape waiting in the drift where no one can walk, watching a window that has gone suddenly bright. The first thing I noticed was how wrong the quiet sounded when the power died. Not the usual dip and flicker you get when a storm leans on the lines. Not that soft electrical sigh from refrigerators restarting. It was a clean cut, like someone had reached into the town's throat and pinched. My living room lamp went black. The ceiling fan coasted once, twice, and stopped. Outside, the porch lights down the street disappeared in a neat row until the whole neighborhood looked like it had been erased. I stood at my front window with my phone in my hand, screen glowing uselessly at one bar. The air through the glass looked still, too. No wind worrying the trees. No rain. No distant thunder. Just a dead February night, and a town that had suddenly been told to hold its breath. I live in a small place where you learn people by their habits. You know whose dog barks at the mail truck, who smokes on their porch after dinner, who forgets to bring their trash can in. With the lights out, those habits went missing, and the street felt like a stage after the actors have walked off. A car rolled past without headlights, moving slow enough that I could hear the tires whisper over the asphalt. It didn't feel like somebody trying to be careful. It felt like somebody trying not to exist. It kept going, and the red glow of its taillights never appeared. I told myself it was nothing. I told myself I was being jumpy, because the darkness made everything feel closer. Then I saw the shape between the Johnson's house and the old lilac bush, and my stomach tightened so hard it made me swallow. At first I thought it was a person standing in the shadow, but it was too tall for the space. Too narrow. The streetlight over there was out, but the moon gave just enough pale wash to separate it from the background. It wasn't leaning. It wasn't shifting its weight. It was simply there, like a post driven into the ground. It stepped forward, and the movement was what ruined any normal explanation. There was no hurry, no stumble, no searching, just a deliberate glide of limbs as if it had already practiced how to walk in a neighborhood like mine. It crossed the Johnsons' front yard without going near the driveway. It didn't follow paths. It didn't avoid sprinklers or garden edges. It moved straight toward their front window, the one that faces the street. I couldn't see the Johnsons inside, but I knew they'd be awake. When the power goes, you wake up. You listen. You check your phone. You look out. Same as me. The figure stopped at the window. It lifted one long arm, bent at the elbow with a careful, almost polite angle, and tapped the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Not a knock, not a bang, not the rattling impatience of someone locked out. 3 soft taps in a steady rhythm, spaced the same way you'd tap a spoon against a cup when you're thinking. Then the arm lowered, and it stood there facing the dark house, as if waiting for a response that wasn't going to come. My throat went dry. I backed away from the window and switched off my phone screen, like the tiny light might be a beacon. Then I forced myself forward again, slower, so I could keep watching without letting it see me moving. The figure didn't look around. It didn't scan for witnesses. It didn't do anything you'd expect from a prowler or a prankster. It simply turned and walked to the next house, the Rileys, where a pair of small curtains were always pulled back. I could picture Mrs. Riley's houseplants lined up on that sill, and the way she waved at everyone in the mornings. It stopped at their front window and did the same thing. Tap, tap, tap. Across the street, a door opened. A rectangle of darkness, slightly darker than the rest. Someone stepped onto their porch and held a flashlight like a weapon, sweeping it left and right. The beam cut across the pavement, across the mailbox posts, across the bare tree limbs. It never touched the figure. The figure stayed in the thin seam of shadow between houses, moving only when the beam pointed away, always sliding into the blind spot like it understood angles better than the man holding the light. I wanted to shout, but the silence felt brittle, like sound would shatter it and bring something down on my roof. I reached for my landline out of habit and remembered it was useless without power. My phone showed no service now, just a blank accusing screen. The tapping carried in the dark. It was faint, but it reached me the way small sounds do when the world goes still. 3 taps at the Rileys, 3 taps at the next place, then a pause, then 3 again, further down like a signal moving from house to house. I pulled the curtain back a fraction and peered through the gap. The figure was closer to my end of the street now, moving with that same deliberate pace. A few houses down, someone's voice rose briefly, a harsh question swallowed by distance. It didn't sound like a conversation, just a human trying to force the dark to explain itself. The voice stopped, and the tapping continued. When the figure passed under a patch of moonlight between 2 maples, I saw it clearly enough that my mind stopped trying to edit it into something reasonable. Its skin looked pale gray, not like a person under bad light, but like old paper left in a damp basement. Its body was tall and thin to a point that made my eyes search for bulk that wasn't there. The limbs were long in a way that didn't match the torso, and its face. The face was the worst part, because it had an expression that didn't belong on anything alive. A wide smile stretched across it, fixed and static, like someone had drawn it and forgotten to erase it. The mouth didn't move when it breathed, if it was breathing at all. The cheeks didn't shift. The smile was just there, an unchanging curve. Its eyes reflected no light. They had no pupils I could see, no color, no depth, just flat, pale shapes that made me think of blank stones. I felt watched, but not in the usual way. Not like someone's gaze landing on you. It was more like being included in something without consent, like my house had been added to a list. The figure reached the Thompsons' place, then the vacant rental with the for sale sign. Then it turned as neatly as a person turning a page and started crossing toward my side of the street. The tapping kept traveling, house by house, a methodical sweep. Somewhere behind me, my refrigerator made a settling pop as it cooled. The sound was so normal it almost broke me. I gripped the window frame until my fingers hurt. I saw porch curtains twitch. I saw silhouettes of neighbors moving behind their own glass, shapes pressed close and then pulled back, like everyone was learning the same lesson at the same time. Don't be the first to make yourself known. The figure stopped at the house directly across from mine. It stood by their front window and performed its 3 taps with the same patient rhythm. Then it waited. The blank eyes stayed aimed at the glass as if it could see through walls, through furniture, through the heart-thumping people on the other side. That's when I heard it from inside that house. A small, involuntary sound, like a hand clapped over a mouth too late. The figure did not react. It only turned slowly, and for the first time its head angled toward my side of the street, toward my window. I dropped the curtain and backed up until my calves hit the coffee table. My living room smelled like dust and cold fabric. I moved through the dark by memory, locking the deadbolt, sliding the chain, then realizing how pointless that was if something wanted in. I didn't turn on a flashlight. I didn't want to announce where I was standing. I knelt behind the couch with my phone in my hand, willing it to show a signal. Outside, the tapping came closer. Tap, tap, tap. A pause that felt like someone holding their hand above glass, deciding where to place the next touch. Tap, tap, tap. I forced myself to crawl up just enough to see through the gap between the couch and the curtain edge. The figure had crossed the street. It moved through my yard without hesitation. straight toward my front window. It didn't look at my door. It didn't circle the house. It came to the glass like that was always the point. It stopped inches from where I had been standing earlier. Moonlight caught the side of its face, enough to show the unmoving smile and the smooth pale gray skin, like it had never known sun. The eyes faced forward, empty of detail, and I had the sharp, irrational thought that they weren't for seeing. They were for being seen. One long finger lifted. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was quiet. It was also the loudest thing I'd ever heard in my own house. I held my breath until my ribs ached. The figure didn't try the window. It didn't press its face to the glass. It didn't do anything dramatic. It simply stood there, smile fixed, as if it was letting me absorb the fact of it, as if the act of showing up was the entire purpose. From down the street, another set of taps answered, then another, like a slow call passing through the neighborhood. It wasn't random, it was systematic. The way a canvasser goes door to door, the way a survey team marks addresses, the way a person checks off tasks. The figure finally turned its head slightly, not scanning, but orienting like it had an internal map. Then it stepped away from my window and moved on to the next house, taking its 3 taps with it. I stayed behind the couch long after it left my yard. I listened to the pattern drift down the block. I listened to the town's collective stillness, everyone trapped in their own homes, witnessing the same thing from behind curtains and blinds, each of us alone but all of us being visited. After what felt like hours, the power snapped back on. It didn't surge or stutter. It returned like a switch thrown. Street lights flared. Porch bulbs blinked. Televisions in distant houses lit up through windows. I stood at my window again, hands shaking, scanning for the tall figure. The street was suddenly ordinary, painfully so. I could see the parked cars, the bare branches, the sheen of frost on lawns. There was no sign of anything pale or thin, no shadow moving between homes. Doors opened up and down the block. People stepped out into the revived light with phones and flashlights, and the brittle anger that comes after fear. A few neighbors called across the street, trying to stitch together what they'd seen without admitting how helpless they'd felt. I kept my own words tight, just enough to confirm I'd heard the taps and seen it move house to house. Later, when I wrote down everything I could remember so I wouldn't start doubting myself, I tucked that page into an envelope with other notes I didn't know what to do with and all. The utility company's recorded message said there had been a localized outage, cause unknown, crews investigating, no storm, no car accident, no transformer fire, the town's social media filled with questions, and shaky porch camera clips that showed nothing but darkness and the faint sound of 3 measured taps. In the days that followed, everyone acted a little more private. Curtains stayed closed. Porch lights got replaced with brighter bulbs. People stopped lingering at windows at night. Kids were called in earlier. Doors got checked twice. For a while I told myself the return of the power meant the end of it, that whatever had used the dark to move through our neighborhood had lost its cover. But on the 3rd night after the outage, well past midnight, I woke to a sound I felt more than heard. Tap, tap, tap. It came from my front window, soft and precise, like a fingertip testing glass, and I lay there in the dark with my eyes open, staring at the ceiling, knowing without looking that the streetlight outside was still on, and that whatever stood at my window didn't need the darkness anymore. The invite hit my phone while I was balancing my cracked compact mirror on the edge of the bathroom sink, trying to see if the concealer I'd stolen from my mom's drawer actually matched my skin. The subject line was clean and confident, like it belonged to someone who didn't misspell words or message people at 2 a.m. Portfolio review, downtown location. The sender name wasn't a person, just a brandy-sounding studio title I'd never heard of. I should have laughed and deleted it. Instead, my throat went tight, the way it does when you think your life is about to start. I was 16 and I'd been practicing runway turns in the narrow gap between my bed and the wall since middle school. I knew every trick. Chin down, eyes forward, shoulders loose, pretend you aren't hungry. I'd posted my photos in the right places and tagged the right accounts, and learned to ignore the comments that weren't about clothes. When that invite arrived, it felt like proof that the hours in front of the mirror weren't just me being stupid in private. It came with an address, a time window, and a short line that said they'd seen my work and wanted to talk in person. Same day, limited slots. The building sat 2 blocks off the main downtown artery, where the boutiques ended and the older commercial block started. It had that tired city smell baked into the brick, exhaust, wet concrete, old heat vents. The entry was a glass door set into aluminum framing, the kind you pushed through without thinking when you needed copies made or wanted to open a bank account. A white paper sign was taped inside at eye level, "Deliveries Rear." There were no posters, no glossy photos of faces, nothing that said fashion, just a small keypad under a security camera and a sticker that read "Property under video surveillance" in faded red. My phone buzzed when I stepped close, like it recognized the place. A new message slid down. Front entry unlocked. Go to 4th floor. Under it, a string of characters I didn't understand. I remember that detail because it looked like a broken link. The kind of thing that shows up when a page fails to load, and I almost took it as a sign to turn around. Instead, I told myself it was just some template tag they forgot to remove. People with real jobs forgot things all the time. The door opened when I pulled. Inside was a small lobby with gray tile, a potted plant that had given up, and an elevator that looked older than my dad. The lobby lights were on, but it was the kind of light that didn't warm anything. I walked to the elevator and pressed the button. The door slid apart with a tired sigh. I stepped in, and the moment my sneakers hit the elevator floor, I heard a click from behind me. The lobby door had shut on its own. Not a dramatic slam, just a soft latch like someone closing a file cabinet. I glanced back through the elevator's narrowing gap and saw the glass door settle flush into its frame. The keypad's little green light blinked once, then went dark. I rode up with my heart thumping too hard for a building that quiet. By the 3rd floor, the fluorescent ceiling panels flickered, and for a second the elevator smelled like hot wires. When the doors opened on the 4th floor, I expected something. A reception desk, a sign, at least a hallway that looked used. Instead, I stepped into a corridor that felt unfinished, like an office suite waiting for tenants. Beige walls, industrial carpet, a line of identical closed doors with brushed metal handles. No art, no music, no voices. The air was cooler up there, like the heat didn't reach. I checked my phone. The signal bars were still there, but everything spun when I tried to load anything. Messages wouldn't send. My camera opened and then froze. I turned Wi-Fi on, off, on again, like that would make the world work. The battery icon, which had been at 60% 5 minutes ago, now read 13. I laughed once, out of reflex, because the alternative was admitting I was alone in an empty hallway with a dying phone. A door at the end of the corridor had a printed label taped crookedly across it. Studio 4D. That had to be it. I walked toward it, my footsteps muted by carpet that swallowed sound. The handle turned. The door opened into a room that looked like a storage space somebody had tried to dress up. There was a rolling clothing rack with 3 garments covered in clear plastic. A full-length mirror leaned against the wall. 2 folding chairs sat under a buzzing light. On a table, a ring light stood collapsed like a dead insect. No one was inside. I waited because that's what you do when you've convinced yourself you're being professional. I checked the corners for cameras. I stared at my reflection and adjusted my hair until my fingers trembled. Minutes stretched. The building felt like it was holding its breath. Somewhere above me there was a dull sound, like a chair scraping, slow and careful. I stepped back into the hallway. The sound came again, not loud enough to place, but definitely movement. A shifting weight, a slide, then a pause. It was on the floor above, or maybe 2 floors above. The kind of sound you'd hear in an apartment when the neighbor drags something across a room. Only this wasn't an apartment. This was a vacant office building with no signs of life. I didn't want to be the paranoid girl who panicked over normal city noises. I also didn't want to be the girl whose picture ended up on a missing poster. I tried to call my mom even though she'd kill me for coming downtown alone. The call screen appeared. The number filled in and then it just sat there, stuck on calling, like the phone had forgotten how to reach anyone. I tried 911. Same thing. I tried to text my friend Lila, here for model thing. Weird. The message stayed blue, unsent. That's when I noticed the elevator button on the wall. It was lit, but when I pressed it, nothing happened. No ding, no vibration. The little arrow didn't blink. I pressed it again harder. Still nothing. I went to the stairwell door and pushed. It didn't budge. I pulled. It didn't budge. I looked down and saw a metal plate bolted over the latch mechanism, like a temporary lock. A memory hit me of those news stories where people get trapped in buildings after hours because doors go into secure mode, only it wasn't after hours. The light through the narrow corridor window had shifted from bright afternoon to a softer slanted gold. Day was tipping toward evening, and downtown was supposed to be loud right now. Traffic, people, something. Up here it was silent enough that I could hear the thin buzz of fluorescent lights and the soft tick of my own pulse. My phone buzzed again, making me flinch so hard my eyes stung. A message. Please remain in the studio. Someone will be with you. No sender name this time. Just the words, as calm as a receptionist. I typed back with shaking thumbs. I can't leave. Door locked. Who are you? It didn't send. The battery dropped to 12, then 11, like it was being drained by something other than my screen. Another scrape sounded from above. Closer now, directly overhead. This time it was followed by a soft series of taps. Not footsteps. Too uneven, like something being set down and lifted again. Testing the floor. I went back into Studio 4D because the hallway felt too open, too exposed. I shut the door and immediately regretted it. The click of the latch sounded final, like a decision. I tried the handle again. It turned, but the door didn't open. I leaned my shoulder into it, then both hands. Nothing. The hinges didn't even groan. The door felt fused to the frame. The air in the room seemed to thicken, like the building was warming up around me. The buzzing light above me got louder. The plastic garment covers crinkled once faintly, even though I hadn't touched them. I stood dead still, listening for my own breathing, and realized I could hear something else underneath it. A low, steady hum, like a ventilation system running somewhere out of sight. The taps above moved. They crossed the ceiling, slow and deliberate, pausing directly over the center of the room. I stared at the stained ceiling tile as if I could see through it. Nothing moved, no shadows, just that sound and the sudden pressure of being noticed. I did the only practical thing I could think of. I grabbed the folding chair and wedged it under the door handle, not because it would stop anyone strong, but because it would make noise if the door moved. I pulled the rolling rack in front of it for extra weight. I took the mirror and held it like a shield, my reflection pale and stretched in the glass. Then the room went quiet. Even the hum seemed to dip, as if someone had turned a dial. The buzzing light steadied. The air smelled faintly of cardboard and dust. A voice came through the wall, muffled, distant, like someone speaking from a room down the hall. I couldn't make out words, only the rise and fall of a sentence. Another voice answered, even fainter. My stomach dropped. There were people here. I was not alone, and they weren't coming to the door. I banged on the wall with my fist until my knuckles burned. No one responded. The voices stopped as if my noise had reminded them to be quiet. I tried to scream, but what came out sounded small, swallowed by carpet and drywall, and whatever insulation kept this building from admitting its secrets. Minutes blurred. My phone hit 9%, then 8. The screen dimmed like a tired eye. I stared at it, willing another message to appear. Some instruction that would make sense. Some apology. Some proof that this wasn't what it felt like. Nothing came. Only that silent room and the weight of the ceiling overhead. When the light outside the corridor window finally turned gray-blue, the building made a new sound. A deep metallic clunk that traveled through the floor. A moment later, there was a hiss, like pressurized air. I froze, listening. Somewhere below, far below, an alarm chirped once, and then stopped. Not a fire alarm, something smaller, a door sensor maybe. I moved the rack away from the studio door and pressed my ear to the wood. I heard nothing in the hallway, but I felt a subtle change, like the building's posture had shifted. I tried the handle again. This time the door opened. The hallway looked the same, but the air was different, cooler, moving. A faint draft came from the direction of the elevators, carrying a smell I hadn't noticed before. Street-level air, damp and alive. I ran to the elevator call button and pressed it out of habit, still dead. I ran to the stairwell door, still locked, that metal plate unmoved. Then I saw it, a door at the end of the corridor that I hadn't noticed earlier because it blended into the beige wall. It was plain, unmarked, set slightly ajar, and a thin line of brighter light spilled from the gap onto the carpet like a finger pointing. I didn't think. Thinking would have rooted me to the spot. I sprinted to it and shoved it open. It was a service corridor, narrower than the main hall, with concrete walls and exposed pipes. The light was harsh and honest. The draft was stronger. At the far end, a metal delivery door stood open to the outside, propped by a wedge. Beyond it was an alley washed in the last light of the day. I could hear traffic again, faint but real. I could hear a distant siren that didn't belong to me. There was no one in the service corridor, no footsteps retreating, no shadow slipping around a corner, just that open door like it had been left that way for me on purpose. I ran through it so fast my shoulder clipped the frame. The cold air hit my face, sharp and clean, and I kept running until the alley spat me out onto the sidewalk, and I was surrounded by strangers who had no idea what my body had just learned. I stopped under a street lamp that hadn't fully come on yet, and looked back. The building's front windows reflected the evening sky. The glass door was closed, the keypad dark. The fourth floor windows were black, and the entire place looked exactly like what it had claimed to be vacant. My phone vibrated once more, weak as a heartbeat, and then the screen went black for good. I stood there with my hands shaking at my sides, tasting metal in my mouth, watching a delivery truck roll past without slowing. The city kept moving around me, indifferent and loud, and the only proof I had was the ache in my knuckles and the memory of a door that only opened when I stopped being useful. When I finally walked away, I didn't look over my shoulder again, but I felt the building behind me like a camera still recording, its empty windows fixed on my back as the light drained out of the street, and the last bright line in the alley disappeared. I still taste that gravel dust sometimes. The way it stuck to the back of my throat and made every breath feel like it had teeth. It comes back on quiet nights when headlights sweep across my bedroom wall from the street outside. And for a second, my body forgets I'm grown now, forgets the years that piled up between then and now, and just remembers the slow, patient crawl of a car behind us on a road that didn't belong to anyone. We were 16. Which is old enough to be embarrassed by fear and young enough to be ruled by it anyway. My best friend Cal had just gotten his license. He drove like he was trying to convince the world he deserved it. Hands at 10 and 2, chin lifted, music turned down low so his parents wouldn't hear bass thumping from the driveway when he rolled in late. That night we were out past the edge of our small town, because there was nothing else to do. The kind of town where the last open place after 9 was a gas station with a burnt-out neon beer sign and a man who watched you too closely while you bought gum. We'd taken Cal's dad's old truck out to a cut-through road that looped around the farms and rejoined the highway on the other side. It wasn't a secret road, not really. Just one of those stretches nobody used unless they had a reason. Gravel under tires, fence posts leaning like tired men, dark fields that swallowed the last of the moonlight. The forest started in a thick line where the farmland ended, dense and black, and the road ran along it for a while like it was afraid to get too close. The first thing that put a knot in my stomach was the headlights. They weren't bright, not like modern beams. They had that old tired yellow to them, and they flickered, stuttering like someone tapping a light switch in a hallway. We saw them in Kyle's rear view far back at first. It was just a glow between the trees. Then 2 distinct points bouncing with the washboard ruts. Kyle glanced at the mirror. then at me, like I could tell him what kind of car it was from two wobbling lights in the dark. I shrugged, trying to keep my shoulders loose, trying not to look as uneasy as I felt. People followed people on back roads all the time. Hunters, farmers, someone lost. That was the reasonable shelf my brain tried to set it on, but the car didn't pass. It didn't hang back either. It stayed at a slow pace, matching Cal's speed exactly, close enough that the flicker of its beams pulsed across the inside of the truck like a heartbeat that wasn't ours. When Cal eased down, the car eased down. When he nudged up, it nudged up. No rush, no impatience. Just steady, deliberate presence. A mile later, Cal eased onto the shoulder near a wide spot where an old logging trail cut into the woods. He didn't say he was doing it, which was what made my skin prickle. He was the kind of kid who always narrated his decisions to make them sound smart. This time he just slowed, gravel popping under the tires, and stopped with the truck angled slightly toward the trees. The other car stopped behind us, not pulling alongside, not leaving room. Its headlights kept flickering. In the rear view, I could see the outline of the vehicle in flashes, low and boxy, paint eaten by rust, one fender a different shade than the rest. The grill looked like a mouth with missing teeth. A door opened. A man got out. The air that came in through Cal's cracked window smelled like wet leaves and cold metal. The man walked up on Cal's side, slow steps that seemed heavier than they should have been on gravel. He leaned down, and the beam from his headlights threw his face into sharp angles, then softened it, then sharpened it again as the lights flickered. He wasn't old, not really, but his skin had a grayish, worn look, like paper left too long in the sun. His hair was thin and stuck to his forehead in damp strands. He wore a dark jacket that looked too heavy for the season, and his hands were bare. He asked for directions to a place called North Ashwick. It didn't land right. Ashwick was a neighboring town name you heard sometimes, a place with a hardware store and a little diner, but nobody ever said North Ashwick because there wasn't a north. There wasn't even a sign. It was like he'd taken a familiar word and bent it slightly out of shape. Cal told him he must mean Ashwick and tried to point him back toward the highway. The man didn't argue. He didn't get angry. He just listened, head slightly tilted, as if Cal's words were coming through a weak signal. Then he asked again, the exact same way, for North Ashwick. No warmth in it. No humor, like he was reading from something fixed in his mind, and our answers didn't fit the line. My pulse picked up. I remember looking at the man's car again, taking in small details because my body was already preparing to flee. The windshield had a spiderweb crack on the passenger side. The hood was mottled with rust, but the rust looked old enough to have layers. The license plate was there, but the numbers were hard to read in the flickering light, like they couldn't settle into one clear image. Cal's voice went thinner. He repeated himself, different directions this time, as if the wording mattered. The man's eyes stayed on Cal's face, unblinking longer than felt natural. When he finally moved, it was a sudden shift, a straightening that made my muscles jump. He stepped back from the window, then his gaze slid to me. I didn't do anything. I didn't speak. I just sat there, hands in my lap, and felt something in his attention that wasn't curiosity. It was appraisal, like he was measuring how far I could run. Cal's hand went to the gear shift. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, his knuckles pale. The man's mouth moved as if he was about to say the name again, but instead he reached toward the window frame, fingers coming up, and the motion was small but wrong in the way it claimed space. Cal slammed the truck into drive and hit the gas. The truck lurched forward, gravel spraying. The man stumbled back. In the mirror, I saw him take one step toward his car and then stop, like he'd decided he didn't need it. Cal didn't stay on the road. He swung hard toward the logging trail, tires biting into softer ground, branches scraping the sides. The trail was barely a trail, just two pale ruts cutting into a wall of trees. The canopy closed over us immediately, swallowing the moon, making the world a tight tunnel of darkness and shaking leaves. Behind us, the rusted car followed. Its headlights flashed between trunks, flickering through the branches, sometimes vanishing entirely as the trail curved. The sound of its engine was uneven, like it was coughing. Cal pushed the truck harder anyway, too fast for the ruts, the suspension bucking. My teeth clacked. I braced my hands on the dash, feeling the vibration in my bones. Every instinct screamed that the truck wasn't meant for this, that we were one bad bump away from flipping. Then behind us there was a sharp crack like metal hitting stone, and the headlights in the trees pitched sideways. Cal didn't slow, he didn't look back. He just kept driving until the trail narrowed, until it became impossible even for a truck, until he had to stop because a fallen tree lay across it like a barrier. We were in the forest now, deep enough that the road was gone behind us, the air thick with damp earth and the smell of sap. It was night, but it felt like a pocket of night inside night, darker than it should have been. Call killed the engine. The sudden silence rang. We sat for a second, listening. At first there was only our breathing, loud and stupid in the cab. Then, faintly, the tick of cooling metal from Cal's truck. Then, from somewhere behind us, the sound of someone moving through underbrush. Not running, not crashing around, just steady steps, leaves shifting, twigs snapping with a kind of patience that made my stomach twist. Cal mouthed that we had to go. He didn't need to say it out loud. We shoved open our doors and climbed out, the cold immediately cutting through my sweatshirt. My shoes sank into soft earth. I could feel the forest watching in the way you can feel a room full of people. Even when you keep your eyes down, we moved away from the truck, deeper into the trees, trying to keep our footing quiet. The ground was uneven and slick. Branches snagged at my hair and sleeves. The darkness made distance hard to judge. Everything was closer than it looked, and then suddenly farther. The footsteps behind us drew nearer. We ran. We didn't run in a straight line. Not deliberately, but because the forest forced us to weave around trunks and through brush. Fear makes you choose the gaps without thinking. My lungs burned. Cold air scraped my throat. Somewhere to my left, Cal's breathing turned ragged, and I could hear him struggling not to cough. A beam of light cut through the trees for a moment, pale and trembling, and my heart dropped. The man had a flashlight, or something like it. It swept across the trunks, catching bark and leaves in brief, harsh flashes. It wasn't steady. It moved in short jerks, like a hand that didn't quite obey. I caught a glimpse of the man between trees. His jacket hung heavy. His head was angled slightly downward as if he was listening more than looking. He wasn't sprinting, but he was closing in anyway. Not because he was fast, but because he didn't slow. Cal veered toward a shallow dip in the ground where the brush thickened. We dropped into it, crouching behind a tangle of deadfall and ferns. The damp soaked through my jeans immediately. I pressed my hand over my mouth to keep my breathing quiet, tasting soil and metal in the air. The light passed above us, paused, then drifted on. The footsteps came closer, close enough that I could hear the small sounds of a body moving, fabric shifting, a faint rasp of breath. The smell changed too. A stale odor like old upholstery warmed by sun, like the inside of a car that had sat sealed for years. For a moment I was sure he would look down into the dip and see us. My muscles tightened, ready to bolt, but the footsteps moved past, continuing deeper into the woods, as if he'd never really been tracking us at all. Just moving along a route that had nothing to do with where we hid. The light dwindled between the trees until it was gone. We didn't move for a long time. We stayed crouched until our legs trembled, until the damp cold crept into my joints. When Cal finally shifted, it was with the careful slowness of someone afraid the forest itself might react. We found our way back toward the edge by following what we thought was downhill, and by listening for the faint, far-off sound of highway traffic. When we reached the logging trail again, we didn't go to Cal's truck. We didn't want to see what was behind it. We cut wide through the trees until we broke out near a field and ran along the fence line back toward town, scratching ourselves on wire and thorns, not caring. When my parents opened the door, their faces went from irritated to alarmed in an instant. They'd been angry about me staying out, about the late hour, about the excuses they'd heard too many times. That dropped away when they saw the mud on my clothes. the way my hands shook. The police came. They asked questions in the bright kitchen light that made everything feel unreal, like a dream you try to describe after waking. They drove out there with flashlights and calm voices. Kyle's parents stood in their living room with their arms crossed, trying to look like they weren't scared. They found the rusted car in the woods. It had crashed into a tree off the trail. Front end crumpled, hood bent. The flickering headlights were still on, sputtering in a weak electrical stutter that made the shadows jump. The driver's door stood open. No one was inside. They searched for hours. They brought dogs. They walked lines through the forest and shouted into the dark. They found footprints in soft spots, but the ground was too messy to follow them far. Eventually, they told our parents that whoever it was had likely panicked and run, and that the woods had swallowed him the way woods swallow a lot of things. For weeks, my mother wouldn't let me go anywhere without telling her exactly where I'd be. My father checked the locks twice every night. Cal pretended it was funny in public, and got quiet when we were alone. Life did what life does. It moved forward anyway. Years passed. I left town, came back for holidays, watched new businesses open and close on Main Street, watched the old gas station get a fresh coat of paint. The forest stayed where it always was, an unbroken line of trees holding its secrets. I told myself the rusted car had belonged to a drunk, or someone mentally unwell, or someone who'd gotten lost and fixated on the wrong name. North Ashwick could have been a mistake, a private joke, a bad memory. Then one winter evening, I was home visiting my parents. The local news was on in the background, while my mother folded laundry. The anchor's voice was steady, reading from a script about a body found in a derelict vehicle on private land outside town. They showed a photo of a rusted car half sunk in mud, branches grown up around it like the forest had been trying to reclaim it. The windshield crack was in the same place I remembered. The hood had the same mottled pattern of rust, the same mismatched fender. The caption on the screen listed the make and model, and then in smaller text, the year. The year was wrong. It was older than it should have been, by decades. The report said the deceased man inside had been identified. His name meant nothing to me until they showed his driver's license photo, and the room seemed to tilt. The thin hair, the grayish skin, the eyes that looked past the camera like it was listening for something else. The anchor said the man had been dead for at least a week before he was found. A week. My mother kept folding, not really watching, not noticing the way my hands went numb. I stared at the screen until my eyes hurt, waiting for them to say more, waiting for someone to explain how a face from a night years ago could be attached to a death dated last Tuesday. They mentioned the odd detail that the man's car had been reported missing long ago, then corrected, then lost in paperwork. They said the police were looking into the timeline, using that careful language adults use when they don't want to admit something doesn't fit. They never said North Ashwick. They never said anything about flickering headlights on a gravel road, or a crash in the woods, or two teenagers running through brush with cold air tearing at their lungs. I didn't tell my parents what I knew. I sat there and let the laundry pile up in neat squares, and I listened to the anchor move on to a story about weather and road conditions, as if the other thing hadn't happened. Later that night, I went outside alone. The street was quiet. The town's lights made a low orange haze against the winter clouds. Somewhere out beyond the last houses, beyond the farms, beyond the line of trees, there was a gravel road that still existed, even if nobody talked about it. A car passed on the main street, its headlights bright and steady, and my body still flinched. I watched the beams sweep over the snowbanks, over the bare branches, over the fence posts, and I felt the old fear rise up, not like a memory but like a warning, because I couldn't stop thinking about that name, about the way it had sounded like a destination and a mistake at the same time. I couldn't stop wondering if he'd been lost in the ordinary sense, or if he'd been traveling through something bent and wrong, following a road only he could see, and I couldn't stop picturing him leaving his crashed car, stepping into the woods without urgency, moving deeper as if he knew exactly where he was going, as if somewhere in that darkness there was a place called North Ashwick that waited for him, patient as the flicker of old headlights, patient as time itself. The first time I heard it, I was holding a flashlight between my knees and tightening a loose strap on a hard case, trying not to think about how far we were from the nearest lit road. The night had that rural thickness to it, the kind that makes your own breathing sound too loud. Then the sound rolled across the field like warm air from an open door. Laughter, a bass thump, the bright scatter of music coming from a building everyone in our county knew was empty. It was the old Grange Hall on County Road 12, a long, low structure of weathered boards and sagging tin that had been condemned before I finished high school. The roofline bowed in the middle. The front steps leaned away from the threshold like they were tired of pretending. In daylight, you could see straight through gaps in the siding. At night, it was just a darker shape against darker trees. We were not ghost hunters. That's the part people always want to skip past. There were no capes, no rituals, no dramatics. We were just a handful of neighbors who happened to be standing around the same tailgate at the same time, trying to figure out why, for the third night in a row, the Grange Hall sounded like it was hosting a party. It started as a nuisance complaint. My friend Lena lived closest, and she'd called me because I worked with the volunteer fire department and had a habit of showing up to things with tools and extra batteries. She said she'd woken up to music around midnight, thought it was kids, drove over and found the place dark. No cars, no lights through the windows, just the sound, clear enough to make out the rise and fall of a chorus, as if the crowd inside knew all the words. By the time I got there, 2 other cars were already parked along the ditch. Carl, who ran cattle on the south end, stood with his hands in his coat pockets, chin lifted, listening. Nate had come too, mostly because he couldn't resist anything that smelled like a story. Nobody was smiling. The sound wasn't faint. That was what unsettled me right away. It wasn't a whisper you had to chase. It had shape and distance. It had that indoor echo to it, like voices bouncing off bare walls and a low ceiling. There were moments when the laughter spiked, as if someone had just told a joke that landed hard. There was even the clink of something like bottles touching. We stood in the cold grass at the edge of the field, staring at a building with no power line connected to it, and listened to a party that shouldn't have existed. We did the practical thing first. We looked for headlights. We scanned the gravel turnout behind the hall. We walked the perimeter in a loose line, staying a few yards apart so we could see if anyone bolted from a back door. The sound followed us, always coming from the middle of the building, as if a crowd was gathered around tables in the main room. I remember stepping onto the porch and feeling the boards flex under my boots. The music was so close at that point that my skin prickled, like I was about to open a door on strangers. I raised my flashlight, expecting the beam to catch cigarette smoke through a crack, or a glow under the frame. There was nothing. I checked the padlock first, because the county had put one there years ago. More symbolic than secure, it was still looped through the hasp, rusted into place. No fresh scratches, no new chain. The front door itself was swollen and warped, but not ajar. Carl tried the side entrance, the one with the wheelchair ramp that had partially collapsed. That door had been nailed shut after a storm tore it loose. The nails were still there, bent and old, yet the music kept pulsing behind it, steady, patient, unconcerned with us. We found a broken window near the back, where a sheet of plywood had once been screwed over the opening. The plywood was gone, and for a few seconds I felt relief because it meant there was a simple explanation. Someone had gotten in and was messing around. We could yell, call the sheriff, end it, but when I leaned toward the opening, the sound changed in a way that made my stomach go tight. It didn't get louder, it didn't sharpen, it stayed exactly the same, like a recording played at a fixed volume. My flashlight beam slid across the inside. Dust, a fallen beam, old folding chairs stacked like bones. The floor in the corner had caved into a shallow pit. Everything was gray, matte, dead, no movement, no shimmer of light, no breath. The music continued, bright and full, as if it was coming from a clean speaker in a clean room. Lena came up behind me, and I could tell she was trying to stay steady. She reached past my shoulder and aimed her phone camera through the opening. The screen showed what my eyes saw: empty. We backed away and listened from the field again. The sound held the same direction and distance. I could have sworn I heard a woman's voice rise above the rest, singing along, a little off-key with that joyful strain people get when they don't care how they sound. It was so ordinary that it became unbearable. Nate made a suggestion I didn't like but couldn't dismiss. Leave equipment. Not to provoke anything. Not to trap a ghost. Just to answer the simplest question, was the sound real, or were we all suffering the same late-night trick of wind and expectation? Between the four of us, we had enough to make a basic attempt. I had a small digital audio recorder from training nights, the kind we used to document radio issues. Lena had an old baby monitor she'd kept from her sister, plus her phone. Nate had a motion-activated trail camera he used for elk. Carl didn't have gadgets, but he had a practical mind, and a stubborn dislike of mystery. We decided to place the audio recorders inside, and the camera outside, aimed at the most intact doorway, to catch anyone entering or leaving. We didn't want to go into the building if we could avoid it. The place was structurally unsound. The county signs weren't kidding. Still, someone had to reach inside to set the recorder down. I volunteered because I was the one with gloves and a decent flashlight, and because everyone was already looking at me the way people look at the person who keeps volunteering. At the broken window, I eased my upper body in, careful not to put my weight on the sill. The party sound was still there, swirling around my head like it was inside my skull rather than in the air. I set the audio recorder on a flattened patch of dirt near the chairs, pressed record, and watched the tiny red light blink. Then, the moment my fingers left it, the sound stopped, not fading, not drifting away. It cut off like a switch. The silence was so complete I could hear the soft scrape of my sleeve against the window frame. Somewhere in the field, a cow lowed. The night snapped back into its true size. I pulled out quickly, heart thudding, and saw the same startled stillness on the others' faces. We stood there for a long moment, all of us staring at the building like it had turned to face us. Then, as if someone inside had decided the joke was over, the music started again. Same volume, same beat, same scattered laughter coming from the same dark, empty hall. No one spoke right away. The lack of dialogue wasn't bravery. It was the simple fact that nothing we said would fit the shape of what had just happened. We placed the trail camera on a fence post across from the front door, and set the baby monitor receiver in Lena's car, the transmitter duct taped to a piece of wood and slid through the broken window. We marked the spot with reflective tape so we could find it again without wandering close to the building in the dark. Then we left, not because we were satisfied, but because the night was getting deeper, and our rational explanations were running out of air, driving away. The music followed us for a few seconds, thinning as the road dipped. Then it was gone, swallowed by distance and trees. I didn't feel relief. I felt like I'd stepped out of a room where something had been watching, and the door had not fully closed behind me. I didn't sleep much. My mind kept replaying that abrupt stop, the way the sound obeyed a motion that shouldn't have mattered. Around 4 in the morning, I got up and checked the batteries in the recorder like that could change what it might have captured. At first light, we met again. There's something about morning that makes you feel foolish for being afraid at night. The Grange Hall looked even more ruined in daylight. Birds perched on the sagging eaves. The field smelled like wet soil and old grass. We approached like inspectors, not storytellers. The padlock was unchanged. No footprints in the dirt around the doors. The broken window frame had the same jagged edge it had the night before. The audio recorder was right where I left it. The little red light was off. I picked it up, felt the grit on its casing, and held it like evidence. Lena retrieved the baby monitor transmitter. Nate pulled the trail camera's memory card. We sat on the tailgate and listened. The recorder started with the scratch of my gloves, my breathing close to the mic, then a few seconds of the party sound, vivid and layered. You could hear a bass line, a bright hi-hat rhythm, and voices over it, dozens, maybe more, talking and laughing at slightly different distances, as if they were moving around tables. Then the sound stopped, dead silence. My quick inhale, a faint clack as the recorder shifted in the dirt. Then, without any movement in the mic's proximity, The party sound returned, same as before, as if someone had pressed play again. Lena's phone video from the night before was just what we remembered. Blackness inside the hall, her shaky flashlight beam, no figures, no light sources. On the audio track of her video, the party was there, loud enough that her microphone clipped in places. When she swung the camera back to us, our faces were pale and confused, lit by harsh LED, while the sound behind us suggested we were standing outside a crowded dance. The baby monitor had picked it up too. We'd left the receiver in her car, and its memory function had logged a continuous stretch of noise that matched the recorder's pattern. It even caught the sudden cut to silence, and the return the same abrupt on-off behavior, like a room that could decide when it wanted to exist. Nate's trail camera was the last thing we checked. If there were kids, trespassers, a hidden speaker, anything physical, the camera should show it. We scrolled through the still frames and short clips. Every image was empty. The front door, the porch, the leaning steps, the weeds moving in a light breeze. In the nighttime infrared shots, the building looked ghostly white against black fields, but there were no people, no headlights, no flicker of light through the cracks. The timestamps lined up with the audio spikes we'd recorded, and the visuals showed nothing changing except the occasional moth drifting through the lens. That mismatch was worse than any shadow. The sound was real enough for machines to capture, and yet the world stayed visually inert, as if the hall had learned how to project only one sense and leave the rest untouched. We went over the area again, more carefully, looking for hidden speakers, wires, anything. We found old beer cans in the weeds, but they were sun-faded and half-buried. We found a collapsed section of roof that had let rain rot the floor, but no fresh footprints, no dragged equipment, no signs of a recent gathering. We checked for a generator mark on the dirt. Nothing. We even knocked on the siding and listened for hollow spaces that might hide a device. The boards rattled like dry bones. In the end, we did what people do when they can't solve something without breaking their own rules of reality. We made a decision that felt like control. We reported it. The sheriff's deputy, who came out later that day, didn't laugh. He didn't scoff either. He listened to the recordings in his cruiser, watched the empty video, and stood for a long time staring at the building with his sunglasses on. He didn't have an answer. He said he'd add extra patrols, and he did, at least for a week. Each time he drove by at night, he logged the building as quiet. He never heard the party, not once, but Lena kept hearing it. Sporadically, always after midnight, always on nights when the air was still. Carl heard it twice more from his pasture fence. Nate heard it once when he went back alone, because of course he did, and he came back pale and angry at himself. The bravado burned off. I heard it again one final time, a month later, when I was driving home from a late call and took County Road 12 to avoid a downed branch on the highway. As I crested the small rise before the field, the sound swept over the hood of my truck. Music, laughter, the bright clink of celebration, so normal and full that my hands tightened on the wheel. I didn't stop. I didn't even slow down. I kept my eyes on the road and let the sound slide past me like fog, refusing to give it the satisfaction of my attention. In the rearview mirror, the Grange Hall sat in the field, dark and unchanged, a broken shape holding nothing. When I got home, I opened the old audio file again, just to remind myself I hadn't imagined it. The voices were there, vivid as ever, singing along to a song I couldn't quite recognize. In the quiet of my kitchen, with the sun long gone, and the windows reflecting my own face, I realized something that made my skin go cold. The recording didn't sound like it was coming from a faraway room anymore. It sounded close, like a door in the next hallway had been left cracked open on purpose. I deleted the file after that. Not because I thought it was dangerous in any way I could prove, but because I didn't like how my mind leaned toward it, how easily I could summon the crowd with a button. The Grange Hall still stands, condemned and bowing under weather, and most nights it is exactly what it appears to be, an abandoned rural structure full of dust and rot. But every so often, when the wind is low and the county feels empty, I catch myself listening for music that doesn't belong to this world, and I picture a dark room packed with invisible people laughing at a joke I will never hear,